for being with us at KIEF International Economic Forum. My name is Kirill Bondar. I'm a partner at Innovation Park Unit City, and it's a great honor for me to be the moderator of this panel today. And before we start and guests are coming, let me share with you some, as they say, tip or life hack about forums and panels. So if you have a call from the forum director just a couple of days, not far from the beginning of a forum, and he said he has an amazing panel to moderate, be sure that most probably this panel is about investment in Ukraine. And the reason he is calling to you because most likely everyone else has refused to do that. And the reason is not only because we have star guests from the parliament, from the Cabinet of Ministers speaking in the whole A. The reason is that for the last 15, maybe 20 years, whenever you go to the panel about investment in Ukraine, you meet the same people, they talk about the same topics, and the problems are the same. So nothing new. Why would you go for the panel of investing in Ukraine? But this time, probably the first time in the history of this forum, we'd like to make it different. We'd like to make discussion really meaningful and interesting. And the secret component of that is, of course, our honorable speakers who are from different geographies, from different industries. Someone is from international financial organizations, someone is from banks, someone is from private sector. And give you a warm welcome, please, to our guests. I would like to invite Lisa Kestner from International Finance Corporation, Regional Manager for Ukraine, Moldova, World Bank Group. Lisa just recently joined this adventure. Please take a seat. If someone needs, we'll have translation, so if someone needs ears, yeah, please get it. I would like to invite Vasil Tofan, Senior Partner at Horizon Capital. Thank you, he is our... Okay, they know each other, that's great. Great. I would like to invite Mr. Crispin Ellison. He is a partner at Marsh McLennan. He has different roles, but when we were speaking, he said, this is the best way to introduce Marsh McLennan. Please, take a seat. Mr. Konstantinas Nakis, he is a partner and president of Chicago Atlantic Trident. Please welcome. Sergei Kuzmenko, Chief Financial Officer at Interpipe. Sergei, thank you for coming. And last but not least, the board member at Privat Bank Ukraine, Mr. Dmytro Musienko. Thank you for coming as well. Have a seat. I don't know why they just left the land was next to me. Okay, thank you for coming today. In the context of ongoing aggression, we face a unique challenge while simultaneously we demonstrate the remarkable resilience and potential for recovery. Investment is a key factor for maintaining economic stability and Ukraine's future recovery. However, the military actions create unprecedented risks and requires new innovation approach to the management of those risks and mitigation. And over the remaining 70 minutes probably, we will explore how to both international and domestic investors in Ukraine could survive and get returns in Ukraine despite those high risks. We will also discuss strategies and instruments that will help protect investors and check the role of international financial organization in this context. So let's probably start with a brief overview of major challenges. You all have different professional background, personal background, different experiences. But let's look at this question about the challenges from your professional angle. Maybe a couple of minutes just to outline the major messages. Vasil, I guess if the first question will go to you. What are the main concerns that your LPs and partners ask or express investing in Ukraine?
Thank you. It's a big privilege to be here. So a very brief intro. I represent here Horizon Capital, private equity fund manager. We've been investing in Ukraine for the last 30 years. and we manage about 1.6 billion in capital. We're very proud about having actually an active fund at the moment that we managed to raise also with IFC's help. So thank you, Lisa, for being here, of $350 million. And importantly, we've started putting that money to work. So over the last 12 months, we invested more than $100 million in companies in Ukraine. Our strategy at this stage has been primarily to focus on asset-light exporting companies, because we believe this is a safer product for the current environment in Ukraine. And addressing your question on the challenges in that sense, because asset-light exporting companies like IT companies, they are primarily human capital companies. I think the biggest challenge has been around the concerns on the human capital, things like mobilization and the outflow of people. So that's, if I would identify one, I think that's the one that would concern us most.
Thank you. So people is the key question, right?
Yes, indeed, and you understand this is a very tough one to square, because we all understand this country needs to win the war. So mobilization is a real need. It's not something you can dispute. So squaring this need between the need to have a strong army, and at the same time maintaining a viable economy and viable businesses and the human capital here, I think it's one of the biggest, of course, conundrums of the current situation.
Crispin, the next question goes to you. We know that you've done tremendous job for Ukraine, and we'll speak about this in details, of course, in a later stage. But speaking about insurance, what is the key elements missing right now for Ukraine to attract investment, protect investments? Is there something special still need to be done?
Yeah, I think the key challenge is the lack of insurance. It's as simple as that.
This is quite general.
The global insurance industry is not engaging with Ukraine. 95% of global insurance capital is excluded from Ukraine, and we have blanket exclusions for all reinsurance. So we are left trying to make small bespoke insurance solutions for key things. And as you know, we've been working on Black Sea insurance, aviation insurance, so you can open up Lviv and eventually Borispil Airport, and currently a lot of bespoke insurance products for energy assets needed to survive this winter. But these are small bespoke. The problem is getting the insurance industry to engage and do its job, and it's not doing it at the moment.
Why do you believe that we will succeed on that? Because for the last almost 3 years, nothing almost is possible. From my personal experience, I know if you need to insure some building or production facility, the cap you would get is probably $1 million. No one will go beyond that, a part of maybe MEGA Group and World Bank facilities, but on the ground, nothing is available. Why do you think we will have any?
And, you know, MEGA and World Bank, with all due respect, are tiny. You know, we're talking about how do we get access to the multi-trillion-dollar insurance market, which we haven't. At the moment, you cannot reinsure earthquake or flood in Ukraine. The technical term for that is bonkers. Yeah, it's mad. You know, war risk is difficult. Insurance is frightened by war risk, and only specialists do it. But we can't get general insurance. You can't get construction risk insurance, natural disaster insurance. So we've got to challenge the industry, and I'll talk a bit more about the campaign that we're launching, hopefully with the support of your president, over the next few days.
Thank you. It was an interesting message saying that the World Bank is a small, tiny organization. I don't know if we agree or not, but to some extent, maybe Mr. Ellison knows better, but I should refer to Lisa, to you. I know that before the war, many IFIs has credit lines on Ukrainian projects, but they never been utilized fully, taking IFC, BRD. It was like only a portion, 20, 30, maximum 50, 70% each year there were like bankable project applying to IFIs, and they were getting credit lines. What is the biggest challenges you now observe in Ukraine? What are the things which bothers you, let's say?
Thank you very much, and it's really a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. Maybe just to say that IFC, the International Finance Corporation, which is part of the World Bank Group, focused on the private sector, has actually invested 4.8 billion in Ukraine since its independence. So not maybe huge when you divide it over so many years, but not trivial. And I think one thing we're particularly proud of is actually the amount that we have financed since the beginning of 2022 is 1.8 billion, so about a third of that. So we've really ramped up our financing in Ukraine. I guess the challenge I wanted to highlight and maybe put on the table for discussion is most of that financing has been with excellent local partners. I think one of the challenges Ukraine has, particularly when we think about the massive financing that will be needed for reconstruction, is how to attract more foreign investors. So this is one of the, when I think about challenges where I think IFC could help, I think it's attracting foreign direct investment. We can talk more about the obstacles to that and what the opportunities are. But just to say that if you look even, this predates the current invasion. If you look back to 2018, Ukraine had the lowest stock of foreign direct investment in the whole region in Eastern Europe. So this is more of a structural endemic challenge that Ukraine faces that I think will be very important for us to jointly try to address in order to bring more foreign investment now, but also for the reconstruction.
Can we say that the war is not the major reason for that? Because we've never been champions in attracting investors, and in this hall we have like 2 investment funds, the largest in Ukraine. I see the people from Dragon Capital and Horizon. I mean, it would be difficult to name other like 5 or 6 private equity company for funds for the size of our economy. I mean, is the war a real problem for that?
So for sure, war plays a huge impact. If you look at the trends in foreign direct investment, you see a big downturn first in 2009, which was because of the global financial crisis, but then also in 2014, there was like a tenfold drop in foreign investment. And then in 2022, of course, we saw another drop. But I think even if you take that out, I think there's basically 3 key reasons. One is that Ukraine's economy remains quite dominated by state-owned enterprises and politically connected firms, which makes it difficult for foreign investors to kind of find their spot on the field. The second would be, foreign investors, they have choices where they're going to go, right? Are they going to go to Ukraine or are they going to go to somewhere else? And one of the drivers is what's the market if they go to a particular location, the domestic market, but also the opportunity to export. And Ukraine, as we all know, the demographics were even before the wave of displaced people, the demographics in Ukraine, it was a shrinking population. And in terms of exports, not so well connected to neighboring markets. And last, a weak investment climate. So weak rule of law, pressure from enforcement agencies, and the word everyone likes to say about Ukraine, which I find a bit too general, corruption. But we know it was an issue.
That's everywhere.
As everywhere.
As everywhere. Thank you, Lisa. Sergey, may I ask you? You are from the real business, right? From
the industrial.
From the industry, right? People on the ground. From IFI's perspective and investment funds, the situation might look different. But if you are in production somewhere close to the front line, you have your specific pains and issues. What are those?
We're really now focused on basics. First of all, it's military risks, especially for us. It's very painful to operate in Nikopol, just 5 kilometers from the front line. Of course, the big issues with infrastructure, critical infrastructure like electricity, access to electricity, prices for electricity. complicated logistic, expensive logistic, and of course the access to professional male workforce. That is a big issue now.
Do you think those problems are common for the whole Ukrainian economy, or there is anything specific related to Interpipe? Because you're like exporting 80% of anything you produce, right?
Yeah, you are right, but we hugely depend on the resources here in Ukraine, and the level of this risk hugely depends now on the region. We are quite close to the front, and that is why we have these issues, for instance, with workforce, have these issues with electricity, which is quite common, but for us, electricity now is the second, when we talk of second part of our cost side, and that is very painful.
Thank you. You mentioned you are close to the front line, and that's why I have a question for Privatbank, because, you know, Dmitry, yeah, you have a vast experience in Ukrainian banking from state banks, from foreign banks, right? So you can speak basically for the industry. Would you provide loans for the companies close to the front line? And what are your observations about Ukrainian corporate sector? What are the pains of your clients, basically?
Ну, насправді ми з самого початку війни
From the very start of the war, Privatbank testing, interpreter voice should be now heard. So we keep funding small and medium enterprises. Testing, does the interpreter work? Okay, thank you. Testing, Lisa has, no, Lisa, somebody should turn on Lisa's headset. So we keep providing loans to small and medium enterprises, because stopping the retail loans would stop development of Ukrainian economy. So it's not only the war risk. Investment in modernization. Privatbank from the start of the war, when the missile fell next to the data center, we decided to put all of our data storage into the cloud. So the National Bank allowed to do it for banks. We did it within 45 days. Let me give you the number. We finalized such project in 45 days. And normally it takes a year and a half, such project, for a bank of our size, so that you understand what it is. It's 10,000 servers that Privatbank had. They will all move to the cloud. Data size, 6 to 8 petabytes of information. It's insane amount of information. So now we feel okay, or our customer data is protected, and that has a very positive impact on the bank work on Ukraine. As for loans, do we provide loans to the companies that are close to the front line? Well, from the start of large-scale invasion, we split entire Ukraine into several zones: green, amber, and red. Red being temporarily occupied or close to the front line. And we keep providing loans in green and amber zones. We do provide loans to companies there. Also, might be of interest to you that a level of NPL in corporate businesses only 3%. So financial discipline of our customers is impressive. And even the war did not help deteriorate that. Our customers are now better in terms of payment discipline. In 2023, we started cooperating with EBRD in risk distribution and for critically important industries up to 240 million euro. And in 2024, together with USAID and the insurance company Universalna, we created a farmer loan program to provide additional funding to farmers. This year, we signed an agreement on portfolio guarantees for 400 million euros with EBRD. Right, sorry. I know Privatbank is a great thing, and you have moved into a cloud, so you're now neobank, right? Yeah, we're classic, but state of the art. Yeah, we'll talk about the international program as well. It's also important, but I know companies that are in Slavutic, Chernihiv region. or somewhere down the north, they cannot get a loan because they're 8 kilometers from Belarus and Russia 40 kilometers. They say nobody gives us loan. And so it sounds great on the panel discussion, but then they run into risks and they say, well, no loans, no credit funding, no project funding. What are the pains and problems that the customers talk about? Yeah, you're right. Project funding, no bank is doing project funding. That's true, unfortunately, because unpredictability, war risks. Unfortunately, that the war risks are not insured, and that impacts the possibility of providing loans. But despite that, we do provide loans. There is a state program 579. We were very active in there. The state supported Ukrainian companies, and we disbursed the biggest number of loans. We took the biggest share of the market. Of course, we assess the risk for each company individually. We're very cautious with the companies who are close to the front line, which is normal. We need to take risks differently from amber, green, and red. Right. We'll talk about this in detail. Thank you. Konstantin.
Not least, when we met recently, you said, I'm optimistic about Ukraine. I'm dedicated. I'm in this country full-time, despite the climate uncomparable to Greece. But and this is true. This is absolutely true. But how does Chicago Atlantic evaluate the investment risk and opportunities in Ukraine in general? Why are you here full-time? This is not very usual. Let's put it this way.
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for having me, and I would like to congratulate the organizers for the great event. I represent Chicago Atlantic, and we are an American investment group. We are a $2 billion investment group with two funds listed on NASDAQ and 5 private funds. And Chicago Atlantic Trident is our impact investing strategy that is focused in Ukraine. We prioritize investments in food security, building materials, logistics, and affordable housing. And to address your question, yes, I'm very optimistic for the future of this country, and that's why we would like to be part of the success story. We think that the future is bright. We support the accession of the country in the European Union. There is a lot of upside there. We support and believe in the human capital. That is a real treasure for the country. We would like to be part of this success story. So to address your question, how we evaluate the business and the proposals. We focus a lot in the team, the track record, the experience, how they are organized, and of course, we would like to see appetite to adapt a more institutional way of doing business. This is something that we would like to bring here. Transparency is also very important for us. Mature projects are important. We have a ticket that is average 10 million. So we are focused in companies that in the range of 5 to 40 million in revenues. I would say SMEs. I think this is important because SMEs is the backbone of the country. So this has to be a priority for all the investors, including the international investors and DFIs, because it will help to boost the economic development of the country. So I'm really optimistic. I think that we have to explain to our Western colleagues that Ukraine is a modern country. It's a Western country, it's a European country. It's not an underdeveloped country that people have to think that's super risky and they will lose their money, but we have to work and address a few important issues. For example, of course, war risk is important, the infrastructures that we have to rebuild, it's important, but we have also to start thinking other issues too, like the regulatory framework and the rule of law. This is something that our investors and our LPs continuously ask and are concerned. Rule of law is important because it makes investors feel safety and security. And when investors are confident, then we can have more investors and attract more investors. So rule of law for me is number one. And of course, corruption is also very important. And contracts enforcement is also very important. I am really confident. I see that the Ukrainian government is working in the right direction. More things have to be done. And of course, all of us have to work and closely in order to succeed.
Konstantinos, thank you. You mentioned that you are impact investment. Am I right? My meaning is that impact investment, you make money, you invest, you make money, and then you reinvest for the for a better world. So my question is quite simple, because I have a couple of friends, businessmen, smiling about making money in Ukraine. Have you made money in Ukraine already, or it's coming?
I hope it's coming.
Okay. Thank you for being fair with us. We hope.
But okay. First of all, what we mean by impact investing, it means that we invest in projects and companies, and our investment produce measurable social and development impact. So we are not here just for the return; we are here also for the impact, and this is very important for us. And we have tolerance in a lower level of return. We don't have an opportunistic strategy here that buy low, sell high. It's not the case here. That's why for us it's important also the social impact. In terms of where we are, we have evaluated more than 100 proposals.
Yeah, let's talk about this in the next stage, because we need to proceed with the panel. We'll get into details. Can we put a QR code, please? We prepared the voting because the audience today is really outstanding. I guess a couple of investors definitely in the room. So if you can scan, it's not for the speakers, but it's up. No, it's up to you. But I mean, there is a scenario you can put a wrong mark and I'll be in trouble. This is for audience, but. Again, this is a voting which we prepared for the audience. It has 6 questions, I guess. You can vote on your mobile phone and we'll go through details. Yes, it has 6 questions. I'll just briefly name. The first one, how would you rate Ukrainian current investment attractiveness from 7 maximum to 1 minimum right now? The second one, how likely will you invest in Ukraine in the next 12 months? Going shopping is not investment. The second question. The third one, what is the most significant risk when investing in Ukraine today? You can choose 2. And then we'll see how the voting will balance. The fourth question is, which sectors would you believe provide the best investment opportunity in Ukraine? We have a couple of sectors, you can choose 2. Question number 5, what would be the most critical factors to increase your confidence in putting money in Ukraine? Again, you can choose 2. We'll see how the votes will go. And the last one, how would you rate Ukrainian potential for investment in post-war period? Is there a chance? Are we still as optimistic as Mr. Nakis? As you vote, I propose to move further. Ukraine has its own specifics. We are ex-Soviet Union country or republic. We have a bumpy road of reforms, a lot of advantages, definitely. And for the last 10 years, we are in a state of war. And for the last 3 years, full-scale war. But from the other hand, the world is changing so fast. We have pandemics, we have regional conflicts. Someone says that end of globalization is a new stage. We have regional conflicts, shift of power, new type of leaders coming in power in different regions as well. Take the last election in US. And I think Ukrainians think that you are unique, that we are unique in Ukraine. But speaking from outside, I have many voices saying, "Hi, guys, you are not unique. The problems you have been in history for many periods. There were investment during the wartime all over the planet, in United Kingdom during the Second World War, Balkan countries, Middle East, Israel right now. So let's speak about how Ukraine is unique or not unique, what is very common to the Ukrainian problems. And Lisa, the first question goes definitely to you, because you are in 100 countries from 50s, I guess, been founded in 56, and you've seen it a lot, right? Different people, different countries, region, problems are the same. What are the lessons Ukraine have to learn?
Yeah, thanks. So I guess IFC is sort of the ultimate impact investor, because in fact, we're focused really on markets where we see some development need that we think the private sector can address. And because of that, we have a very active engagement in conflict-affected countries. There's about 40 that we prioritize globally, of which Ukraine is one of them. And in fact, last year we did 130 projects in those 40 countries. In Ukraine, much more than the average, because we did way more than 3 in Ukraine. I would say some of the things that are the same and a couple lessons learned. And what's different. So what's the same are some of the opportunities. So in most of those markets, we've invested in renewable energy. We've engaged with banks to support SMEs. We've financed the construction sector, because all of these economies need construction materials. Agri-food is a target in most of those economies, including Ukraine. And finally, digital finance, because it helps to reach populations, as we've just heard from Privatbank, that otherwise might not have access to services. Maybe 3 lessons. One is the importance of really long-term commitments, patient capital. I think kind of like Konstantin was talking about, it's not about a quick win. And you need to find like-minded investors. So from IFC's perspective, we're looking for investors who want to be in for the long run. In Ukraine, this has to date been mostly investors that are already in the market. So as I mentioned, the challenge is to bring in new investors. We did, together with EBRD, and actually our partner Horizon Capital was involved in arranging the deal, engage in a very large telecom investment just a couple weeks ago, which brings in a new investor. But mostly it's existing investors who are really committed to the market. That's the first. The second lesson is not surprising. It's the importance of managing risks. So this is strong due diligence, risk assessment. It's the need for insurance, as we've touched on. In the case of Ukraine, what has helped IFC is support from donor partners who have, in some cases, taken part of IFC's risk, which has allowed us.
What?
So, for example, the Ukraine Investment Facility, which is a partnership between the EC and the government of Ukraine, they will take a first loss guarantee for part of our risk, which allows us to do more investment in riskier projects that we might not have done otherwise. And third and last, I think it's the importance of very careful project preparation and also building capacity of local businesses and working as well with government counterparts on how to improve the environment for such investments in a given sector. Maybe just to say what's different about Ukraine, and then I'll stop. So I think Ukraine's situation really is unique and in a very positive way. So most of those other 40 markets where IFC is investing in the face of conflict, you don't have functioning institutions. In Ukraine today, we see a really well-functioning government, parliament, private sector. We heard it this morning from the Prime Minister. I mean, the stability of the macroeconomy is remarkable. And the fact that not only are we trying to keep Ukraine stable, but the reform agenda is huge in Ukraine. And the World Bank Group is quite involved. This relates, of course, to Ukraine's EU accession, which requires a lot of reforms, but many of those reforms are the ones that are needed to support more foreign direct investment. So rule of law has already been mentioned. State-owned enterprise domination of the economy is one of the reform areas, and then continued deregulation. The resilience of the private sector, I think, in Ukraine is really spectacular and surprises me every day. I mean, the sector remains very strong. Some of the World Bank surveys show that there's decreased financial vulnerability among companies and actually gradually increasing sales, on average, of course. And last, I would say, and not just because I'm part of that international community, but I think the support from the international community for Ukraine has also been unprecedented and is much greater than in many of those other conflict situations. So I also remain very optimistic for Ukraine's future in spite of everything.
Lisa, we have at least two optimists now. You're joining the club of, let's see by the end of the discussion. But a couple of small questions based on what you said. You know, in Ukraine, at least people I talk, we like to complain, saying, hey, everything is bad, everything is wrong, and to some extent this is true, but the audience is quite small and hope we are not recording this session. What would be your answer to people like that, saying, like, you're in 40 countries saying, listen, you should go to Mongolia probably, or something like that, couple of places to feel the real difference and enjoy the fancy life in Ukraine in terms of having institutions, central bank, and everything is running. Are there any, like, really, really bad places where you're still making business and projects?
So there are very difficult places. I mean, one project that we did last year, it was in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is probably one of the more challenging markets in the world, and one that I worked on before this position. Mm-hmm. And there we managed to invest in a solar project. So again, with renewable energy being very important. So I think there's opportunities everywhere. And I think in the case of Ukraine, we see huge opportunities. We've estimated that of the reconstruction needs of Ukraine, which now, if you follow the assessment that the World Bank does, is about $500 billion, which I can't even imagine this number. Mm-hmm. But we estimated last year that with the right reforms in place, that the private sector can meet the need for about a third of that. So and the opportunities in Ukraine are huge.
Better than in Congo. Better than in Congo.
Much better than in the DRC, yes.
Thank you. Vasily, the next question is to you. You are kind of Horizon Capital, the biggest guy in towns, right? You are closing deals, raising funds. You feel fine, looks confident. What is the secret for Horizon Capital making business in a wartime in Ukraine, which is just superb results? What is the investment criteria? Have they changed during the war? If you can share the secret.
No, thank you. And indeed, it's going to be maybe a little bit of an optimistic speech here. And I kindly ask the audience not to perceive me as a delusional guy, you know, that is out of his mind. But
no, you're in my club then.
Yes, but the truth is, and maybe picking up the question addressed to Konstantinos, you know, we did make money in Ukraine over the years. So we've been investing for over 30 years, and despite all the challenges, massive devaluations, of course, the war that has been lasting for 10 years, we managed to make money. And I think the reason was having the right strategy for the right time. So in the 2000s, you know, when it was about the rise of the middle class in Ukraine, there was the convergence theme. So the investment, any investment you would make, the thesis was that, look, Ukrainians will drink more milk, eat more chocolate, and go more, on vacation. Then you basically invest in sectors that cater to the rising middle class and the convergence theme. After 2010, I think after several rounds of devaluations, we said that, look, actually, you may make good returns in local currency, you know, but maybe a strategy that is better insulated from the macro risks is investing in exporting companies. So for the last 12 years, we adjusted our investment strategy, you know, by investing primarily in exporting companies, IT companies, you know, agri companies, manufacturing companies, and that has worked well for us. As the security after the start of the war in 2014, and especially after the start of the full-scale invasion, you know, we said that, look, actually will focus primarily on asset-light companies, because in that way you're also insulated from this like physical destruction risk. And again, you see, I think the learning for us is that at each point you have to adjust your investment strategy to reflect the situation on the ground. And maybe to make people optimistic here is that I think we've shown that we are able, that there is demand for strong assets that are present in Ukraine, and there are investors who want to take a bet on Ukraine, you know, despite all the risks. So look at 2 transactions we did this year. In June, we announced a very large investment, $200 million in Creatio, workflow automation company, you know, that has their entire R&D in Ukraine at a valuation of $1.2 billion. So it's real money that came into a company that has the entire R&D in Ukraine. Later on, as Lisa mentioned, you know, we announced this huge deal, the telecom deal, where NJJ, one of the pioneers, you know, of and the most progressive telecom companies in the world, I think, not only Europe, you know, by this very visionary founder, Xavier Niel, you know, in France, you know, they came into Ukraine to build like a truly revolutionary story by bringing Data Group, Volia, and LiveCell together in a project that is also financed by IFC EBRD with $435 million, but the total project is $1.5 billion. So you see that it's examples that there's demand for great stories in Ukraine. I'll give you one more example. You know, of course, we focus a lot on these exporting companies, but we also have some domestic champions that are doing tremendously well. So we invested in these discount retailers, Aurora, 6 months before the full-scale invasion. Like, if you tell this to an investor, he says, like, worst time possible, horrible time, guys, I'm sorry for you, sorry, like you invested 6 months before, bad luck. But then we invested when the company had $300 million of revenue. So this year, 3 years later, they're going to do more than $1.2 billion in revenue, and EBITDA grew many times over. I'm not going to tell you the number to make you feel uncomfortable, you know. So, so in that sense, what I'm trying to say that, look, again, please don't look to me as the crazy guy and the crazy horizon, but we did show that, you know, with a targeted investment strategy, you can make investments in Ukraine. And what worked, what has worked in the past doesn't mean it will work in the future, because now we're increasingly actually looking at domestic champions. We're increasingly looking at a product, you know, to have for the imminent reconstruction, because we believe that, you know, that reconstruction sooner or later is coming. And of course, if the reconstruction comes, probably you shouldn't be investing primarily in exporting companies. Probably you should have a product also for that is caters well to the reconstruction opportunities. So, and that's the kind of discussions we're having inside the Horizon Capital.
Thank you. Quite optimistic. Just a small question. Everyone likes, you know, successful stories, success of success, and things based on that. Based on your experience, what was the biggest failure in Ukraine? Without names.
Why should we spoil this good mood here?
Okay,
of course, we've had our failures. Of course, I think we've learned from them. They've been made many years ago. I think the last big failure we had.
Speaking about the outcomes, I mean, the lesson.
The lesson: don't invest in people that are low on integrity with business models that are low on competitive advantage. And that is a very nice way to put it. So.
Okay, thank you for being diplomatic. Сергій, the question to you. I think we can speak Ukrainian. Ми можемо українською, бо є переклад.
Suffering a lot from this.
No, me not. We know that Interpipe is investing in Ukraine during the wartime, which is a very unusual case, and you haven't relocated your production facilities abroad as many other Ukrainian businesses did. Why are you doing that? Why are you investing during the wartime when the project finance is not possible? Insurance, as Mr. Ellison said, no insurance for Ukraine. Why are you doing that?
On the one hand, you are right, we are a local producer and we have already invested billions of dollars in economy. On the other hand, we are a global player on railway wheels and pipe market, and we compete with other global players, and you know, we cannot simply take a break for a war period from a global competition. That is why, unfortunately, we have to accept this risk and continue to invest in capacity renovation, in development new products, in reduction of CO2 emissions, just in order to be competitive on the market. But you know, is what I want to say in this situation, that such investments play a very important role as a long-term motivation for employees, because for people in the company, it's a clear sign that the company believes in the future. It's very important at the moment.
So you say if you don't invest, you would lose the global competitiveness?
Yes, exactly. That is the issue.
And how much are you exporting right now? Because you have to change the market, you have to change your clients.
Yeah, that's correct. Now, even before the war, we exported roughly 70% of our sales volumes, and the situation now is almost the same, but today our key market is the European Union. Basically, this is the largest market for the company, and the demand and the requirements on this market is very strict. We should apply with these requirements, and we have no chances to compete with other companies.
Thank you. The question, Konstantinos, is to you. You are also in many countries, right? I guess, yeah, Chicago, Atlantic. And we just touched with Lisa on the fact that there are many bad places where still investments are happening, and there are many developed economies where things are happening. How would you compare Ukraine and opportunities in Ukraine with other countries? Because we touched developing regions like Africa, for example, other Eastern European countries. Why are you still in Ukraine but not in those more dynamic regions, I would say?
So I would say that Ukraine is a completely different case. I wouldn't compare Ukraine with Africa. I wouldn't compare Ukraine with Middle East. I wouldn't compare. It's, as I already mentioned, we see Ukraine as a European country, a Western country. Of course, there is a risk, but it's a country full of potential. We believe that country, we don't do a favor to Ukraine to make it a part of the European Union. It deserves to be member of the European Union. So we don't see here characteristics of developing countries as in Africa, for example. So from that perspective, we see that there are more opportunities here. There is a lot of upside because of the coming accession of the country in the European Union. So it is a good investment case.
Are you bothered too much with depopulation? People moving out from Ukraine and population is decreasing?
That's a challenge. I mean, especially displaced people is a problem. A lot of people left the country. It is one of the biggest challenges, people. But also, human capital is important. There is a lot of talent here. We see the tech sector, for example, it's a very promising sector with a lot of opportunities there and prospects. And of course, we believe that after the end of the war and the progress of the country towards its accession in the European Union, a lot of people will return. This is what we hope, this is what we support. That's why we are here to work towards this direction.
Great. You also mentioned at the beginning about impact investment and SME. And you have this initiative, Private Equity Academy.
Yeah.
Because to my belief,
it's not an academy, it's like an initiative, but let me explain. So based on our experience the last few months, we have realized that we have to support SMEs in order to prepare their projects to be eligible for private equity investing. Most of the companies are used to receive credit, and they are not so familiar with private equity. So we have a dedicated team, and we work with the key local stakeholders to educate those businesses and help them to prepare their projects. I think this is very important. So, and we consider that part of our mission. For example, in a few days we have an event with American University in KIEF, and this is part of the initiative. And we see this initiative as part of our mission. We just want to invest. We want also to participate in the modernization of the country.
Thank you. That's really fascinating. Dmytro, coming back to you, you started to speak about the programs with IFIs, and we believe when there is no project finance in country, probably this is the few opportunities possible for Ukrainian SMEs and large corporates to get loans from Ukrainian banks. Can you elaborate on that? I mean, if banking is possible during the wartime, and what are your plans with IFIs?
Дякую за запитання. Давайте так, я доєднаюся до...
Thank you for your question. I will probably also side with the camp of optimism because this year we have also observed a lot of positive trends. Talking about the number of our clients, Privatbank is one of the largest in Ukraine. However, with the massive migration, this share of private entrepreneurs is shrinking. But there is a lot of competition between the banks concerning issuing loans for these businesses. There's also an increasing competition in terms of increasing credit portfolio, and this year the increase is about 30% in hryvnia. The devaluation of hryvnia is taking place. Well, there was naturally no devaluation of hryvnia, like 3.6% was the natural devaluation, but hryvnia hasn't evolved. And in the corporate sector, we have seen that the risk of investment was about 11%. So there are some clients that we're issuing loans with, and this market is developing. Concerning the quality of our customers, clients at the beginning of this war, I remember that we had a meeting with the chair of our board, and he said that the NPL should be at probably the level of 20%. I said it should be under 15%. And as of now, I've already mentioned, our NPL in retail is 11.4%, so it's under even the percentage in pre-war time. And with critical customers, it's 3 to 4% in retail. With corporate customers, the NPL is 3%, and it's only at the expense of the customers which are still in the occupied territories. In corporate customers overall, the NPL percentage is just 1%. Does it include Mr. Igor too? No, I'm talking about newcomers, newbies. Something which is beyond the bad portfolio is, I'm not going to comment on that. Therefore, we have a lot of positive trends, and cooperation with IFIs is of great support to us. This year, we underwrote 240 million worth of different projects. This allows us to support different risks and share risks with our customers. And the responsibility of the corporate sector, of course, is increasing. Until this year, we never credited private companies, except, of course, some of the shareholder companies. This year, we have established the new section, corporate business, which we are beginning to issue loans to. We already have some agreements, some new pipeline projects, and we very much hope that this will enable the development of the economy of our country. Can I provoke you in a little way? Yes, go ahead. Have you ever tried to obtain a loan from Privatbank for the development of your business as a private business, but failed to do so? No hands raised. So see, this is a stupendous story. Everything is working. They haven't tried to do so, some people are arguing instead.
I have a couple of questions, and all the questions are the same. Tell us about flights from Lviv, KIEF, and how it's all connected to you.
Before I do, it's a great honor to be back here. This time last year, Yulia Sviridenko, the first Deputy Prime Minister, and I launched the Black Sea Unity insurance facility.
Thank you. I guess that's an applause.
At that time, premium was 5% per voyage, unaffordable. Some people were traveling uninsured, but most shipping was not sailing. Premium is now a tenth of that. It's now at 0.5%, which relates to the Red Sea, which is 1.2%, another trouble spot. And I think it shows, a public-private partnership, a small first loss fund provided by the Ukraine government allowed specialist insurers to come in, started to bring the price down, and the market has now a normal operating market. It went up a bit last month because we had some attacks on Odessa, but at the same time, confidence is there. Maersk announced 10 days ago that they're doing a weekly container service from Odessa, the world's largest and quite conservative ship operator. Hapag-Lloyd doing the same sort of thing. So, I think, yes, it can happen, and, it's judged. I think the economists say that the 2,700 sailings that we've now had in the Black Sea since just over a year ago has been worth 7% to Ukraine's GDP. About 20 billion of exports, probably a lot of your pipes, I imagine. But about 20 billion of exports. So, yeah, you can do things. Of course, what everyone's excited about is what next. And the new game is how do we find insurance to allow aerospace, the aviation, to open up in Western Ukraine. In short, the president will hate me for saying this because he keeps saying the target is Borispil. The initial target is Lviv, 7 minutes flying time from Poland. But an A320 or 737, a small airliner, requires $750 million of insurance. It's quite a hefty challenge. Again, I think like the marine market, the aviation market is much more used to war risk. And as soon as we are ready for the political decision, which will depend on air defense and everything else, but we're now ready for the political decision to open up Lviv. I think if we're lucky, January, we've got 5 or 6 airlines who want to fly. This coming January. Okay. This coming January. But it will depend on the distribution of air defense, the war, and everything else. And getting unlike shipping is a virtually unregulated industry. Aviation is probably the most regulated industry that there is. So we've got to get all the regulators on side. But, I keep saying Lviv's a lot safer than Tel Aviv. People don't like me for saying that, but I do. Thank you. So, that's the next thing. And then probably economically and politically more pressing is finding war risk insurance for critical energy assets that Ukraine needs to bring in, for this winter. The beyond, I think, is easier, but for this winter, that is difficult because those are targets. And so you're now actually looking for war risk insurance for something which Putin is clearly targeting. I think a lot of it, we'll get something in. It's easier to insure small dispersed generators than large, gas turbines heading out to the east, which glow at night. And, those are really virtually impossible to insure at the moment. But, bundles of, and when I say smaller, I'm talking about container-sized generators, 1 megawatt generators. We're hoping to get about 150 of those in for this winter. And I think those are insurable because you can disperse them much more. But those are some of the, we can do it despite the lack of capacity, but this is using the 5% of global capacity that is available, and normally in a public-private partnership with government or donors like World Bank and EBRD.
Thank you. January next year.
The insurance, the decision is OPU. Okay.
Great. Can we put the results of our voting, please, so we can slide number 1. We can just take a look what audience think about us and situation in Ukraine, and then we can use those results as we go on the next, basically, next question. No, the previous one, the first one. Get back, please. Okay. Becoming old. So, how would you rate Ukraine current investment attractiveness? Most of the answers are about 4 and 3, which is okay. The next question, how likely would you invest in Ukraine in the next 12 months? Much better. Next question, what are the most significant risks associated? Probably I'll have to stand and read from here. So military and security risk, which will go away with end of the war. And then human resource, which Vasily has mentioned on second place. Quality of state management, we touched on that. Infrastructure risk and economic market factors. Okay, great. Next, please. About the sectors, and we'll have to ask Vasily and other panelists. Defense and industry, agri and food processing, IT, manufacturing, and then infrastructure, logistics, and construction. Thank you. And the next question. Factors to increase confidence. Peace agreement, strong legal protection, rule of law, we touched on that. Comprehensive war risk insurance, and clear post-war recovery strategy. Okay, and the last one, how would you rate investment potential? Maximum, close to maximum, and that's in the middle, I guess it's from IFI. Okay, we are totally lagging behind the schedule, but we still have time for couple of questions and like summary messages probably. So if we can sum up on ideas we discussed, taking into consideration the voting pool, audience behavior, what would it be? I mean, what we need to do as a country, and we'll have time to discuss it at the end of the panel. Lisa, how has your business involved in this country during the full-scale invasion, and how do you see the future for Ukraine?
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we've stayed very active in Ukraine since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. The way in which it's evolved is the sectors of focus and also the instruments we've been able to use. So early on, we engaged mostly in shorter-term financing, for example, with partner banks to provide guarantees for trade finance so that essential goods could continue to come into Ukraine, but also to support exports, for example, of grain. As time has gone on, and as I mentioned, we've been able to get some support from partners such as EC, UK, Switzerland, Netherlands. We have been able to engage in longer-term, riskier investments. So for now, for example, in our pipeline going forward for the next year, we have about $1 billion of opportunities that we have identified in some of the sectors that the audience also identified as key opportunities. For example, infrastructure, including renewable energy. In spite of the absence of adequate insurance, there are a couple investors actively involved in the sector. Agribusiness, construction materials, where of course we expect a large demand. Technology, I think, as we've done with Horizon, remains a really important sector. So I think we continue to provide for urgent shorter-term needs, but the main change is that we are seeing opportunities for longer-term investment, both long-term debt as well as equity finance going forward.
Thank you. Vasily, the next is probably your comment would be based on sectors that audience has chosen and your vision for Ukraine 3 years. Sectors, deals you are cooking.
Yes, we are optimistic, and sometimes I joke we're optimistic by choice. You know, it's a commitment we have to this market and to the region, so we're optimistic by choice. But I also think there's objective data that makes me optimistic. So clearly, the country has been much more resilient than expected. Also, the economy has been much more resilient than expected. Sometimes I'm sharing some of these stats with our investors. They don't believe it. For example, you know that looking at the even like discretionary things like restaurant turnover, is above, the pre-full-scale invasion level. The number of active SMEs is at like 98% of the pre-full-scale invasion level. The number of vacancies we're tracking, is about 10-15% below the full-scale invasion level, but it is still remarkable, such a high level number of open vacancies. So I think I don't want to downplay the risks. Of course, we all know the challenges. I'm not going to recite them. And I think the opportunities are there, like things like, also things that people don't realize. For example, I was surprised when I read this stat that last year in 2023, we had 150 new gas wells being drilled, which is an absolute record. So Ukraine is self-sufficient on gas. Of course, because of the gas consumption come down, I'm not fooling myself, but still, this country is drilling gas. So, Ukraine has the potential to become the Texas of Europe in a good way, the good side of Texas, kind of the freewheeling economy, the energy side of it, So, during the wartime, again, another stat, nearly 700 megawatts of energy capacity has been launched since the full-scale invasion. Again, that's a big number. You understand, like how much a megawatt costs and the investment associated. So that makes us optimistic. On our side, look, if there are entrepreneurs in this room, just to use a little advertorial, looking for capital, we are looking to invest. We have capital to invest. We're doing, 10, 15, 20, $25 million per transaction, minority stakes, equity investments only. We don't do debt. So look, we are optimistic, and I think this cohort of entrepreneurs that believe in Ukraine now and will put the money at work now these are likely to be some of the most successful vintages in the history of Ukraine. So we stay optimistic.
Thank you. Konstantina, the question to you, what is the main message for the potential investors to send? I mean, don't come to Ukraine in November, come in April probably.
No. We strongly believe that they have to invest now. And this is a message for everybody. They don't have to wait until the end of the war. And one of the reasons that I am here, and I have moved here full-time for the last 4 months, is exactly that. We say we put our money where your mouth is, and we believe that. I think it is a good example, a strong message to the rest of the world that an American investment group is here during the war. So we are all in. We don't wait for the war to end. And we have to work collectively to convince our colleagues, Western colleagues and colleagues from everywhere in the world, that the risk here is mispriced. By the way, this is something that is our expertise. We invest in industries and sectors where risk is mispriced. We have to explain that. We have to explain the real case of this country and that it deserves the risk and the effort, the potential, and what are the next steps. That's the one thing. Something else that is also important is to work with the companies and help them to prepare their projects. And the third one is work with the key stakeholders, including the government, to address all the concerns of the investors, including corruption, rule of law. That's very important for me. I think with that way we can have success, and I'm very optimistic.
Thank you. Sergey, if the Prime Minister would be here, what would you ask for Ukrainian business, from the government, from foreign investors, from the banks? Make a wish. 3 things which is needed. A part of stopping the war, which is, of course, obvious.
I think that rules of law is very important. We need a stable and transparent legislation. It depends on the government for sure. Reduction pressure of the business, which is currently very high, from state authorities like tax administration, like NABU, like BEP. And I think that we need special steps in order to return Ukrainians from abroad. That is very important for our future.
Getting people back to country.
Ukraine, yes.
Thank you. Dmitry, what would you how would you summarize from the bank perspective?
Ну, я в себе ж відніс.
Well, I'm also optimistic. So I also believe that it's incredible potential after the war, investing in agriculture, residential housing. We have black soils. That's what creates a huge potential for investments. And just as well, IT, digital transformation, all of that. We are currently a leader. We were leaders before the large-scale invasion in terms of IT outsourcing, and I believe we had hubs working and still work. Secondly is energy, renewables, of course, considering the situation in Ukraine right now with energy infrastructure damaged and destroyed. These investments have to support recovery. And after the war, I think it's going to be mortgage boom for housing, because we will need to restore a lot of housing, and financial technologies, fintech. In Ukraine is one of the leading countries in fintech. And we see what startups are being created. And I think we should learn from Israel in terms of Miltech. Several projects that attracted venture capital. That's one of the growth points. I think in Ukraine, just as well, for many years, we will support Miltech, and banks will support creating startups and funding. Thank you.
Make us more happier than you already did with Lviv Airport, but at least we have to try to summarize the panel there.
I mean, I think where I am is war risk insurance is difficult, and the capacity is and will remain really limited. And therefore, it will continue to be focused on critical national infrastructure. It requires public-private partnerships. There is limited capacity. So for me, the big challenge is getting the global insurance industry to engage with Ukraine now on general insurance, so that they're starting to work in Ukraine, they have relationships with local insurers and customers in Ukraine, they start to put offices in place. And then when we have peace or violence diminishes, we can scale up quickly to provide the insurance needed to support the investment for rebuild. The one thing I think Ukraine needs to do is it needs to make it a lot easier for international insurance to operate here. We have some fairly Byzantine licensing rules and everything else. And Ukraine, if it wants to get the industry to focus in, it's got to do its bit as well. But I think, if we can get the industry facing in, starting to do general insurance, they'll then be in a position to support the huge investment when violence diminishes or we have peace.
Thank you. We still have time for a couple of questions. And I would ask you to be very precise. Your opinion is very treasurable, but without comments, just straight to the point, please. And then over there. Try one more time.
I'm Alexander Saus from Britmark Insurance Brokers. So I had two questions, but I will ask just one because it can be quite informational for the audience. I'd like to ask Crispin quite predictably. So we do general insurance for large corporate clients, and we have two problems. The first one, we insure them their war risks with local market. Kirill mentioned the sum insured 1 million, which is over optimistic. On his part, it is 800,000 rather.
I just rounded up.
Yeah, yeah. So it's midget, right? And the second problem is those clients which already bought this insurance, and the penetration of the product is amazing because clearly they have a motivation to do to buy every week from us. But they are asking, they are nudging us constantly about those press releases of international organizations about some deal was discussed, some deal was approved, etc., etc. So my question is just factual. At the time of speaking, are there any success stories in solar energy production industry, in predictably real estate industry, in food processing industry? So the brick and mortar industries with international insurance coverage, at least 1, 2, 3 deals were done, or it is still press releases? Thank you.
I mean, I think press releases often come out before the deal is done.
Yeah, in Ukraine, this is usually the case.
No, in industry as well, generally. I think people are optimistic. And so I think there are 1 or 2 deals where international insurers have come in working with IFIs in the real estate. MEGA have done a deal outside Lviv, a real estate deal. You know, there are some, but it's really limited. And, you know, and the problem is, until you can get reinsurance, you're always going to have this really low cap, you know, your 800,000, you know, this, which doesn't meet the market need. And the essential component, I think, is reinsurance. Take war risk out of it, because people won't reinsure war risk. But we need to get that market working. And at the moment, there are some small projects which are doing great work, with DFC providing reinsurance and so on. But it's tiny. Yeah.
Has it done already, except they mentioned deal near Lviv?
Sorry?
Was it done already, except the one you mentioned near Lviv? I mean,
Yeah.
actually.
Very, very, very few. Yeah, very
Thank
few.
you.
As few as we can't remember, except
Well, there's 2 or 3 others in different areas which are smaller. It is minuscule. This is because the market is not supporting Ukraine. And that's a fundamental problem.
you don't remember the other 2?
I can't give you the
I
details.
have a proposal. Let's discuss it after the panel is, you know, personally. We have a question on the left side over there. You have a client waiting for you. Okay,
Thank you so
last
much.
question.
I'm Volodymyr Vlasyuk. I am CEO of Ukraine Industry Expertise. We are dealing with the manufacturing and investing in manufacturing because we believe that's only the way for Ukraine to become richer, stronger, to generate more taxation and so on. So it's very important now to have the war risk insurance in the manufacturer, right? Even in despite the continuance of the war in Ukraine, this process should not be interrupted. So my question is, maybe Lisa, Vasilio, or you, Kristin, I have some experience contacting with the private brokerage in the London. So we have tried to have the war risk insurance for one manufacturing in wood sector, processing of the wood, in the Rivne, let's say. I have heard about the insurance premium about 15%, from 15 to 20. We have started from the 20, then we have managed to decrease to the 15, but no less. So, what is your understanding? What would be the fair premium? Or I understand that we do not have now in Ukraine the fair market for this premium. But what is your understanding? What could be the fair and justice premium rate, for example, if we'll try to make insurance for manufacturing, invest in manufacturing in Ukraine?
Thank you so much. Really short answer because
very quick.
They would like to cut off the electricity.
I don't know what is fair. What you are getting is a market, that's the market premium in a broken market. And that's the problem, is we do not have a proper operating insurance market. You know, and the insurance industry, you know, is not trying at the moment sufficiently hard to build one. But yeah, 15 to 20%. You can always get insurance. It's getting affordable insurance that is the key. And 15 to 20% is normally unaffordable. So that is the consequence of a broken market. And that's what we need to address.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being with us. I provoke you to speak with our speakers during the break. Thank you for being optimistic. Thank you for joining Mr. Nakis and his way in being optimistic about Ukraine. Enjoy the forum. Thank you so much. Let's make a joint picture, please. Sergey.
to Kiev International Economic Forum. Thank you for your punctuality. It looks like all of the guests are already set and ready to start. Our next panel is called From Resilience to Unity, the Power of Leadership. Here we will be speaking about leadership because during the times of crisis, leaders have to play a pivotal role in maintaining resilience and balance in their communities. They not only have to address challenges, but also have to create conditions for recovery and development. We are going to have leaders who represent here a variety of different areas, but what they have in common is that at a particular point in their times, in their lives, in the lives of their countries, they had to explore some of their leadership things. I would like to introduce our participants. Dan Rice, president of the American University KIEF, former officer of the U.S. Army. Hello and welcome. Zoya Litvin is next, founder of Osvitoria NGO and the Novopecherska School. Olena Zubchenko, deputy chairwoman of the management board at Sense Bank. Vsevolod Kozhemyaka, founder of Ergo Trade Group, commander of Khartia volunteer unit, military unit. Serhiy Zhadan, a writer, soldier of the same brigade, Khartia. And joining us online at the end of our panel discussion, it is Metropolitan Boris Gudzyak, Archbishop of Philadelphia and Metropolitan of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the USA. We thank everyone present here with us because gathering all of you in one place, leaders are so very much overburdened. They have to balance multiple challenges. Therefore, it's a great pleasure for us to have you all gathered here on the stage. And to make sure that we have the kind of a warm-up, I would like to start with a brief question. And if I can, let us start the timer. Make sure that you answer within 1 minute. What is leadership personally for you? What are the 3 facets of leadership for you? Mr. Sergiy, let us start with you. The 3 characteristics. Well, good morning, dear friends. Oh, good afternoon already, right? It's hard for me to speak about the 3 characteristics, but yesterday we had a conversation with the sergeants in our brigade. And something that transpired through their conduct and words was the ability to assume responsibility, ability and a willingness to take on the responsibility for the decision-taking, that's something that others will not be willing to do. It's not because others don't have the necessary skills, but people lack resolution. They don't have the ability to take decisions as such, and this ability to be responsible for what you have said and believe in that, I suppose, is one of the quality. Within 40 seconds. Vsevolod, please. After Sergiy, good afternoon. After Sergiy, it's difficult to follow up on that or add anything of value. I will definitely subscribe to everything he has said. The 3 qualities or characteristics will be, first of all, the power to convince, resolution and decisiveness, decisiveness to make something a reality that you have decided to do, and resilience, endurance, because being able to lead people with your example or perform some difficult things, it's always a challenging thing indeed. People are supposed to have to be endurant enough because this is like a marathon running. I will probably repeat what's been said, but let me clarify. For me, the most important thing is about responsibility, about the responsibility of the people around you. Next, it's probably resilience. It's a kind of a different word, but you have to be strong and resilient in your convictions. You have to be confident of being able to change things and ensure both the team and the people around you at the macroeconomic level of the country or the whole world, the implementation of these new values. Thank you. Ms. Olena, I don't know what else can be added because they've spoken responsibility, bravery, something that hasn't been named from my perspective. The 3rd component, again, as far as I go, the main objective for a leader is to be able to grow other leaders. And this is one of the main core things why I work with education. But this is not only about that. It's also about our followers, about the teams that we have to engage with, about the people that we can mentor and support. By doing so, thank you.
Leaderships and how you can describe it in 3 words.
Yes, I think, at American University Kyiv, we're trying to create the future leaders of Ukraine. And, the the most important thing, I think, leadership, a component of leadership is communication, clear and consistent communication. So I think we've seen amazing leadership here in Ukraine throughout the war. President Zelensky, I think, changed the world with 8 words. I don't need a ride, I need ammunition. General Zaluzhny, welcome to hell. That said it all. So clear and consistent communication is so important in leadership. And that's why I think it's so important for all of you to be here, because if every one of you leave here motivated, you can influence the world. This war is the first war in history, I believe, that's been influenced so much by the press and by leaders like yourselves through communication. That's how the Leopard movement started, and the Leopard movement was genius, and that got Leopard tanks, got M1A1s and Leopard tanks. So I think you coming away from this meeting and being inspired and going out there can actually show leadership and change the world.
Thank you, Dan. And I would like to start this panel with you, because I remember when we discussed leadership and what we're going to talk about in this panel maybe 3 weeks ago, you said that you can't wait till American elections, because they are going, whoever wins, they are going to be a new symbol of leadership, and they're going to give a new boost to Ukrainian and American relations. What we saw yesterday, like it or not, it's a clear example of a leadership. So what are your expectations, and what kind of leadership it demands from Ukraine to be on the same level of leadership with with the president-elect?
Yes, a lot of questions about the U.S. election, obviously, so thank you for asking. I personally believe that Ukraine has seen a change in leadership in the United States on July 21st when President Biden withdrew from the election. He has been pushing for more and more support of Ukraine since he backed out. I think he realizes his legacy is Ukraine. And so there have been decisions that have been made since that are very positive for Ukraine, more and more weapons coming in. And I believe that will happen until January 20th when he leaves. I think under the leadership of President Trump, he will have a choice to be greatness, to pursue greatness, similar to like a Ronald Reagan. Legacies are made through what happens internationally, not domestically. He has a chance. I think his 4 key leaders that he chooses will tell us a lot. Secretary of Defense, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor, and CIA Director. And we will learn a lot about his potential positions. They will be making the key decisions, those leaders, and they will make a big impact on Ukraine immediately. I do believe the new National Security Advisor, whoever it is, will be better than the current advisor, who is basically Jake Sullivan, who has been in a tough position, but he has been the one to hold back on weapons due to escalation. He kept saying escalation. I think any new national security advisor will be better, and that will help Ukraine.
And what are your best expectations of the personalities that can be appointed?
I believe the one person that can make the most impact if he is appointed is Mike Pompeo. And Mike's a friend of mine. Mike was CIA director and he was Secretary of State. I'd like to see him be Secretary of Defense. That would be the last of the 3. I think that would really help Ukraine in so many ways. In his experience, both as a congressman and then as a CIA director and then Secretary of State, he understands the international landscape. He realizes this is a world war, that it is not just a single war. It's a combination of Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, all together working against the free nations. And so I think Mike will come in and be strong across the world. With his experience and his leadership, I think Ukraine will be in a much better position.
Having said that, you think that Biden realized that Ukraine is one of his legacies that he wants to leave after he leaves the office. So in that respect, what do you expect from him in the 3 more months to come until the inauguration of the new president?
Well, I think unfortunately one of the policies has been to give Ukraine just enough, but not enough to win. And so that was the policy for 2.5 years. I think as soon as he realized he was leaving office, he escalated basically the number of weapons coming in and making positive decisions. So I think that'll maintain throughout till January 20th. But the impact that he has over the next 75 days is not just, will not end on January 20th, because shipments of weapons that arrive between now and then will still be available for the spring. So I think the United States is pushing more and more in as quickly as possible, and that's incredibly positive for Ukraine. Frankly, it should have happened 2.5 years ago, even before the war, but at least it's happening now.
Thank you very much. Зараз я хочу звернутися.
Now I would like to turn to Vsevolod. Speaking from your experience, all of these sounds, intrusive sounds, can cause a lot of havoc, but everything's okay. We are underground. So during the war, individual leadership, how does that get manifested? We get to hear a lot, and we are aware of the fact that army is all about order, is about being subjugated. So where's the place for leadership in all that? In the army, there should always be a place for leadership, although it's not always visible there. And saying, well, I would say that army is all about order, in particular the post-Soviet army, in particular the way that the Ukrainian army is nowadays. But these paragons of leadership, these sprouts of leaderships, they do come up. They need to be supported and cherished, but at the time when the moment comes, very important in the time of history of a particular country, nation, as we are going through it right now, then some people naturally pop up and they assume responsibility. And with that responsibility, they go and start undertaking very serious things. And the peer has said it very properly concerning cherishing, rearing, nurturing new leaders. When you are also constantly in dynamics doing some proper things, there will always be some people who will find you to support you, who will also take on this responsibility to do the same, but in perhaps some other areas, trying to help you or developing their own projects. So leadership within the army is a critical thing. For example, I know it for myself, and I understand that in the US Army, this is very much fostered and promoted, and there are some specially devised programs to develop all that. However, regardless of the fact that basically we never had this in place, and the historicity of the period that we have been confronted with and that we are going through right now has thrown to the surface the people that have started to resume responsibility. You are someone who went to fight from business. You have a huge experience that you have gained from business. Is it possible when you set up battalions, brigades in the army, is it still possible to apply available business models and follow the same template when you go for the defense forces? Well, business basically is all about administrative processes. That's definitely what the army needs, yes. And this is in the primary role of business is in many ways it's something that business does in a perfect way. And that's indispensable in the army too, administering processes. Understandably, you're not going to have any interest, not any return on something, but the return or interest that you gain in the army is something drastically different. The enemy destroyed, for example. And in fact, the snag or the problem of the armies, inefficient armies, units in particular, lies in the fact that nobody counts money. If you begin to count money, you immediately begin, this dawns on you how to act properly. And I suppose there is a very direct correlation, and I have become aware of that myself. The efficiency comes when you begin to utilize money efficiently. Can you provide any illustrations? Well, this would be pretty cynical. I wouldn't like to cite any such examples. Go ahead, please. Well, provisionally speaking, first of all, when performing certain missions or rules, when you train people, it's all about a low level of losses, because losses for the country, you understand that in terms of budget burden, is going to be way too much. When we, for instance, take how much funding goes to training a particular soldier, as opposed to how much goes to a hero who dies. I mean, these things are incomparable. We cannot somehow collate them. So the philosophy of these things have to be changed, and the ratio has to be changed. And basically, when you take decisions, let alone logistics, this is a separate story. Even when it goes down to the battlefield, within your command and control center, the person who's responsible, battle cap, when he sees the enemy and taking the decision about how to defeat the enemy, how to engage the enemy, they can take the decision, for instance, to do that with less efficiency, but using something more expensive like artillery, and you may go amiss at the first shot, and that'll take a couple of shots will go to waste. So a shell of 155 millimeters is about $4,000 per each shell. On the contrary, you can also apply a drone, which is much cheaper and which can definitely hit within the ballpark figure of 80%. And then it's up to the commander. And they have to see the situation for themselves. So there is very direct dependency in taking decisions about such critical things. You have also told me that to your division, to your department come the people, some guys who have already achieved a particular cap of leadership fulfillment in their areas. And now they cannot develop anymore due to different lacks that you have spoken about, that lack of transparency in decision-making, lack of managerial decisions. So how can you manage these leaders, the people who are capable of doing some things on their initiative? Well, the commander of the brigade is in charge of these leaders. I'm not the one. In order to manage and guide leaders, you have to be a strong leader yourself. But if you yourself lead people, guide them, if you keep developing yourself in ways, if you understand what it's all about, then leaders will naturally help you and you will help them. All you need is just to provide them a bit more freedom, a little more freedom of reign for maneuver, and they will do it themselves. But things to do with orders, etc., leaders learn very quickly. They're quick in uptake, and they pick up this hierarchy very quickly. They become very savvy about that. But leaders are usually the ones who are clearly mindful of results. They're goal setters and goal achievers, which is why, as you have properly put it, we take on the people who have achieved some invisible ceiling in their development. And commanders most of the time are more in favor of the process, whereas these guys, they're more responsible for the fruits. And if the result is not good enough, then the commander will definitely be punishable. Therefore, this is how we need to continue. Something else that I've just remembered from our previous conversation, a lot of young people crave to get to your place, people who are 18, 19-year-olds, who would like to take decisions concerning the defense of the country for themselves, the ones that want to volunteer. Can you tell us about these passionate young leaders who come to your brigade? What makes them special and distinctive? It's very easy to work with such guys. These passionate individuals that come to us and who want to get involved and who want to be helpful and useful for the country. All it takes is to teach them how to do it, because dying is so easy, so quick, but basically you need to teach them how to kill, how to be precise and accurate. So you need to teach them and curb and contain perhaps their initial willingness to dash somewhere, to run like crazy, but instead calm them down, to make them down to earth and begin to take in things gradually, because the main idea during the war is not to be hasty. This is the ground rule, and that's something that you need to be compliant with. But high-quality commanders, they're pretty much like mentors. They guide people, they see people, they realize where to apply these people, how to sometimes contain these people on the one hand, and in some other places perhaps to provide them with the free reign, some freedom. Unfortunately, not everyone wants to take some time or waste, as they think, time for that, and they just give orders. And sometimes these are tall orders. They're impossible to be fulfilled, and in such way we'll lose some of the best countrymen. the people who would be extremely useful not only during the war but in post-war time. Thank you very much. Ms. Zoya, we have just heard it from Mr. Vsevolod that young people need training. But young people also need to be imparted with knowledge, the knowledge and skills that Ukrainians need in the 21st century. Unfortunately, they turn out to be the ones that all speak in favor of being able to defend themselves. Like I heard it from a military officer. This was a figurative phrase that at school right now, the main thing, the two subjects matter. It's the defense of Ukraine and the history of Ukraine. The ability to the skill to die is the ability to defend yourself and knowing who to kill, not talking about the history, but talking about the fundamental knowledge and skills in order to be victorious over your enemy with the help of technologies, better organization. However, along with that, making sure that our children are not like what Russia is doing to our children in the occupied territories, like kids being militarized, setting up these units of young army. Where do you see your contribution to maintaining the balance, striking the balance, to ensure that our children graduate from schools as clever patriots, smart patriots? Wow, what a tricky question, so complex at the same time. Well, I would start by saying that in education, the situation number one is all about mitigating educational losses. Because in order to work with the young people, they have to be intrinsic part of the system. They need to have the proper access to this education. However, nowadays, a third of Ukrainian children don't have the full access to that because the schools don't have shelters, or they are way too close to the front line, and they can only study online. And this is a failure, in many ways. So the educational task number one is to ensure that they do have this access to education. When this technical issue is troubleshot, then we have to understand what quality education this should be. And all of the leaders and employers know very well that 80% of employability, that is attractiveness of a particular girl or boy for an employer, is soft skills. This is not so much about the hard skills, but the ability to communicate, something that my peers have already mentioned, understanding your own leadership potential, how to express that, how to interact with others, etc. Now, it's also a super important task to take care of your own security. The fellow speaker has just said that the main idea in the army is not to make haste. The same happens in education. We need to strike this balance between ensuring that our children can still have some childhood, regardless of all of the dreadful circumstances that they find themselves in. Along with that, educational system is not supposed to be a greenhouse, because our reality is the military, the war reality. Therefore, the course, the protection of the country, we have this as a subject, but it's not about how to kill. It's supposed to be about how to protect, defend ourselves. So it's not like a shooting range. It's supposed to be about security, cybersecurity, about being able to pilot drones. A core part of it is supposed to be about medical assistance, providing first aid, and now our kids are beginning to learn the basics of tech med, because this is a ground reality. Well, not all Ukrainian children are doing that. I have studied this issue, and in KIEF, unfortunately, at the city level, they haven't approved this program yet, but in other towns and cities, yes, you're right. Have you already included that in your curriculum as a subject? Yes, even prior to the full-scale invasion. But one more point to make in the context of education. You have alluded to Russia. We are moving so differently. Their propaganda is already such a cross-cutting issue in the education. The colleague has already alluded to President Reagan. He had a fantastic phrase when they began to complain in Pentagon for underfunding Pentagon instead of sending funding to education. He said, if you think that national security issues are resolved in Pentagon, you are very much mistaken. This decision is being this problem right now is being tackled at the school desks right now. So to be able to uphold the educational front, we need to make a lot of effort. You have already mentioned Young Army in Russia. At the national level, they'll have a mandatory initiative which is called the Talk About the Important Things. And every week the children are indoctrinated, because 80% of this program consists of why the special military operation was inescapable. It was inevitable, why it affects every Russian child, why everybody must write a letter to the Russian military personnel And the children in the occupied territories also have to do it as a must, because everything is like a propaganda machine. They are also collected at assimilation camps to Crimea, for example, in the territory of Russia, for them to be retrained. And this propaganda is very efficient. And if we take a look at the new history book that was launched this year, they have added 17 new units. Let me quote the last 3 of them. Collusion or plot of the West against Russia. Ukraine as a neo-Nazist country, and the last thing, Russia is the country of heroes. And this is something that every child in Russia is learning right now, and we also have to be mindful of that. However, if we talk about security issues right now and about the long-term prospect of that, we have to be aware of the fact that nowadays it's only the countries whose citizens think critically, who can distinguish propaganda from the truth, those that can be flexible, agile, and creative, and those that are courageous enough to utilize all of these qualities are winning. They are at the spear of today's modernity, and our superpower is all about that. When talking about our eastern neighbors, they have destroyed in the last 10 years the civil society sector. And when we regard Ukraine as opposed to that, over the last 20 years, civil society has been a powerful force to motivate people to get changed. It has been a driver for numerous reforms. How do you assess the capacity of this civil society sector, especially during the last 3 years?
I'd say it's rather a quantum leap, because before that, civil society sector was a donor of political leaders, public administration, those who could scale up the new approaches and positive changes, whereas the last 3 years, the situation has catalyzed. Because of the funding, to be open, because my area, education, was always underfunded. Some industries were a little more lucky. But this emergence of big international programs, partners, that is the amount of funds that have to be quickly reoriented to resolve crisis problems. So I think civil society sector has so much progress over this period. They have different benchmarks, and I remember organizations on the auditor's report. And our civil society sector teaches organizations in other countries and continues to be the donor for other leaders of economy. Well, talking about relations between civil society sector and the state, has this transformed? Have they become partners, or there is this light competition or misunderstanding, sometimes even clashes? Well, I'm competent to talk about education more. What can I say? With the emergence of big grant donor programs, it was sad to see that our organizations, between themselves, they had some competition, which was completely wrong. And now the situation is improving, where people start finding agreement and consensus. Let's not overlap and duplicate programs and projects. Let's be unique. Let's distribute to our zones of expertise. Now, if we talk about cooperation of public sector with the state, I've been in education system since Tabachnik was minister. And if you're ready to suggest assistance to the government, some star that they will put into a press release, then nobody would stand in your way. It's most important is nobody is, creating problems for you. So you give us, you let us do our work. If we can scale up something, the government is always ready to support that. Right, thank you. Talk about the role of the institutions and state and role of specific people who, in difficult times, who took it upon themselves to have responsibility. Well, and I would like you to tell us what really happened inside, considering what we've seen from the outside, like February 24th, when the large-scale invasion started. Many different decisions that they have to make to go somewhere. But the question was number one was always that you had to have money for that. And we say that there were lines standing to the ATMs, but the money was there. Everything did work. Buttons got pushed. The money was transferring and nothing stopped. And not because we have great smartphones, but because there were people performing this work, maintaining. And we don't know much about their heroic deeds. So how was it? I was in Privatbank when the large-scale invasion started. And it was a moment, I think it was important that we had unity of the team. We're all communicated. Just as well, there was unity of the state banks. I was from the Ministry of Finance. I was the curator of all public banks. But it's important in these difficult times to get together, to contact with each other. And just as well with National Bank, with the Ministry of Finance. Of course, there was a reform, international monetary funds, World Bank. There were mechanisms, but that's not enough. So it's a question of people. And we decided, as a bank, because we needed to help people in the first place, businesses second, because people were relocating, and I'm so happy that people got their initiatives. Sometimes there was a case where we asked the people to evacuate, and people understood their responsibility. So in Bucha we had a fantastic team. Everything was okay with them. I'm happy about it. But when that one friend told me later how they escaped, I don't know how they did it. But if it's personal for you, when you take it personal, when you're not alienating people, then intuitively you can run through dangerous times. So, when did you have the respite after this stressful time? When you realized that it's done? Well, I think summer this year, I started to realize what was happening. I did not leave Bucha. I stayed, but I understood it's my land, and I told everybody it's gonna save me. It's my. So if I'm needed, then. So it was a protective mechanism. I think many of us have found it in ourselves. So emotionally, we might not understand how difficult it is and how unexpected it is. Nobody could think that a life of a person in this century, after, that it could come to this, that a certain public space doesn't understand that a human life is the most important. So, because of the heavy losses, and we get attacked every day, maybe the the value of human life has become less valuable. No, it's a difficult thing. You get nerves of steel to survive, and sometimes you kind of lock your heart against negative feelings. But then how do you get out of this? to learn to tolerate this pressure, well, we have to learn to teach each other. So after the professional challenge to keep Privatbank afloat in the first weeks and months, the nationalization of Alpha Bank that became a Sense Bank was a smaller challenge. You had some experience already from previous stress periods. Well, I was during the nationalization of Privatbank in 2016, but I was a bit later, in 3 months. I didn't see the critical things because I had quite a lot of experience after that in the Ministry of Finance. I thought it would be easier when we did the nationalization, when I joined the team, but it turns out it's more difficult because people are more difficult. The system itself was pretty simple. It was differently. It was in KIEF. The situation in Dnipro was different. It was a separate state, so to say. You had to reach there before you can do anything. But as for relations with people, citizens who worked, the children and parents, that was a bit challenging. And I think you don't have to underestimate that. We think that we are experienced, but life gives you some more that you didn't have. So thank you so much. We'll get to that. Sergey, I wanted to ask you, how can you explain what is leadership in art? Can you be a leader in art? How different it is from other areas of life that we discussed on this discussion? Or is there not much difference? Can I say a few about other things now? You started an interesting topic with Vsevolod. I would like to continue it, because I think it's more related to our topic. It's about the army and what's happening there. Right, okay, I agree. But before, just answer my short question. What, for you, would be more difficult in terms of leadership? To go to the army or to think that you can get a crowd of people as a writer? Well, of course, more scary to have a crowd, because I got mobilized in the brigade that were my friends, and I trust them. So you said that the army is order, but I think discipline is clear, but the obedience, that's more about Soviet army. What we're building now, what we're trying to build within our brigade, like Hartia, and not only our brigade is doing that. So they want to transform. They're talking about NATO standards, about something concrete. And it's not about obedience, it's about obedience, it's about cooperation, cooperation between commanders, officers, and COs. So that gives the opportunity to have leaders. There's a popular phrase that everybody keeps repeating, that an army is a mirror of society. But at the same time, many people who say it, they're looking at this mirror, idealizing it. Like, oh, this is some abstract army, they're the best people, best citizens, and we will support them, more or less. But it's happening somewhere. It's outside. Whereas it's precise, and the army nowadays indeed is a mirror with all the negative and positive things, with rudimentary things and new things. And that's the transformation. So I think it's great to see the positive changes. I remember the meeting with sergeants. For me, it was very important to see several dozen sergeants in the brigade. These are all guys, some 30 years, everyone. However they could be, if it wasn't for the war, would they be managers of a team of people? I don't know. They're all not military. They all started becoming military when the large-scale invasion started. So we're talking about leadership and leaders, and often we don't understand what do we mean, whom do we mean. So if we take our latest decade of history, so cultural leadership, political leadership, it's usually either a person that had political capital or financial capital, or there was this capital created for it. But now we're in the turbulent zone where these leadership qualities are identified very quickly, and a person discovers quickly something that they never did before. And now we have the generation of people that are 40, 50, 30 years, 40 years, and they take those functions that they never had before. And it's very interesting, because these are people like, some people say the military will go back from war and get some order in the country. Well, it doesn't mean anything. The new generation that emerged because of this war, they are ready to take on the destiny of the country. It's about the military, it's about civilians that are here in the behind the front line. They do the new models in business and social sphere, and I think that's interesting to discuss. Sergei, why, when you talk about different capitals that leaders could have, you didn't mention social capital? Do you think that it doesn't work in Ukraine? No, I don't think it doesn't work, but it's just an obsolete model. It's called moral leaders, leaders of opinion. Usually it's people who are assuming that they have an influence, but they don't in reality. So when we talk about young commanders or young business people who are inventing the new economy from scratch, these are the people who don't need to be publicized. They don't need public opinion, but their leadership is real, because it is something that they really do. It is something that they really engage in. Right, Sergei. So when you say that the war forms new leaders in different levels, so we had this attempt back in year 13. What about the future? How do you bring these leaders to power? Well, that is a question that is no more relevant. They will reach the power themselves. I don't think you need to support them using old media mechanisms. Sorry, nothing personal, but or political or economic. So I think Ukraine has an evolutionary way to leave that concept of party leaders, oligarchy leaders, and other things that Ukraine from the 90s and 2000s were connected to. Somehow by this harsh experiment that we are part of right now, because of the bloody, terrible things that are happening, so we have to change, because otherwise it's suicide. We only lose if we don't change. And then nothing changes. But otherwise, new models await us, new policies and economic policies and cultural policies await us. Right, this is an interesting perspective. I want to talk to the panelists. Do you believe that Ukraine will evolve to a different perception of political culture, political attitude to policies? Because I think in 2014 we also had these this idealization that the warriors will come to the power and with some order, but they didn't create a powerful union. Do you agree with Sergei that this war is going to change political culture? It can. To what extent it will change? I think each time we thought it was going to be much faster. If you look at historically what was happening, like me personally, I believe that it's going to be faster. But then I started to be more pragmatic and realized that maybe we're broken now so much that it's so difficult, it's so hard to achieve everything. This evolution is so difficult. So it will change, but how? And I think this is where it's very important so that each of us would understand that they are responsible and tolerate the old ways not. That's where public opinion is important. So we need some kind of leadership in intellectual elite somehow. So there has to be public opinion that influences and speeds up the processes. So in several, do you want to? Yeah, I agree. I don't think it's an evolutionary way right now that is happening, because there are such immense tests, and I think comparison with the 2014 is far-fetched. It's not relevant to what's happening right now. It's much more dramatic what's happening now than what was there before. And I think this generation, which is being born due to these events, is going to be capable of much more, I think. And I wouldn't talk about parliament now. It's about public civil society and proactive population, proactive people that are outside parliament. Because without the impact, without the pressure from the ground up, without creating the models that will have influence on politicians, there will be no change. Even if the best people come to the parliament, we saw them sitting there and feeling okay and forgetting about everything. Yeah, Parliament. It's an interesting conversation. I would like to say just one thing. Why I think it's not correct to compare this current situation with the 2014. Not because the war now is total and it's about everyone, all regions, unlike what was there starting in 2014, but because we often are unaware of one thing. Time is linear, and in these 10 years, a new generation, the first generation of children of independence grew up. Children who grew up in independent Ukraine. We underestimate this importance of institutional base. So these children, from the beginning, they had a Ukrainian education. They lived in the reality of Ukrainian state. It wasn't like broken generation that was first it was communist and then it was in Ukraine transitioned. So it's a completely different thing with all the caveats, but it's a different situation. And now the children have grown up. They're 30 years old now, and they take responsibility. They become leaders. You don't have to make them leaders. They are. They are already in the conditions where you either survive and you become a leader, or you have no chance. So your colleague in Khartia started saying about population, and we talk about electorate. How do you change the electorate and their attitude? Because we have the stereotype, if you talk about political ambitions, if you want to go there, it's perceived like, oh, you want to get some gains, not to be a leader, to take responsibility to what will be happening in the state. I can bet that the trust and popularity and respect to Sergei Zhadan here, as a writer, as a military servant, can be nullified after you go into politics. That's why I'm not doing it. But how do you change it? How do we get new leaders if people like you don't go into politics? And only bad people go into politics. How do we change anything with that? If you have an idea, please, I think only through education and proper upbringing, imprints, the values, the communication, and the family. Because we all say it's school and kindergarten, but whether the family is doing enough in upbringing of the next population. Right, Sergei and Elena, they picked up all my topics about education. I can share an interesting example. It's a very practical example, but you can find it interesting. A school is one of the large-scale educational projects. It's been for 10 years now, and the first year it's a Canadian team. So there were elections into student parliament. For me, it was a representative of our Ukrainian experience, where students had creative campaigns. They had these messages and slogans: "We'll do away with the uniform. Organize this, organize that." There were attempts at collusion, etc. But then, when they selected the students' council, they came and they showed what is expected from them. This is expected. This is their thing now. They can't do away with the form because it's not part of it. And then it only came down to 3 meetings, but only after 7 years of this gradual work, bringing up these leaders, that's only when it works. So people who are interested, this initiative is growing, and they can only do that through Pornhub. But it's mental change, mental transformation. It takes long. But if a question when it's going to happen, evolution or non-evolution, this is not evolutionary way. This is revolutionary through the large-scale invasion. And how important it is to have young leaders, we also mentioned that. But because of this revolution, we have a filter of who's remaining in the country. And I think everyone who's working 24/7, their vote with their life to Ukraine, they are optimistic, healthy optimism, and they are brave enough to take responsibility.
Quite a different political culture in the United States. Your politicians, lawmakers are not being hated by your population by default, like they are in Ukraine. So how have you achieved this?
Well, I think right now there are some politicians that are hated in America today. But I do think we have some great leaders in the U.S. that are selfless, that are doing it for the right reason, many of them. Some of them, unfortunately, no. We have the same problems, I think. For us at American University Kyiv, one of the things we want to do to bring to Ukraine is the American style of teaching. And we hope that will help in many ways, in business, but also in democracy. And so the American style of teaching is much more interactive than previously, and I'm going by what my team has told me, but the previous education system here, more Soviet-style didactic, where the professors talk at students and don't interact as much. We're much more interactive. We want the students to challenge the professors, and the professors are there for the students. So that hopefully will create better leaders that are more thoughtful, able to tackle difficult challenges, but also be respectful of authority. So that's one of the things we're trying to bring. Just as an aside, one of the things we're trying to do to make them better leaders, prepared for the workforce when they go out to work for Ukraine, is we're giving internships abroad, and we sent 18 interns to the United States and to UK this summer on paid internships to JP Morgan, Blackstone, Doka. Next year we want to do 200 interns, and so we hope that when they graduate from American University Kyiv, they're much better leaders for the experiences that are being provided.
Дуже вам дякую.
Thank you. I would never quote Russian media, but now in the context of what I heard from you, I would like to do it, because I met this opinion where, starting from year 14, Russian educators said that the biggest challenge in working with Ukrainian children was, that's their interpretation, that our Ministry of Education were managed by American methodologists, and the system started to rebuild itself, that a child can contradict the teacher, can ask a question, they can have a different opinion, and the Russian system of education has to give the Ukrainian children to understand that the authority is the highest value, that the teacher is the utmost authority. So, speaking through to power, having integrity, Ukraine has progressed because our adversary says so. Thank you for this discussion. We we have another guest.
Вас добре чуємо, так, і
Yes, we can hear you very well, loud and clear, and all of our audience can also see you clearly. Metropolitan Boris Gudzyak joining us online, the Metropolitan of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the USA. Something that we would like to discuss with you after we have had this conversation with our panelists, and we'll also have a Q&A session, by the way, with our audience. So, dear panelists, get ready for that. What makes an individual a leader? In their place, at their spot, in their workstation, regardless of their occupation, because not everyone can go for a particular discovery. Not everyone will become a hero of Ukraine or a Nobel Prize winner. So what can make one a leader? You see, there are different types of leadership. There are Donald Trumps, Elon Musk's, that enjoy a great deal of attention, bask in their attainments. But the question is this leadership is to help people? Is this helpful to the general humanity? Time definitely will show and testify to that. But for me, leadership must always be exploited for the sake of good. It must always be of moral dimension, must always contain this moral dimension. It's supposed to underscore the human dignity which has been given to us of God. People have to understand the dignity of their fellow humans, and thus they will realize their own dignity. So leadership has to foster solidarity. A good leader is to work in a subsidiarity way, that is, recognizing the talents, skills, and creativity of other people, even those people who hierarchically are subjected to them, report to them. And leadership is also supposed to act in the best interests and for the good of everyone. So these are the main 4 principles of the Catholic social doctrine, something that we teach within our social programs. So human dignity, something that we've been able to testify during different Maidans when people got together and thousands of people would turn into leaders. We were able to see our nation growing at solidarity, or it has already garnered a great deal of recognition and acknowledgement for that in the world. Our army has been working based on the principle of subsidiarity. Both the guys and the girls on the front line didn't have to wait every single time for a command or an order to come to them somewhere from the top. This was at least the distinction that we experienced at the beginning of this full-scale invasion, the distinction between the Russian and the Ukrainian armies. And our action, our leadership, our cooperation, our communication is to act in the best interests and fostering the good for everyone. There are some leaders that stand at the helm, that spearhead, or they stand up on the shoulders of other people, like Hitler's and Stalin's. Nowadays, we have a lot of political leaders who are real autocrats, who just work seeking their own gain, who want to be at the center stage, and perhaps they're gaining what they're seeking. But from the standpoint of eternity, from the perspective of the broad base and long term, this can hardly be named a good example of leadership. Thank you very much indeed for this answer. Something else I would like to question you about From your perspective, what do you think leadership is rewarded and the lack of leadership, how can that be punished? Well, it heavily depends also on different circumstances. Good leadership is rewarded with peace and true happiness. That is, a leader who upholds others, who fosters and creates this kind of general goodness and happiness, is not only does not only feel responsible, but also extremely delighted, does nothing better but infuse life, making others enthusiastic, making people to tap into their own potential and feel their own fulfillment. Within good systems, where laws unfortunately fail, healthy laws that would preserve the above-mentioned principles. There are leaders who unfortunately are forced to leave their positions, and they're ousted from these positions, regrettably. Numerous issues persist, and they can be resolved only through the perspective of eternity. Sadly or fortunately, there are a great number of people who will never experience justice at the hands of leaders in this world. I often get myself thinking about our brothers and sisters who died during the Great Famine time in the 1930s, or the people who lost all of their property, all of their legacy, their households, their limbs and lives during this time of war. This is also a consequence of horrendous leadership, not only because of President Putin, but the whole generation of the Russian colonialists who have passed on the spirit of colonialism and imparted that in the nation of Russia and infused their culture with that. Not everything is punishable within the dimensions of history. However, God's judgment will also come. These are huge issues which are not that easy to tackle. All right. Then let me ask you one more question about leadership and the church. I beg your pardon ahead of time if my questions seem to sound wrongly or stereotypical from your perspective, because more often than not, people, due to the lack of their own leadership or unwillingness to assume responsibility and start active, will always say, well, God will identify, it's all in the hands of God. But when you say to people, you need to act, you need to fight, you need to take the first step, in response, what you hear is, we need to turn to God more frequently. So how would you take this response of these people? How would you answer this category of people? So what is the connection between this kind of responses and leadership? Well, I don't think that sincere guiding and instructing people who speak like that is the biggest problem. If people are sincere, it's right. There's nothing wrong about that. That we have to rely on God. We have to pin our hopes on God and trust in God. But when we speak about moral upbringing, there is still a precautions concerning excessive trust that people may place in God. When they don't want to do anything, they just sit idle on their hands. And moral theology presupposes, and people will always say so, of course you pray to God, but you also lay your hands on different things and start acting. So spiritual life and true interaction with the living God is in no way to make us irresponsible. Although, however, there are some different pseudo-spiritualities, spiritual depression, as we may refer to it, when people get despondent, different people find themselves at different points in lives when people get depressed by and totalitarian systems in many ways catered for the creation of such situations, and unfortunately this sometimes may even persist within the church. But the majority of authentic believers that I know, on the contrary, they trust God, and from that they get such a lot of inspiration that makes them never to get despondent, never be down in the dumps. They believe in eternity. That's why they are not fearful of the death that might come any moment. They are ready to sacrifice themselves, put their lives on the line, and be able to sacrifice even the nearest for the sake of the principles that we have mentioned. Mr. Metropolitan, thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much for joining us today. This morning, not many people have been able to go to the church today due to different air-raid attacks that we have suffered from, but once again, we have heard a lot of wonderful words that you have said to us. Thank you very much indeed. So once again, Metropolitan Boris Gudzyak has just been with us online. Thank you for your resilience and steadfastness. I think that everyone is very pensive right now, but still, we would like to hear some questions from the audience members, and raise your hand and get the mic before you pose your questions. Good afternoon. My name is Vasyuk Volodymyr. I'm in charge of a research company, and we get with different issues of industrialization. However, right now we are more into humanitarian issues, and such cool questions have been just raised. Something that Ms. Zoya has spoken about, the history subject, and the way that Russians teach history right now. Something that Ukrainians, unfortunately, were never aware of, and it's when this threat comes to their land, they begin to react to that. So this kind of event, which is right now during this war, it's supposed to change us as a nation. So we have referred to Putin, to Mr. Reagan. So my question is there a history book in Ukrainian which carries a fantastical answer to all of the things that we have already addressed today? There's a lot of interest in Ukraine, but can we answer the question who Ukrainians are? It seems to me that we are still unaware of the specific answer to this question. This is question one. Second question, do you see this textbook on history developed in Ukraine? Because somehow it seems to us that history is largely ignored right now. We are talking about the struggle to be able to communicate to the whole world of what Ukrainians are. Is anyone engaged in creating such textbooks? And brief questions to Sergei and his fellow mate. What makes the Ukrainian army different from the army of the enemy? Something which is a core that we are supposed to foster and develop further, something that concerns leadership and interacting with other humans. Something which is of principal difference. I understand the first question was related to me. Yes, your question is really comprehensive. In order to obtain one history book, to be able to project everything that relates to our common historical memory, we need to engage in first a dialogue and then come up with a consensus concerning our historic memory. So I can honestly tell you we don't have such a history book available, but there are some people, leaders, those who are already beginning to talk about these issues, raise these issues, and try to make sure that we arise at the same denominator concerning our national identity, because once again there is a great multiplicity of opinions. Mechanically speaking, people's education or training isn't done by books. It's something that our neighbors think and believe in. People are trained by what they see, what they hear, whatever happens around them. So being Ukrainian is not only about history, but it's also about maths, physics, language. The main idea is to have the educators nearby that will be guided by these principles and will support such kids. By the way, interestingly, numerous teachers volunteered to go and to the front line, and the greatest number of school teachers that joined the army were history teachers. I wanted to say that history book is not something that we need to live by. It's not the only thing that we need to live by. Culture overall, films, historic films, they are perceived very well, culturally speaking. If you sit at the table, you give them some exhibitions to see, some cartoons to watch, and it begins to shape the kids from inside. This identity begins to express itself more broadly. Of course, a lot heavily depends on your parents, because whatever the textbook may be that you are taught from at school, but when you come home and your parents don't express themselves as leaders, for example, they only communicate in Russian, not in Ukrainian, then it will be hard for these kids to go to school and identify themselves as Ukrainians. With reference to the army things, leadership is something which is a distinction between us, and we need to develop it further, because the enemy's army is based on harsh discipline. The discipline they have in place is based on the fear of death. Their commanders have certain powers which commanders in our army have none, because this is completely impermissible for us. There, the commander is in his full right. If an order is not complied with, they can apply arms against such people. We know about that perfectly well when we take people prisoner, and we have a lot of evidence to speak in favor of such a position. So treating people in the humane way, and they treat people as animals to a large extent. Regrettably, we also have such cases in place that persists within our forces too, and we need to eradicate that. And I suppose this is our main advantage, and that's something that we need to keep contributing to. Although it may appear like it undermines discipline, but it doesn't undermine, because leaders can discipline themselves, that's all. I'm not very savvy about what happens within the Russian army, how they are guided or motivated by only the things which are there in the public space and domain, but can we shape my opinion like this? Something that distinguishes the Ukrainian army as of today, and this is once again from the standpoint of communication as a member of our brigade and not only. It seems to me this is characteristic and maybe not 100% typical of us, but anyway, our fighters, soldiers, and non-commissioned officers, etc., even in the terms and conditions of this war, they still want not to lose themselves, not to get lost in this brutal war. They still are very clearly mindful of how they want to end this war, what they want themselves to be at the end of this war. They have a clear image of how they will continue this life after this war. So this war hasn't deprived them of their self-identity. They continue being involved in different kinds of processes, and they want to integrate their leadership in that. So when you continue talking to such people, so you see that they keep planning for themselves. It's not pink-tainted image of life. They understand that it will be hard, but they want to preserve their own lives, their own values and principles. Why? To make sure that when they get back to the civic life, they want to be with the people that matter for them, that matters for them enormously. So this humane self-preservation may sound very lofty, but we get to notice this very frequently. Taras Litashenko, a representative of the private sector. Well, this is pretty much of a humanitarian conversation that we are engaged in. I would like to address everyone. You are talking as if this is something wrong. No, on the contrary. Ms. Zoya has just mentioned the spring of 2022 as one of the best periods, despite all odds. At that time, everyone wanted to contribute as best as they could. It was scary on the one hand. It was such an acute concern and anxiety. We didn't have problem paying taxes at the time, though I think it was one of the best periods for us to go through in a certain way, for us all as well as for the whole society. On the other hand, we are speaking about leadership and future. We keep talking about changes, evolvement, transformation, moving ahead, etc. So my question is, wouldn't you like changes, to make some changes back, to get back to the time of spring 2022? If so, how can that be achieved? Well, sometimes it crosses my mind as a leader, as a manager, that I have to be more stern, harsher, maybe due to the environment that I'm engulfed in. It's something that mobilizes you and the people around you. And you get yourself thinking, well, perhaps this is something that makes you a superhuman and maybe basically unite all of us, this being self-critical when it brings a situation to a head and something that gives you a boost to get changed, but it doesn't seem to be very right. On the other hand, we need to understand what we are capable of. You see, back then we united. We could assume this responsibility, we could join efforts with others. So we just need to remember that and be conscious of the fact that we can implement it even in normal situations. It's possible to do it in the state of normalcy, not only during the times of emergencies. So the public opinion, within the public opinion, each and every one of us needs to feel responsible for that. If I may also present my personal opinion, no, I wouldn't like us to slide back to the time of spring 2022, because although during 2022 we got stronger and more resilient and we obtained lots of important lessons that we cannot deny, however, two things that we specifically lack is the potential, the strength, the internal resources that we had in the early 2022. For that, of course, we need to learn how to care about ourselves and how to uphold this resource, understand how we can maintain our teams. Another thing, this is the cohesion that was incredible at that time that you have mentioned, when the enemy was clearly visible. That's something that also contributes to creating our national identity. Nowadays, due to this impossibility, not so much to exert influence on the external enemy, we begin to search for internal enemies, but that's something that we can still work with. But still, I'm reluctant to slide back to 2022, but I'm still sometimes nostalgic of that time. Clearly, I do not understand changes for the going back to the past. Still, I do not understand. Meaning, how can you learn to mobilize even though the enemy is not besieging Kiev? No, I wouldn't like us to get back to that time, because I don't want to relive again this a dreadful experience. All of those horrible moments of life that we have collectively gone through. We have already made a lot of conclusions and we have taken it on. We have moved on. That's why it's definitely not an option for us to get back to. Well, changing things, of course, it's a good thing. I don't know whether we need to get back anywhere in time and how much back in time we have to go. I would endeavor to answer this question in a philosophical and humanitarian way. In this case, the question is whether we would like to get back in time. It sounds pretty much like you're an individual stepping into the ice-cold water, trying to cross this river, and you're in the middle of the river, and they're saying to you, would you like to get back? Because it was warm, it was dry, you were not dry, you were not shivering with cold. Somebody would like perhaps to get back to the shore where you started from, but I think it's much more desirable for us to reach the opposite bank as soon as possible to get the shore, and it's impossible for us to get back to the previous bank. Thank you very much, Sergei, for the brilliant ending that you have presented to our panel discussion. I thank all of the panelists. Thank you very much for your attention, for the involvement of the audience, for your brilliant questions. Thank you, and see you soon.
присвяченню європейської інтеграції і максимізації економічного ефекту. Будь ласка, спікери, займайте свої місця. А можна трохи голосніше зробити мікрофон? Да, тому що...
We are just about to begin our session. Please, speakers, take up your seats. Take whichever seats you want while we still have some free spaces available. Well, so dear friends, dear colleagues, thank you for this opportunity to present myself here as a moderator year in and out. For me, this is the 6th annual Economic KIEF Forum. We have always had lots of interesting topics to moderate. However, today I'm honored to moderate a highly difficult but so badly needed topic for our country, European integration and possible consequences, as well as securing our economic interests after the economic integration of Ukraine to the EU. I am Mikhailo Bednurian, specialist in trade, head of the European Integration Committee at the Federation of Employers of Ukraine, and we deal a lot with bilateral trade and trade with the EU in particular. Today we have fascinating speakers, very multifaceted. We have both the representatives of the state and business. And naturally, we also have a chief of the delegation, European Union ambassador to Ukraine. So let us get it underway. Let me introduce our speakers first. Alexander Ilkov, head of the Chief Executive Office of Metinvest Group, Ms. Katerina Maternova, European Union ambassador to Ukraine, Yevgen Osipov, CEO of Kernel, Serhiy Tkachuk, acting head of the State Service of Ukraine on Food Security and Consumer Protection. We have with us 3 business companies, and we suppose that about 150,000 employees work for this company. They have more than $80 billion in return. So Yuri Melnik, Deputy Executive Director and Sustainable Development Director of MHP, Evgeny Osipov, as I have already introduced, Chief Executive Officer of Kernel Company, and Alexander Vodovis, head of Metinvest Group. So we will be speaking about the role of the government in preserving our economic possibility for the country, the challenges for businesses, and the homework for both the government and the business, how to mitigate losses and to maximize and capitalize on everything that comes your way, every opportunity. We will have 3 blocks of questions, and if we have some time left, which is hardly manageable for us to do, still we will enable a Q&A session. But time is really short. We only have 1 hour, 10 minutes available. So let's begin. For a warm-up, let me share a slight illustration of certain consequences as a result of European integration for the economies of European countries, the Baltic states, Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. After they entered the EU, the share of the GDP of these countries declined sharply. For example, in Latvia, that declined by 15% in the first 3 years of membership, and in Lithuania by 10% in the same 3 years. Once again, it was because sugar industry, machinery building, unfortunately, couldn't resist rivalry in the EU. Poland, for example, their GDP also declined 20% 10 years of their membership in the EU, once again because they had to comply with the different environmental standards, which resulted in the decline in manufacturing. Hungary, also when they became a member of the EU, their GDP declined 12% in the first 7 years. Romania, the share of agriculture and other types of industry declined nearly 18% due to restrictions on manufacturing, for example, in dairy production and in steel industry. Poland and Bulgaria, their agrarian production also declined by 20% in dairy business in Poland, and agrarian companies had to suffer from the reduction of subsidies. When we talk about Hungary energy sector, they had to close their thermal power plant, which unfortunately increased the dependency of this country on importing energy. In Greece, for example, 6 years into membership, then in Portugal, the number of people working in textiles, 60% of people unfortunately lost their jobs. Estonia had to reduce fishing 10%, sugar production in Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland. They had to suspend the production of sugar making due to quotas imposed on them on the EU that unfortunately had an adverse effect on employment and business production. So these are realistic examples. This is for you to understand the consequences of what Ukraine and Ukrainian businesses may suffer from after they enter the European Union. So we have a representative of mining industry, meat processing, and an agrarian and grain producer, as well as oil manufacturer as members of our panelists. So let's just start with Alexander Ilkov. How to thwart, how to prevent the effects that in a couple of years after the accession, we will suffer from the same story in the main industries of our economy. Once again, 12% within the GDP of the whole country or the whole company. Good afternoon, dear friends. First of all, I'm delighted to be a panelist during this event. Within the government, for a long time, a decision was taken a long time ago that our Euro integration process and negotiations with the EU is not just a matter of foreign policy making and being engaged in a dialogue with our partners, but it's also to do with our internal policy making, because we realize that this policy, this dialogue that we are engaged in with business within the framework of EU accession is no less important, because from our conviction, businesses are main stakeholders, whether they are going to be beneficiaries or are going to become victims of this process. Well, in your introduction, you have already implied that. So during this discussion, let us look into this in greater detail. However, when talking about the strategy of the government within this negotiation process, we come from the fact that EU accession, no matter how lofty this may sound, is an existential choice of the nation of Ukraine, already enshrined in the Constitution of Ukraine. So we are definitely moving along these lines. And at one point, our Vice Prime Minister on European Euro-Atlantic integration and the chief negotiator on behalf of Ukraine in this negotiation process once put it. This locomotive has already left the platform. It's already going. It's on the way. And there are only two options. Either we are on it, or this locomotive will be hitting and killing everyone that it'll find in its way. I may also exaggerate, but nevertheless. When we talk about the negotiations process, we have to be aware of the fact that, first of all, it's a bilateral process. When talking about negotiations with the EU, it's a multilateral process at that. Because during this stage, it also requires unanimous agreement provided by all of the member states for a new country to join the EU. So it means that we will have to go through these negotiations and make sure that 27 member states of the European Union will have to give us their consent for joining the EU. Therefore, when we talk about pursuing the national interests of Ukraine, one must be conscious of the fact that in addition to the national interests of Ukraine, there are also national interests of every member state of the EU. And this is also a defining role that has to play in the negotiations process, which is already ongoing and will take place in the future. If we are speaking about the key characteristic of this process, and I suppose that Madam Katerina will definitely speak about that in her intervention, to a great extent, when we talk about negotiations and joining the EU, Negotiations in many ways is also one of the ways which is absolutely indispensable for us to go through this negotiation. For Ukraine, Ukraine has taken the commitment to implement all of the legislation of the EU, and it goes without questions. If we are to join the EU, it means that we are to join the single market. It means that we get committed to implementing the legislation of the EU in fullness, something that will provide for the free movement of trade, goods, employees, industry, and we commit all of the standards which persist in the European Union. So we are not even to negotiate about that. So what are the negotiations about? They be conducted concerning two things exclusively, about the transition period and some departures from that. So this is the key position that will be pursued during the whole negotiations period, and all of the strategies need to revolve around that. That work is already underway because right now we are moving on through the technical, which is an extremely important thing. We're getting the Ukrainian national legislation screened. So right now we are having meetings on each of the 35 negotiation sections, where Ukraine is to introduce its level of compliance with the legislation of the EU. And on the basis of that, we will be issued with the screening reports together with the recommendations for the future. Along with that, within the framework of screening, the Ukrainian side is questioned about two things: whether you agree with the recommendations provided, and the answer should be clearly yes. Whether you will also go into departures from that, and clearly all of these things will encompass different economic issues, and whether Ukraine is interested in speeding up the integration, integrating into different tools of the EU. So basically around these three things, all of the main part of the negotiations will be circling around, and the strategy of the government will be based on that. Thank you very much. And let me clarify one thing. The European Union, from your perspective, is it ready to provide us with certain delays on certain commitments that Ukraine has assumed that will allow us not to suffer from the consequences for the economy of our country that I have already mentioned in my introductory speech? Like I have said, this is an intrinsic part of the negotiations process. And basically, we already have certain amount of analytics conducted, and our partners, our counterparts in the EU, have already discussed and analyzed these departures that the other countries have already referred to. They have identified the industries where these departures and deviations are most common. And most of the time, this is to do with delays on different kinds of parasites with potato crops, or about the cages for chicken in battery chicken farming. So some practical things, you know. Thank you, Alexander. Now I would like to move on to Madam Ambassador of the European Union to Ukraine, Madam Katarina Maternova. Can you kindly tell us, can the Ukrainian business during these negotiations count on the possibility that some of these requirements, when we talk about structural reconstruction, especially now that the country is in the midst of war, can we count as a country on certain concessions on behalf of the EU to make sure that we enter the EU as swiftly and as smoothly as we can? 5 minutes, 4 minutes. Thank you very much indeed for the invitation extended to participate.
Question just to make sure that I understand, because your translation system is disturbed here. So
I will repeat.
If you could do that.
Yeah. So Alexander was talking about that the most important thing regarding negotiations is that getting some time framework that is given by
transition
period for very specific items for economy, for demands for European legislation and standards. So my question is very simple and maybe very difficult. Can we expect that the European Union and the European Commission during the negotiation period with the European stakeholders can give and provide for Ukrainian business some quite quite enough transition period not to get into EU market with a huge turbulence, especially taking into consideration today's war and the huge risks and problems that Ukraine business face at this time?
Well, look, let me unpack that question a little bit in answering. You mentioned in your first introduction, you went through the loss of businesses in the countries that acceded to the EU more recently and what it meant for their economy. Those statistics are true. Those statistics are valid. There is no question that there were whole sectors and businesses in our countries that, and to use the technical term, didn't withstand the competitive pressure of the internal market. But giving just those statistics is only one side of the ledger, because on the other side of the ledger, you need to look at the incredible opportunities that those countries and businesses in it got from access to the internal market, the supply chains that came with being part of the whole sectors of the Western European economies, and the GDP growth that the whole countries benefited from when the enlargement happened. To take my country of Slovakia, we were growing, 6-7% a year after entry into the EU. So there is, I think that statistics are always good, but when they are put into context. And I think that was very much different time, different global situation, and also very different situation of the Ukrainian economy. First of all, you have a deep and comprehensive free trade area, and you are already, unfortunately, thanks to the brutal Russian aggression, but the EU opened its market to your products. You are exporting tariff-free to the EU. And so your industry, your services are already confronted with the competition. And you are a large market in itself. None of the small countries that you mentioned were actually interesting as markets for export. So I think that the situation in the case of Ukraine is much more nuanced. There's no question that there are going to be sectors or specific industries or specific businesses that are going to be negatively affected. I'm not trying to say that, but the biggest challenges that you were mentioning were related to the area of environment, ecology, and sort of the old-style businesses, which, in all honesty, have been destroyed in Ukraine. I mean, you are the devastation of the Russian aggression. There is a silver lining that the recovery will have to be green and will have to be modern. So you're going to leapfrog in the recovery through some of the old-style industries that were present in the countries that acceded to the EU in 2004 due to the communist legacy. You already are 20, 30 years behind that, in a different situation. So I think that the situation is going to be different. Yes, we will be, of course, offering transition periods. It will depend on specific type of areas, but certainly the whole area of environment, for example, and the damage that has been caused by the war will be taken into account. But I think that there are two most important aspects I would mention, and I know I'm speaking long. One is to use the time now, before the actual accession, to be retooling and to be adopting the standards that exist in the EU, because those are very high. And once you meet the EU industrial, etc. product standards, you can export anywhere in the world. I mean, there's nothing more complicated than EU rules. So that gives you, in a sense, an advantage to prepare for it before accession. And the second point, once the war is over and the foreign investment will flow, that's how all of the industries actually adapted to European and global standards, that were able to be part of the supply chains and of the big international conglomerates, etc. So I think that will come, but that will unfortunately happen when the war is over.
We will be faster than Slovak in negotiation. What do you think?
Well, the Latvia, Lithuania, and Slovakia did the negotiations in 3 years. You already are 1 year in, so yeah, I think, I am not sure whether faster, but as fast, I think so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this positive perspective. I want дякую.
Thank you, Madam Ambassador, for this positive anticipation that you have just provided us with in terms of anticipations. I was specific in my providing statistics when shrinking economy was illustrated. However, the main idea is for us to understand how this process will run. Sergei Tkachuk, the chief of the State Consumption Service of Ukraine, we have specifically invited you today because, as I know it, and everyone does, Ukraine requires about different 30 acts of the EU to get approximated to our legislation. It's about 10% of the overall number of different acts that Ukraine needs to approve of in order to comply with the full scope of the standards of the EU. That is, you will have to deal with 1/10 of everything that Ukraine has committed to. How do you appreciate all of these perspectives? Are we going to be fast enough? Will we comply with all of our commitments? And in terms of delay, deferment, how critical is it for us? Good afternoon, dear colleagues, friends, businesses. Thank you very much for the invitation. Extended to me a highly relevant and hot topic. Concerning statistics and counting percentages, this is a debatable issue because in part of the legal acts, perhaps maybe this is so, although we have some legal acts in force implemented in order to comply with the requirements and directives of the EU, but they also require a great number of bylaws, different kinds of orders to be issued by the Cabinet of Ministers, etc. One thing I can tell you for sure, in terms of implementing all of the sections, Section 12 in particular, concerning the agrarian sector, veterinary and sanitary sector, it's the lengthiest, and it comprises 1/5 of the whole homework that Ukraine will have to do. That's why we have some laws to implement the requirements of the EU that are being revised again, the law on the veterinarian requirements. And I'm sure that together with the Parliament of Ukraine, the Cabinet of Ministers, and the line ministries, we will definitely comply with all of the requirements on our homework. But in addition to this implementation, we also have to make sure that all of these norms will definitely be enacted, and that means that businesses have to be fully prepared to comply with all of these requirements. They have to be fully aware of what is required of them. They need to know all of these things. Let me cite some of the practical things that have already become part of our legislation, and sometime after the martial law gets lifted, all of this will definitely be enacted. For example, in terms of pesticides, there's no procedure in place nowadays as it was in the past. However, a new procedure hasn't been enacted yet. And it's also a challenge for the whole country, for business, with reference to how they can proceed right now. So all of these things also need to be accounted for. Our service is responsible for the implementation of the requirements in 18 sectors. Regarding the control, oversight, and implementation. There's a veto block, veterinarian sanctions, many other things. In fact, there is not a single citizen who, in one way or another, is faced with the factual implementation of the functions of our associates, because we, the State Service of Ukraine on Food Security and Consumer Protection, exercise the greatest authority and get attached to a multiple number of sectors of economy. So together with our lawmakers, we need to develop all of the necessary things to implement the necessary legislation. This is super important. The homework in terms of opening up new markets, that's something that we are dealing with. 220 markets have to open up, and we are engaged in this task on a daily basis. But how can these norms be enacted? For example, a Ukrainian business. At the time when all of the implemented acts get in effect, will such Ukrainian businesses be able to work if they cannot sell their production in Ukraine and in the EU? Of course, the EU is not our greatest trade partner for Ukraine in terms of selling food or agrarian production. So such a business, will it be able to work in line with all of the legal requirements? We have to ensure that. We need to preserve the possibility for such businesses to export to third world countries, according to the protocols which have been signed by Ukraine with those countries. And such practical nuances are such a lot concerning how we are supposed to implement that, because you see, every country implements this legislation differently. Now that we are going through the EU screening, this technical work that has already been alluded to by my colleagues, we need to pursue our own pathway to ensure that businesses can be preserved. Only in this form of communication can we achieve that, can we find this optimum road for businesses to survive, and they have to get ready for such implementations. Thank you very much for raising one more thing concerning how we can count. It may be 8% overall, but if we look at the whole function of the state service of Ukraine for food safety and consumer protection, so the share of your obligation is so much bigger. Yes, Section 12 is the largest in all of the scope of things. This relates not only to us, but to the Ministry of Agrarian Industry. On a 100% scale, how much homework has already been done of all of the commitments that Ukraine has already taken on? You're asking concerning the implementation of legislation. Well, we have already overcome a 50% barrier. But in how much have we implemented that with the Ukrainian business? Well, very little indeed. Why? When communicating with entrepreneurs, importers, businessmen, even when we do not speak about food production or food processing, a lot of industrialists don't even know that new technical regulations are being approved, and the Cabinet of Ministers is approving lots of requirements concerning the design of boilers, for instance. Our businesses are in the dark about them, about the acts that have already been approved, that will come into effect after the martial law is lifted. This knowledge is not there. Businesses are not tracking this information. Some of them are, but not too many. So I would delineate the implementation of the legislation and enactment of that, because all that requires massive amounts of money to be invested in, because our service, in order to ensure laboratory control and oversight, our laboratories need most contemporary state-of-art equipment, and this is very expensive for Ukraine's government. All right, thank you very much. We got your idea, Serhiy, and now we are on to the Ukrainian producers. And with that, I would like to open up our economic block and give the floor to Yuri Melnik. So, Mr. Yuri, do you agree that business more often than not simply is not aware of the homework that they need to do? And secondly, MHP is the leader in poultry production in Ukraine. And as we know, your company is also the first in the European Union in terms of poultry production. How much do we comply with the EU requirements, and what homework do you think, from the perspective of business, do we have to do in order to make sure that both Ukraine and Ukraine's businesses can integrate as smoothly as they can into the space of the EU? I see. Thank you for the question. Keep the mic closer. What Sergei has just said, he has just said there are some sectors in business who are not keeping track of the changes of different legislation. Probably such businesses are there, although I'm not aware of such ones. Concerning our sector, which is food production, animal growing, we are keeping track of all of the changes taking place, not only in Ukraine, but also in the legal acts and amendments to that in the EU. And definitely we are preparing ourselves as the whole sector and as the company to be fully compliant with all of the requirements that persist in the EU, particularly in the agrarian sector and the animal farming sector in particular, because from my perspective it is one of the most complicated, because it is to do with food production. Therefore, they have the greatest number of acts, as Mr. Sergei has just spoken about that. But we keep track of that, I assure you. And together with the government and the parliament, we are working on the development and elaboration of the necessary legislation. And the teams of our business associations keep track of all of these things. That's for sure. Regarding our readiness as of now, we are not fully prepared yet. However, once again, we need to keep close watch of what's happening with the legislation in the EU. But as a company, we have been exporting to the EU for more than 10 years. And accordingly, we have been certified by the respective body in the EU to do that. Secondly, the equipment which has been installed in our production lines, it's exactly the same as in the EU. We have the best samples of the world production as equipment. So in terms of all of that, we are also compliant. Therefore, I think that meat production, poultry production in particular, of all of the agrarian sector, perhaps is most prepared for accession. Why? Because the bulk of these companies, not only MHP, they have already been certified with the EU, so they are in full compliance with the contemporary requirements, and they're bracing themselves up for the changes that are upcoming. So I think that this sector usually, unfortunately, suffers from the greatest number of requirements from the EU, but on the other hand, will definitely be best prepared for the full-fledged assessment of our readiness. How important is it for MHP during this negotiation process to have this delay and concessions provided to in terms of safety, security measures, etc.? Well, this is a very specific question indeed, because I think that meat production and animal growing is not the full agrarian sector indeed, but there will be some things that will matter enormously during the negotiations. Requirements for the welfare of animals will be some of the key ones brought forward. But I think that the whole legal framework that complies with the requirements of the EU is already there in Ukraine. The first orders were issued 4 years ago. Therefore, the sector is aware of these requirements. We as the sector are working on their full implementation. The only thing that I can say ahead of time is that part of the producers that unfortunately are in a very close proximity to the front line, so they would definitely require some delay, because they are suffering from the hostilities, and a lot of them are limited in terms of investment in order to introduce improvements to their way of production. So they definitely require some concessions during this transition period, at least for this share of the production facilities. I see 3 regards concerning doing the homework that the government is to do, ensure most efficient negotiations process for Ukraine. It's hard to provide any advice to the government, but once again, in our case, it's to improve interaction with business, because business is looking forward to this interaction. On the one hand, we are ready to support the government, and on the other hand, we would like to make sure that the government officials need to understand our vision of getting integrated and accessed in terms of the requirements which are brought forward to us. So I speak about not only the agrarian sector as a whole. but also the agrarian sector under the auspices of the Federation of Employers of Ukraine. We have already prepared the full scope of the requirements, and we will be submitting that to the notice of the government. Our prospects concerning the future of the trade and economic relations with the EU, the adaptation to the requirements of the legislation of EU. I think that this work will be finalized by the end of this year, and this will present the full scope of the vision of the business concerning of what negotiations on behalf of Ukraine should be, what commitments we are ready to undertake, and in what way we may be interesting for the EU. Thank you, Mr. Melnik, for a very positive attitude, quite positive perspective on things. Mr. Alexander, Mr. Vodovis, a representative of Metinvest Group. Your company is a huge producer. You are engaged in mining sector of Ukraine. Thousands of people work in there, and probably the challenge which your company is going through right now, in particular with Pokrovsk region, coal mining, and how much of production facilities have been lost. You seem to be one of the most affected companies, particularly DTEC company, which is part of your group. Metinvest, what are the biggest challenges that you see during the negotiations process, especially in terms of the environmental requirements? Because as we know it, the policy on the EU concerning the CBAN, carbon dioxide and monoxide emissions, they may be fraught with some difficulties for the Ukrainian businesses. So you have 4 minutes to answer that. Why are we willing to enter the EU? Why is it so sweet? Why is it so seductive for us? Because it is the most premium, the highest premium market. It's the sweetest and the fattest market, and we also want to get part of that market. This is a huge potential, a wonderful opportunity, fantastic experience to gain from, but it's also fraught with some dangers. Which ones? Getting back to the questions, the recommendations to the government for us to integrate into the EU properly and implement all of the legislation, etc. In part of the environmental protection, right now the trend that we are observing, there is a message that we are getting from the EU. There are a particular set of requirements that you need to approve, and that's all. But we cannot approve blindly all of these acts with reference to Ukraine. Why not? Because, for example, in Europe, to ensure decarbonization, on average, per every facility, about 500 to 1 billion euros are allocated. In our country, you understand, nothing is being allocated. So just blindly implementing all of these norms is definitely not an option. So our request is, please be mindful of this, pay attention to that, because our situation is drastically different from that of the EU. Now, why would the EU need us? I'm talking about ore in particular. We have very good deposits of coke, opportunities to make coke out of coal and making ore out of the raw materials. So we can export that to the EU, and we need the EU as a sales market. So the assets that we would like to buy there in the EU will contribute to the development of our mining industry. Getting back to the environmental points, something else that I would stress is that when approving all of these acts of legislation, we may also stay overboard. We may unfortunately bury some of the industries that are the shapers of our GDP. Naturally, some other precautions that we have to be mindful of as we are moving on to the EU accession. Do our rivals in the EU want to see us there? Certainly not. But who is most reluctant to see us there? You will be very much surprised. Russians are not willing to see us there, because now 80% of our production is something that we compete in terms of competition with the Russians, not with the EU. All of the sanctions introduced, well, there was a part of sanctions that was effective. However, part of other sanctions was unfortunately rendered ineffective. For example, Russia still is pretty strong in some items. And the picture is as follows. If we have some manufacturing facilities in Italy. Italian producers, steel producers, they buy cheap semi-products from Russia. For certain reasons, we cannot procure that cheaply. Therefore, we lose to them in terms of competition. So in this respect, it's another thing that we would like the government to be mindful of. Of course, I don't have a ready-made solution because I very well understand the Italian producers and European manufacturers. They also have their employees, but that's something that we are also faced with there in Italy. So what is the vision concerning CBAM? What is the negotiation strategy that you are to pursue? What do you insist on the delay on implementing CBAM with reference to Ukraine, or delay plus certain investments on behalf of the company to upgrade some of the production manufacturing facilities? We always mind any kinds of benefits and preferences. No, we always say, provide us with the market, competitive market. We know how to compete. We are confident of ourselves. We can assert ourselves. Right now, unfortunately, it's not a competitive position. I will give you an example. Košice, they are provided with 600 million euros worth of different kinds of investments, and they say, so prepare yourselves with reference to CBAM and all of the other quotas. However, right now we are not provided with anything. That's why we are going to suffer lots of consequences and losses. So all of the story about CBAM is definitely not commercial. Grants are sorely needed for us. So the recommendation is we want to be on a par with the Europeans. Then, when being on a par, we are ready to compete. However, now, if the same requirements are brought forward against us in terms of environmental security, we'll definitely lose to Europeans. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Let me provide my reflection, and I would like to also ask a question, Ms. Katarina Maternova.
Metallurgy company saying that we don't want to have preferences, but we want to have access to the capital for investments and rebuilding the facilities in according to the demands, ecological demands of EU, as some European producers have. One question to you, very quick, regarding facility plan. Whether facility plan envisage such possibilities, such financing for Ukrainian producers, just to be very key in the perspective of integration, European integration. Can they use this facility plan to modernize their facilities?
The Ukraine facility contains Pillar 2, and I'm looking at Lisa in the audience from IFC, one of our key partners. And Pillar 2 contains 8 billion euros for guarantees to both the private and public sector, with a preference to the private sector, for including things like decarbonization or various energy investment, access to finance, etc. So we work with our partner institutions, international financial institutions, national development banks, to do that. If you were to compare what is available to Ukraine compared to what's available to the member states, of course it's less, because the financing inside the EU is from a larger pot, but that's why the transition periods are there. So once you are inside the EU, you would be able to benefit from the larger flows of money. But in the meantime, in the preparation, I think the financing under the Ukraine facility is actually very generous.
Олександре, ви згодні з тим, що
Alexander, do you agree that the possibility to get finance within the Ukraine facility, where there is a huge component to guarantee the work with the Ukrainian companies with IFIs, that this can also become a tool to finance the upgrade and modernization of the Ukrainian metallurgical industry? In a way, I do agree with that, but in a way, I disagree. I will allow myself to disagree with Madam Ambassador. You see, the difference is they have a guarantee. It means that you have to enter the market, borrow the money, but you have to be guaranteed with the ministry, within the framework of this facility. It's not the living money, but Europeans get the living factual money. Free, interest-free money, but our people are told, go take out loans from the banks, and you will be provided with the guarantees and security. This is a very impactful thing. Of course, this is a wonderful tool, and we definitely will not decline using such a tool. But nevertheless, this is not acting on a par. This is not the level playing field. Thank you. I understand that we could continue with this conversation, but time flies. Mr. Yevhen Osipov, you are also a chief executive officer of a huge agrarian enterprise kernel company. You grow oil crops, you produce oils, one of the greatest world exporters. My question perhaps may seem strange, not the environmental requirements, etc., but you know that the anti-monopoly legislation in the EU is rather stiff and rigid. And this substantial share of the market, this concentration of the Ukrainian agrarian holdings, have you regarded that from the perspective of risks for yourselves with reference to the commitments that Ukraine will assume in terms of the anti-monopoly legislation, and what is the strategy of your company with reference to that? Honestly, I suppose that the market of oil production in Ukraine is one of the best paragons of how a well-developed competitive market is developing and evolving. Yes, in terms of global production, we are a large producer, but in Ukraine, for instance, our share of sunflower oil production is about 22%. So we are working in a highly competitive market, and in order to raise our efficiency, we always invest in new technologies, making sure that it's not only our company but our partners keep growing, because when we understand what is an agrarian holding, it's a very virtual reality kind of thing. For this system to reach 22% on a sustainable basis, you have to ensure that your production is well certified according to all of the global standards. And in our case, that ensures about 10% of the raw materials that we need, plus the raw materials that we need to procure from the market. And in order to acquire that raw material, and in our case, this is sunflower seeds and rape seeds, we have to invest in these producers, raise their level of digitalization. That's why we implement digital agribusiness, open agribusiness projects, a business that contribute not just to our company, but to the overall market. And my point is that the examples of the companies that exert such an influence on the market to develop them are just a few, very few indeed. A very good example to mention in this respect, something that Europeans can learn from us. It's something that Europeans can definitely learn from us, not only us from Europeans. From the standpoint of the European integration for kernel, is it a challenge or an opportunity, a European accession? Indubitably, it's both. Because as Serhiy has already said, this is a vitally important thing. You see, we are sure that we will be able to compete on a par with Europeans with reference to our efficiency, the approaches to doing business, the quality of products that we offer. We have 100% confidence that we can make it. But for us, it's also just as important to make sure that we enjoy level playing field. This is the work that our Cabinet of Ministers is engaged in together with all of the line ministries. I would like to extend my gratitude to everyone, because I think that this work is being done at a very professional level.
And they are engaging us as businesses, so that we do it together. If you talk about fairness, and we maintain this fairness, then we'll be competitive also in Europe, because European buyers are already voting for us. They are buying MHP products, kernel products, other Ukrainian brands. So, yeah, we do have the opportunity to certify and and sell on those markets. We can do it in the future. But in terms of Ukraine, we need to pinpoint one important thing. Yeah, Ukrainian market is interesting and it's quite big, but Ukraine itself is much bigger in terms of world food security. It's not only about providing for Europe. And when we will implement the European legislation, and Europe has to understand it, and we have to understand it, that we somewhere on average 25 to 30%, if we calculate all the products, can physically ship to EU, because the market size won't allow to ship more, only in some separate articles of products. And 70%, we must be unified with those countries that are our stable importers. And this is what we have to resolve. In Europe, there is no other country where export part would be so big. So we can count on the level of support that Europe supports their agricultural producers, but we are not planning to only sell in Europe. And it's going to be a complex hybrid model, but we have to, through our ministry, we have to build it with the Europeans so that we improve food security and the quality of products inside Europe, and also facilitate food security for those countries that right now counting on Ukraine. Thank you. And that's exactly what Sergei said, that we have to look for alternatives, alternative markets, developing them. But we're talking about your integration. I must ask this question in the context of agriculture, absolutely. One of the most difficult elements of negotiations, all the new members went through it, and it's a shared agricultural policy of EU. It's a policy, it's a EU policy that has the biggest budget in EU. And the key spending in it is subventions to agriculture. So I'd like to ask you, and then Yuri Melnik, you are talking not only, so you're talking with the different partners, suppliers, competitors, etc. What will be the position of Ukrainian agriculture producers in terms of access to this European market? So it's going to be a battle between those who receive subventions, and the subventions now suddenly go to Ukraine. If you look at how they calculate it, how they provide it to different countries, even if we don't do anything, Ukraine will have to have a lot of these subventions. So what's the position of agricultural business? Can we compromise, or vice versa? We don't do anything to stall this negotiation. I'm not a participant in those meetings so that I can have an influence on this. In terms of us as a company, there are different models of agricultural producing. In Europe, use subventions. So if we look at Ukraine in terms of production, if Ukraine exports 30% all over Europe and the rest is in the world, Europe will not be able to keep the subvention model supporting 100% Ukrainian produce. It's not going to be logical. And that's how the products that have to go to Europe, that have to go to the single legal mechanism existing in EU, or to other markets, other rules. So it's a very hybrid process, very complicated. So I don't believe that it's possible. Do you need subventions when you will be members of EU? No, we didn't calculate the subventions because we don't think that businesses can be built on subventions. We have to be effective without subventions. If a part of our business will be so deeply integrated into Europe, and we'll have to deliver different norms and regulations, we have to have equal conditions with European producers. Subvention or no subvention doesn't mean equal conditions. So Europe will also initiate this kind of support. We see that some regulations have been postponed, etc. So we absolutely need equal conditions. Yeah, I support what Eugene said, because we also, in understanding Europe, we are agricultural holding, So I'm not saying it's good or bad. So agricultural holdings, it's not all bad because they're doing good things. But in terms of subventions, I agree with Eugene, because the European agricultural policy itself is not constant. Over the period that we are observing it, it's also evolving. The criteria change, amounts change, approaches change. And I don't believe that the whole Ukrainian agricultural center can become a subvention-based business in this period. But since we have the structure of agricultural production is complex, there are small farmers and many of them, and they have to have access to European subventions. But that's a task for our government to calculate the sizes of the farms, another criteria, so that the farm can be then later eligible for European subventions. On the other hand, equal rights for businesses. Other than this, there are other businesses that Ukrainian companies can count on, and development in particular, because that's compensation of jobs created, production lines created. And so I don't think subvention-based businesses is something good or real. Thank you.
I think that both of you said it very correctly. I mean, the European Common Agricultural Policy is a policy that has developed from the very beginning of the EU, and it has been undergoing huge changes and transformations. And in fact, the prospect of Ukraine joining, the more concrete it gets in terms of joining the EU, will be another stimulus, another push to change the Common Agricultural Policy even more. So I think that there is indeed a role to support the small-holding farmers, etc. But I think that the past of the Common Agricultural Policy, when it was essentially subsidizing very, very large conglomerates, is something that is transforming. And as I said, Ukraine joining will be another push for further changes in it.
Great. The last question that I would like to ask you, because I wanted you to be the last, but anyway, you took the floor, and you're an economist, so you used to work in a banking sector, international IFIs for a long time, and you now work in Ukraine. You see the economy. In your opinion, what will be the most difficult question for negotiations for Ukrainian business regarding European integration? Obligations or something like this, but what will be the most difficult part?
I'm not an economist, I'm a lawyer by training, but I think the most difficult will be the realization that in terms of the obligations, there is really no scope for saying it's, the term negotiation is a little bit a misnomer, because the word negotiation means a give and take. When it comes to the obligation of membership, there is no give and take. There is a set of obligations that need to be taken on board, and that's why I don't like the word negotiations, because they don't really capture what the process is about. And I think this will be difficult for Ukrainians to accept. But that's where the scope, as Ms. Trilko was saying, that's where the scope of the discussion is, the temporary periods, the transition periods, the support that Ukraine can get in meeting the obligations. But the accession to EU or different strands of the obligations that existed in the past are no longer the case. You have Denmark and Sweden that are not part of the euro, or you have some countries in the Schengen area, some not. That's no longer an option. All the new, and even including our as recent as 20 years ago, accession to the EU was already with a full set of membership requirements. So, for example, Czech Republic, Poland, Hungary are not in the euro yet, but they have the obligation to get into the euro eventually. So I think this will be the most difficult to accept the notion that once you are getting in, you have to take all the obligations on.
Thank you, Mrs. Ambassador. And і останнє питання, ми закриваємо дискусію сьогодні.
And the last question before we close the discussion, you heard what the Ukrainian businesses said, what the government said, and you heard what the ambassador said, that it's not going to be a negotiation. So negotiation is not the right word because it's taken commitments. So homework. How do we enter EU in the safest way for Ukraine? Well, first, you have to recognize and accept the fact that we're going there. And we have to have a strategy. Not for every small business, but for businesses, it's a big change, and they have to understand how they see themselves in 3 years. So what Catherine started and I started, that businesses have to understand what are the red lines that the government should understand. And the businesses should say, this is a big challenge for us. We are ready to do it after some time. So let's talk about the transition period or additional support. And we're expecting from businesses, that we have an unprecedented opportunity for businesses to become the participants of this negotiation process. Monday there will be first meeting of interagency working group together with all the work groups. And so this inclusive process of negotiations will start to get implemented. So we encourage businesses to be so a short one on homework. So homework, we all have it, but we can only do it together. But I agree with the ambassador that you have to understand that this is really a commitment. Whether we want it or not, we have to deliver on the commitment. All the stakeholders will have to commit to that and deliver. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, speakers. Give a round of applause for a very interesting conversation. There wasn't enough time, but we wish Ukrainian businesses a support from governments. The government should listen to businesses and to protect the national interests, and our international partners should have understanding that Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian businesses are in unreally difficult circumstances. I think it should be an example for others, and Ukrainian businesses deserve to be heard, and at least in the negotiation process within our European integration, be approachable, and their voices should be taken into consideration. Thank you. I'm happy to see people on the next panel discussion. Renaissance of the industry, or industrial renaissance. All of the talking with our speakers shows that whether we have renaissance or we're only planning it. And then, so now we will invite the speakers, Dmytro Koslevsky, an MP, head of the Committee on Economic Development, or deputy. So, Inga Andreeva, the General Director, CEO of MasterCard Ukraine Moldova, Marcin Walski, Vice Prime Minister, Polish Union of Employers, Alexander Bilecki, CEO of Shared Company, that produces amphibious vehicles. So, Alexander Mishov, General Director of Employers Association, and Sergei Chernkov, the head of the PUMB Bank Management. Thank you, colleagues. So, this is a difficult panel discussion because the speakers here are not only present from companies that are producing stuff. They're different businesses, but they're all united together by one thing. Why I'm confident? Because when we talked, I realized for myself that when we talk about renaissance in industry, we are not only talking about building it or people who work in there, but in the end, like downstream, where things are being bought and how to pay for these things. And that's why we have such an interesting and varied speaker set. So let's start from Inga. So in the spring this year, my company did a survey. What is the attitude to entrepreneurs and what kind of problems they see in the state that stand in the way? Everything that they said about the second part, both entrepreneurs and society, well, the pressure, law enforcement, taxes, and all of that is known. I'm not touching these issues at this panel discussion, but I want to focus on things that we as entrepreneurs can resolve. I know that you've just completed a study, a survey, where you asked entrepreneurs about their problems. So have anything changed? What are the problems that they talk about? What is missing? So through the prism of producers, because entrepreneurs is a wide scope, but let's look at a real sector of economy. I'll start from positive things. So the small and medium businesses, if we measure by the number of entrepreneurs, is 99% of Ukrainian economy. It's the foundation of economy and the capacity for restoration of economy. For many years, we concentrated on supporting small and medium businesses. Why? Because we see direct connection or cyclical dependence. As soon as we see money on electronic accounts, as soon as it's visible for economy, the cycle speeds up. Official salaries are paid, new jobs are created, so the cycle becomes quicker and quicker, and it is visible for the economy. That's why we are for cashless. For now, we provide many technologies, and we understand that cashless transactions is not just competitive edge. It's not an option. It's a must. It's what the businesses have to have in order to continue growing, scaling up. If we want to be present online as a business, if we want to be present on marketplaces, if we want to reach other markets, if we want to pursue exports in cashless accounts, we can't do it without cashless. So it's a must-have technology. Our survey has shown that 80% of respondents told us that at the moment they already get more than 50% through cashless transactions, and it's great. We are moving towards cashless economy. And of course, the study shows the problems. That's what Elena has asked. What do we see this year? We have only completed, it's a fresh information. We have just completed our survey, and I would specify 4 things. First, 41% says that they need additional funding. I think we will be talking about it as well. But there's not enough funding. Just a similar percentage, 41%, says that they can feel the lack of orders and customers, and that they need to go to the markets. That's going back to exports, because cashless transactions, all technologies should be there. Without it, you won't be able to scale up. Whereas each fifth talk about the lack of staff, of people. We know the reasons. Another important and interesting fact that we've noticed this year, every fourth entrepreneur talks about energy. Where do they get the energy? Electricity, and their own physical and mental health. So they're exhausted. They're overstressed. That's another problem. So as a MasterCard, in terms of cashless transactions, we support them, but we also want to support small and medium enterprises through different helping hand. We do grant programs, we do training. All of that is about social responsibility. It's about support for entrepreneurs. So, let's take other programs. We are, for many years, have been partners for Ministry of Digital Transformation. We launched Dia Business, so as a web portal. We are also partner of offline consulting centers. You know that we have them both in Ukraine, and 2 years ago we had the first international center in Warsaw. And a great interesting statistic that in 2 years there were more than 10,000 consultancies provided. That means that the entrepreneurs need scaling up, and they're going to other markets. Plus, I absolutely need to talk about cashback problem. We are the technological partner, and millions of new consumers, more than 300,000 producers that are also registered in this program. So these are also very significant numbers, and just recently I saw some statistical data shared by the Ministry of Digital Transformation. Over October, 125 million of national cashback. That's also about supporting entrepreneurs. All right, so Made in Ukraine, we won't be talking about the Made in Ukraine in terms of national cashback, so that we don't, provoke too many discussions. But Dmitro, we won't be talking about it because this is a small percentage. And if we talk about national cashback and another part of it Made in Ukraine, another part of it Made in Ukraine is about, it looks a bit different. So I want to talk about this, that the larger masses don't know. You've done a lot in this program, and this program aims to develop entrepreneurs. What has been planned, what's also done, and what companies already used what you've done? Thank you for the question and for opportunity to share. I'm Dmitro Kiselevsky. I'm the Deputy Head of Economic Committee of the Parliament. I did present you already, just in case. So, and I'm responsible for the Made in Ukraine policy. Of course, the national cashback is only one small component of this policy. And it's not primary in terms of topics for this panel discussion, because it's about industrial renaissance, it's about industry. So we're going to talk about things less known, but no less important. So I would start with the question to the audience. Who of you heard about industrial parks? you all heard about. Great. Have you ever visited industrial park? Okay, part of you have. It's a very important sign, because industrial parks all over the world are an important part of economic development and engaging investments in the real sector. And in Ukraine, this tool has started working, finally. And now we have 25 factories already built or are being built in industrial parks. While we sit here and talk, we have about 100,000 square meters of industrial real estate that is awaiting relocated companies or new companies, almost 200 megawatts of capacity to join, so that the company can start working quickly. And this is all the result of state policy to develop industrial parks, and it starts to take off in Ukraine. We designed this little magazine. You could read some of it so that you understand what are industrial parks in Ukraine now. There is a stand out there, and you can see it. On the cover, it's not a picture from the internet. That's a factory in Rivne, who invested 200 million euros in the new production line. Now, what do we see at the moment? Because of the situation of war, we see the change in priorities of state policy. Finally, those who produce become important for the country. Because if you don't produce missiles, you don't have missiles. Nobody will give. So transformers, drones, missiles, if we produce them, we have them. If we don't, we don't. Because otherwise it's waiting for some help abroad which doesn't come. So finally, our policy changes from ideology, like the ideology or protectionism, like this is what we do. No, finally, in state policy, we have pragmatic approach. We're doing something that is needed, so that things are being produced. If you need barriers, then it's barriers. If you need grants, we provide grants. So it's all for the goal. And now the ideas that I'm talking about are united by Made in Ukraine. It's the policy of developing Ukrainian producers to create conditions so that Ukraine produces the stuff that is necessary, that it needs to invest in production and export goods with high value added. That's what the policy Made in Ukraine is about. So there are many tools, those that provide the biggest opportunity, of course. So the first is about localization policy, public procurement. It gives us the opportunity to compete in public procurement with others. So basically, we don't allow into some segments public procurement the goods from non-friendly countries like China. Localization protects from Chinese goods because China supports Russia. The Europeans remain, and there's competition between Ukrainian and European producers. Grants for production of processing. Thousands of Ukrainian business people have updated their park. It's an investment program up to 8 million hryvnia. The state gives grants to buy new production lines. If you haven't done this yet, if you are a producer, if you are part of the processing from microchips to flour, you take these grants and you can buy a new equipment. Credit line 579. I don't think I have to advertise it, but last year almost 90% of all the loans issued in Ukraine were issued because the state launched this program. If there wasn't 579, there wouldn't be any loans. So now we are changing this program. We are reorienting it for investments. 16% you can take it now, but a limited resource that the state has, they want to use effectively. If you invest, you get cheaper money. investment nurses or investment assistants. We were laughing at this joke, like prosecutors, law enforcement, but then two first companies signed investment agreements with government to support invested projects. So 30% of CAPEX can be compensated through different state forms of state support. A startup was number one, soybean processing, and so $60 million, 30% to compensate. Well, it's significant money, and it's about investing now. And then industrial park, I already said it. An important thing here is 1 hryvnia of state investment in infrastructure of industrial park this year. For the first time, we implemented this program. It attracts 5 to 7 hryvnias of private investments. This is how it works. The state provides co-funding for infrastructure like electric substations, 150 million hryvnias. 150 million invested by private investors. Here's 1-to-1 hryvnia. Then they take a commitment to have no less than 5,000 square meters of industrial real estate. So now there's 2 hryvnia or 3 hryvnia. And then this industrial real estate has to be engaged with 2 market players, producers, and they will invest money in placing their production there. Here's another 2 or 3 hryvnias. So the state having spent, well, or having to spend, deciding on spending 1 billion hryvnias, is expecting 5 hryvnias per each hryvnia of private investments to be generated. And we see that these people are ready to have this. So, and that's the ideas that we have in this policy made in Ukraine. It's very important so that we change governments or budgetary years. So these ideas have to be more sustainable and long-lasting, because investments in so in the new government, if it ever happens, they need to change their ideology a little. All right, now, Sergei, I talked with Metro. Can we say that we are now in the boom of industrial development? Of course not, but there is a growth in Miltech. They generate more taxes. But as for the civilian, no, it's not, not yet. So the Metro said so that in order for expedite this, we need long, cheap money. Where do we get cheap, long money? Greetings. It's a great question. I can tell you that right now in the banking system, there's a huge amount of money available. If you look at the deposit certificates, almost 400 billion hryvnias, free, temporary money that it's hard to invest somewhere. But if you look at the dynamic of loan portfolio of banking system over this year, it's grown by 60 billion in 9 months. So it's 20% growth. Why it happened like that? Because the system, I would say, is in equilibrium. We have the level of inflation, 10%, devaluation, interest rate 13. So that added the planning horizon. So now we can work, and it's commercially attractive. So 60 billion growth, as you could hear. There are another 400 billion. So there is a market for lengthy investments. And you see the bonds also go longer. So these are the signs of normalization. Whether there's money in the system, no, in this case, you're talking about Ukrainian money. Yeah, I'm talking about Ukrainian money. So basically, I could finalize at the positive note, where I would say there's low demand for money. Maybe the study shows that there are a lot of dissatisfied people, but there's no big growth in economy. So if you look at the growth that we see in credit portfolio and take it in 3 years of war, it's it's even lower than the inflation level over the same period. So this first thing. Secondly, we understand that now it's exclusive situation, it's war, and it's still active, so planning horizon is difficult. But if you look at the future, we need money for recovery. The economy was damaged a lot. So we lost a lot of industrial capacity, human capacity. We will need to restore it. And that will, we need more money than we have now free on accounts available. Of course, we understand the support of our Western partners, but the programs are already there. And I want to say thanks to the Ministry of Economy, because they've done a lot this year. A lot of programs were signed with international funds, and almost $1 billion hryvnia. But my prediction that the efficacy of this program will be quite low, because basically most of these programs, well, first of all, they work directly with these big funds, and these big funds are not aimed at making a massive business out of this. This is very bespoke goods. So there's a strange limitation that most of these programs are concentrated only in Western banks and in state banks, so international banks. And if you compare how effective Ukrainian banks with state banks, basically the quality of growth of portfolio, the number of loans, and even the percentage of credit portfolio of Ukrainian banks, it's much bigger. And this is where I think it's a challenge for the state. The state has an interesting platform. It's FRP, Foundation, the Entrepreneurship Development Fund, through which 579 is working as a basic program of supporting economy. And it played an important role in 2022 and at the start of 2023, and it needs to evolve. But it also has benefits. It is a platform of distribution of loans. So in order for us to be able to use the money that comes from Western partners to make it effective, so that we have big agreements, and the companies like Astarta, Nova Poshta, they can be eligible for those funds, but no small company, no medium companies cannot, because the quality of financial management, well, it's lower, of course. And the capacity of those funds through which you can get that money is also limited. We have experimented even. How do you apply? You go to the website, you apply, and you don't know what happens next. Will they contact you back? No. So what's the essence of this solution? To make these programs through the state, so that the state attracts this money and then scales it up through the FRP platform. We don't even need it in dollars or euro. For SMEs, it's going to be foreign exchange risk. And the state can be here as a swap partner. Get that money, convert it into hryvnia, get some preferential interest rates, if it's about time for that, and to make that money really enter the system. Of course, the subsequent economy growth will depend on not availability of credit lines, but to what extent this money will reach the entrepreneurs, the businesses, so that they can use that money. And that's what I would like to put into that message. Right, thank you. We'll ask Dmitro to communicate that to Madam Sviridenko, Ministry of Economy. Because if you mention that, I think it's going to speed up the process. Yeah, I was listening quite attentively, but it's important that the person, if the state has a limited resource of cheap money, then to credit import of mobile phones or credit, no, we're talking about European money. So that's also limited. And if the state can select what they want to buy, they have to prioritize. They don't. European money comes for commitment, and Mitro says that you don't need to put that money on European accounts. Sure. Let me finalize what I said. No. Marcin, the question to you. You see, we start talking about money, and there's a conflict. It was pre-planned, so that nobody falls asleep. Marcin, the question to you. Where did Poland take money? What was the role of the state in recovering for industry, in growth? And what was the role of entrepreneurs and businesses? Why businesses wanted to develop industry in Poland?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for having me here. So first of all, I would divide that there are different expectations by domestic companies and foreign companies in terms of mobilizing investments into a specific country. That was the case for Poland. It's going to be the same. It is the same for Ukraine. In Poland, the boost in terms of investments, direct investments, both from domestic players and international one, was in years after 2000, more or less, especially with the access to the EU. And then in terms of the access to capital for Polish companies, it was important to use the Polish Development Bank and development institutions. So I would look at that. I wouldn't say the state. The state should take the responsibility. The state is kind of too abstract. So you need to have a specific institution that takes care of the cost of capital and access to finance. As it was said, there can be a great capitalization of banks, but the cost of the capital might be too high to compete internationally or domestically. And then also is a question, you can have attractive amount, a large amount of money, attractive cost of capital, but then it's a question who gets the money. And it's always, honestly, working with banks. Banks always favor large businesses and large projects, because basically the whole amount of work they need to do and the rating is better to do it for a 1 billion project than for SMEs. And this is why the Polish Development Bank was important. I was the entrepreneur at that time in late 2000, and we used a lot of loans, not grants. I don't think grants is the way forward. It must be about loans. It must be about the responsibility of entrepreneurs to absorb loans and to pay it back. But we had so-called de minimis program that SMEs could get the loan with a guarantee, because the specifics about SMEs, medium-sized companies, small companies, is that we don't have assets. We don't have collateral to secure the loan. So that was the role of the EU indirect financing, because it was about virtual money, right? There's no cash flow happening, that they secured, they provide guarantees for SMEs. And for example, when I did my investment in Łódź many years ago in the medical business, we used a lot this kind of financing, both for the investment, partly for the investment, but also for cash flow. Because again, small, medium-sized companies are rather, the exposure is to cash flow rather than to net profit year to year. So we need to look at that. So that's one. Of course, foreign investors don't care about it. They come with money. They come with international money. It's not the issue. For them, it is critical to have a safe, secure, predictable legal environment. I used to work a lot with direct investments for a couple of years. I used to give permits to operate in special economic zone in Poland, and the thing was about credibility of the country, about the ownership. Somehow in Poland, the ownership of the ground, of the land, was and is important. So no long-term lease or 99 years of the lease. It didn't work. I mean, always American companies, international companies came and wanted to buy the land and have the secure, I mean, reliable setup of rules that the land is on them. Of course, before buying the land, we had to be ready with the infrastructure. And it's both for Polish or international companies, it was the same story. So I'm glad you are proceeding with industrial parks. This is the way forward. We did it a kind of easy way. So the investment plots were mostly arranged by communes, like gromadas, right, at the local level. And we as, I would say, investment consultants, advisors from the public side, from the public entity, we made sure that it is properly equipped with utilities, with roads, and that the land itself, that the property has no legal issues. So every time there is a foreign investor coming, and I experienced that at least twice personally with companies here in Ukraine, that there was the issue with the legal status of the land. And this is, I mean, with acquisition, if you want to acquire a company, this is a red light. You cannot do it. So it seems to be, ABC or really basic, but this is the point, to have a legal stability and predictability. And the third thing for domestic companies is what we experienced in 2004 is the access to markets. I mean, you can have the best, system here in Ukraine, lack of bureaucracy, easy permitting, which is also important, but I take that kind of for granted, that the permitting is transparent, more or less known. But if your companies, Ukrainian companies, don't have the access to markets, then it doesn't make sense. You still, are based here locally, and you cannot scale up your presence. And again, my message is also, I know we have the special time. You have a moderate access to the single market, but don't take it for granted. We need to work on it to continue having the access to the single market. Often I meet companies and they said, we are already part of the EU. Yes, but we need to jointly do our best to continue having that, because it's not said yet that it will continue. In our joint interest, I think, from the Polish perspective as well, is to continue having the access to markets.
Thank you very much, Marcin. Руслан, ви очолюєте спільноту велику.
I know, Ruslan, that you are in charge of a big number of employers, and on your accounts and pages I can see a lot of trips, accounts together with Mr. Alinik. You account for that. You go to different kinds of production manufacturers which are being launched and started and being built. From my perspective, you are a kind of a collector of all of the news and updates taking place in Ukraine. So what do you think, from your perspective, what needs to be done so that we can look around and say that's definitely renaissance of our industry ensured? What needs to be done? Perhaps on behalf of the state, something that Metro has already spoken about, and what shouldn't be done? Because these will be unnecessary actions that will divert the proper attention. Thank you for your question. This is a very comprehensive system. When Alexander Sokolovsky gets questioned about these things, what need to be done, he will say, please don't touch. Well, I've told you, do not touch upon this issue. All right. Hands off some things. But in fact, everything that's being spoken about here today, it's critical, and every element that is being discussed nowadays is also very important. Because today, for example, you can resolve an issue of power outages with installing a generator. You can also put on reserve a great number of people. You make sure that you can produce 500 bottles an hour or a day. But once you go to the border with Poland, your truck will not be let across the border and you will lose all of your contracts. So you see, our situation is so out of the box, out of the ordinary. Therefore, I think that in the first place, we need to make sure that we don't lose some things. And secondly, we need to mention things that will enable our development. Concerning renaissance, in fact, money is important. Regulatory environment does matter. However, if we take a look at the world surrounding us, everyone is fighting, everyone is at rivalry for investment, capital, production, etc. Therefore, getting back to what Metro has said, there's no other option for us but set up certain programs which are already operational, like localization. So what is it that we ought to do? We need to find growth points. The public order is a growth point. The defense industry is a growth point. Different opportunities and capacities in these sectors, they are working. For instance, cashback for agrarian producers is already working. It's very interesting to give illustrations because when you speak in general terms, it's never working. A couple of days ago, I was near Kiev in one of the family Italian business company which works and produces everything that is to do with pneumatic tools and instruments. So how does this company operate in Ukraine? At first, they imported standard Kamotsi products to Ukraine and sold them to Ukrainians. Then in 2016, when they began to support agrarian machinery industry, they began to produce for some localization. That is to say, Ukrainians are supposed to put on these machinery items, something which is produced in Ukraine. And then Kamotsi realized that there were new customers, and they began to come up with some out-of-the-box solutions. And they came up with some out-of-the-box production of Kamotsi in Ukraine. Then they created an engineering design department. They came up with an IT department, and they got to such a point of production of these out-of-the-box things, unusual things for Kamotsi, that they say, you know, guys, now in Germany, pneumatic cylinders are necessary for German vehicles, and they say, yeah, we can do it. And now they have a third area of operations. They begin to design things in Ukraine and being manufactured in Ukraine and exported out of Ukraine. So this is how this program of agrarian machine building operates in Ukraine. So now we have set up a national exhibition center in Bologna in Italy, and I have been informed that there are 4 Italian companies which are ready to repeat the same experience, just because this program has already been launched into operation again. But if there is a risk that this program will be in suspension next year, what will we say to our Italian counterparts? So see, the same examples go for localization. 79 companies that produce end products, amongst them the Metro in 2021. There were 4,000 producers of component parts, 4,000. The multiplier is crazy, in fact. So this is how it's moving. So the world is utterly cruel. When you come to a factory, in February we went to Bota and we said, come on, come and buy in Ukraine. And they started laughing. They say, we have manufacturing facilities in Latin America and Africa. We are not going to build it in Ukraine. We have 26 million worth of sales. So what can you contribute to that? This is half of the Ukrainian exports. When we say that our agri-production feeds the whole world, okay, this is a brave statement to make, but when we said about Boti, for example, we said, look, we have a localization. This is all clear, but become partners with us, sell to us 100 engines, and then we'll begin to install them in different kinds of tractors and loading equipment. Are you ready to do that? Yes. We are ready to do different kinds of equipment for excavators. Are you ready to comply with this? Yes, yes, they say. So this is the fastest and most optimal way for us to cooperate with foreigners, for us to manufacture and attract investments to come. And that's something I believe in. Do I understand you correctly that you speak about cooperation between different businesses and you, in a way, are communicator between foreign and Ukrainian businesses. I think it's a fantastic initiative. Yes, nowadays we have a great number of such things, like the Danish company that makes minesweepers, and all the way to Japanese companies, Isuzu, for example, that have their manufacturing facilities in Cherkasy. Yeah, there are numerous, but these are just an illustration for you to see. Like you say, we have a program of agrarian machine engineering building, but people don't understand what this is. Maybe these people are not supposed to issue it with money, you know. But foreigners immediately grasp these points. And we have scandals of the global level when Mazzotti, an Italian company, began to produce some sprays in Boguslav, which is 250,000 worth per one unit. 25% of that, for them it was a very good share, so they went for it. But John Deere decided against it, and they began to produce, and Boguslav began to procure these self-propelled sprayers. And now some countries in the world produce that, including Ukraine. And when John Deere bought Mazzotti in 2020, the first thing they did, they rescinded the agreement between Boguslav and Mazzotti, and they said, well, this company that was my rival back in the day is out of the market of Ukraine. But we as Ukrainians came up with our idea of how to make a similar product. So this is, once again, the governmental support doesn't mean money to nowhere. These are the results which I can cite hundreds and hundreds of. And this is very proper policy, which is really efficient and high performance. On the contrary, Oleg Bayarin, a friend of mine, invested 140 million euros, and he built a full-cycle automotive industry. And now for 15 years, this automotive industry facility isn't working, even prior to the war. And every single time we say, well, let's atomize this case. Why was it put to a stall on the cold rocks? Did it have investments? Yes. Were there any apartments? Yes, there were partners. Were there any qualified personnel? Yes, 2,000 employees. So why did not a single automotive company in the world not want to cooperate with him? It was a fascinating case. Did you look into that? Yes, we did look, but it's a length story to cut it short. But you know, when the Employees Federation of Ukraine offered their own idea concerning how to raise taxes, there was one tax offered that there need to be also an additional tax offered when you buy a foreign car, and thus to incentivize buying Ukrainian-made products. And I began to look for some additional information in this regard, and I knew that I wanted to find out whether we had any manufacturing facilities of cars in Ukraine. Look, we have one huge factory for Hyundai made very recently. The owner is a financial industrial group. But the owners don't matter. Jobs and the capacity is what matters. And right now, unfortunately, it's not working. And another one in Ukraine. So in answer to your question, basically, I can tell you that every delegation from Volkswagen Group, beginning some 10, 15 years ago, they would say the same. When are you going to remove European cars out of Ukraine or Ukrainian roads, the ones that were purchased in Europe and brought here and not nationalized? So we did it. And now look, 5% increase of tax, of military tax that needs to be collected from the people's income. This increases the costs of the industrial manufacturing facilities. So see, well, once again, we are losing to importers. But we wanted to introduce registration fee for second-hand cars, because those cars were second-hand imported from Europe. We had introduced 500 cisterns, and Turks, when we were in Hanover, were laughing at us. We introduced 500 second-hand cisterns to Ukraine, and they were thinking, like, are you crazy? So before they began to increase this military fee, which is nowadays is a huge amount of money, which is a big financial burden to companies. Yes, I understand what you're talking about. Now, Volodymyr, you produce industrial products, and I know that right from the start you wanted to target not the national market, but you wanted to export. Just like Ruslan has said it. we may end up in a situation when, unfortunately, our trucks may get stuck on the border. Then we have to have meetings with the Polish counterparts in order to regulate these issues. I know that you have been in such conundrums. At the time you began to build your facility, why did you mean to export? Isn't it difficult for you to keep exporting, meaning that one of the export markets that you are working with is the United States, and logistics is too long? My name is Alexander Biletsky. Probably I'm the only representative of the industry here, manufacturing industry. I'm also a vice president of the Ukrainian Entrepreneurs and Producers Association. Therefore, I very well know what's happening in our industry overall. So let me tell you very briefly about the enterprise in charge of which I am. I'm the CEO of SHERP, which is the global producer of the best amphibians vehicles world over, and our main market, sales market. Well, first of all, it was a matter of localization. I've just counted 92% is something that we do wholly in Ukraine. So our market is 92% localized. A lot of the attendees at this conference have visited our enterprise. Metro can confirm it, that this is an amphibious, it's a fully amphibious program. We buy the best products, metals in the world, like the best Swedish steels, unlike the governmental concept that we are supposed to be a raw material appendage to Europe. On the contrary, we buy raw materials from Europe, and we create added value products here in Ukraine. Our core market, as you have said, are the United States and Canada. Another large buyer of ours is the UN, which in Africa have replaced their helicopters with our amphibia. And this is the official information that you can read on their UN website. Nowadays, they can deliver their products, 1 ton of products per $200, whereas previously with the helicopters that would cost them 1,000, several thousands even sometimes. So we have a lot of communication with them. Our third market is India. We have a joint production facility in India with a large Indian corporation. In India, we manufacture SHERPs for multiple purposes. And this is my next question about the Indian market, because Ruslan, you have just brought me to this point. Let me just be very brief describing that. So basically, we are a company which is present basically and virtually in all of the continents, including the Arctic and the Antarctic, because we also participate in different expeditions to Asia, New Zealand, Australia, Africa. We're already in love with your enterprise. Honestly, I promise I will go to you and will immediately cross the road, because our offices face each other, by the way. So when you were setting up your business, why did you immediately target exports? And question 2, in order to export, it requires a lot of documents, licenses, to be able to prove that your product is high quality. Just because you are in contact, I am in contact with a lot of producers, I know exporting to other countries is really challenging, because when people hear Ukrainian, they don't know anything about Ukraine. For them, it's all about poor quality. They may not know that this is a cool product. So my question is, you immediately began to target exports. How did you go about doing that? Why? Perhaps one day I would also like to go for that. So what do I need to care about right from the start for me to export safely? The first thing to mention, although there are several items to be mindful of that perhaps would deserve a whole discussion. In our case, it was easy and simple. We created a niche product, absolutely unique. We were trailblazers in this respect. An innovative product, you mean? Yes, it was a groundbreaking thing. Before us, there hadn't been anything in the market of the kind. Therefore, others are trying to catch up with us. We have some rivals nowadays, but still we are trying to move much faster, and we are introducing a lot of investments into R&D. And the situation has somewhat changed, and the war has demonstrated that our engineering school is really mighty. By the way, I'm in constant touch with some high-profile government officials, representatives of businesses, I mean, in the West. Nowadays, it's a very positive trend. Everyone is perceiving Ukraine positively. They understand that we have a cool engineering school. Ukrainian engineers are fantastic. So I think it's a very positive signal for the further development. The only thing is for us to understand how to monetize that, how to capitalize on that, especially from our R&D, because our R&D is mixed up with mass production. Not in favor of Ukraine. But in answer to your question, then probably the first point is, of course, your strategy. It has to be well thought through. You cannot move as a business or a country without a strategic plan. So a strategic plan, from my perspective, is something that needs to be based with perspective to 20 to 30 years from now. Something when we speak about strategies for a year, I mean, it's laughable. It's nothing to talk about. It's very short term. The second item is the level of your organization. You need to constantly upgrade that. This relates both to business and the country overall. And especially this refers to wartime, because I'm also a veteran. This is of utter need, utmost need for Ukraine, because we always need to compete at the level of organization. So that's another thing that you need to put very high stakes at. So this needs to be emphasized a lot on. Next thing is, of course, leadership. Don't be afraid to take on, to claim, I mean, to set up your bars high. Once I remember we were talking about your course that you organized for women. Of course, this does not relate to women. In the previous panel discussion, Mr. Tihipko had to say that people are fearful of dreaming big. And instead, they just want to take small steps. Perhaps this is something that also relates to these one-year strategies. Yeah, you're right. We do a lot of training sessions meant for people like women in particular. We have selected women from Kharkiv region. Most of the time, people have micro goals. They don't dream big. Although we live in this big globalized world where with the help of your telephone, you can move everything around, where everything is already like a television set, like your computer, everything is contained in your telephone, and everything is easily accessible and available to you. Like in the previous panel, they mentioned Tsarichanka and some other small villages. You can be set in this tiny, small village of Tsarichanka and do your business with Tokyo, for example. This informational world does not put any restrictions on you in this regard. So this is probably another thing that I had to mention, expansion. You need to be expansive. You need to think expansively. You need to set up your bar very high. And lastly, cooperation. Very, very important from the perspective of business. One needs to learn how to pursue common interests. That's something that Ruslan was speaking about. Yeah, as a matter of fact, yeah, I keep observing this all the time. There are some things which, in fact, are so baseline, but they're so efficient. For example, over the last year, we lost 50 industrial facilities, machine building enterprises. People never put their heads around this idea, for instance, that these things are so easy to tackle. When a group of people get together and generate ideas, yeah, and generate resources, which is more important. 1,000 people, I mean, invest $1,000, and then you come up with $1 million. So cooperation is a global way and a fantastic tool to do your business and run it from anywhere. So this is based on trust. But our society somehow, we have learned to trust. Perhaps in the first year of invasion, there was a great deal of credibility that the whole society could lend. And that's something that could be invested in the economy. And if we had learned to do something as joint efforts, that would be a tremendous thing. By the way, if we want renaissance of our industrial capacity, we need to think along the lines of uniting our efforts, how to cooperate. Yes, I can see Ruslan wants to add something. Another very important thing concerning cooperation, we get to see that from different exhibitions. Today, this is the 15th national stand taking place, and we united 200 different national companies. So we can see how this cooperation is taking place, even from the standpoint of negotiations with suppliers. Like a German supplier would like to set up an operation here in Ukraine, producers of braking systems, brake systems. So all of these things have to demonstrate that this is already a trend shaping up, and this is contributing very beneficial results to us. Another thing, at one point we had to produce fire engines, and Isuzu company provided us with some pairs of chassis. In a couple of months, we managed to assemble 130 vehicles. Great. Alexander, you said that you have a manufacturing facility in India. You also said about opening that line, and you said that in India it was slightly easier than in Ukraine to launch your enterprise. So I am somehow grounded in this stereotype that India is difficult in its mentality, and you argued the opposite. And Ruslan has also mentioned that. So what do you think is it that we need to make things easier about rules, procedures, to make it easier to do business? We need to change the level of organization. What do you mean by that? What do you imply by that? The time that took us to go through the quantification at the Ministry of Defense alone, at the same time, in the meanwhile, we built plans in India. You see, their level of state organization during the war right now here in Ukraine, it's fatal, it's disastrously poor. It's just next to impossible. And it was yesterday, I was so embarrassed when a friend of mine called from the General Staff, General Yatsuk, and he said, I need this vehicle. Let's make a fundraiser. Because for me to buy this vehicle, and I need it tomorrow, we need to be redeployed to another bank of the Seversky Donets. All of the bridges have been destroyed, and we need to evacuate people. And he himself argues that for him to do it at the Ministry of Defense, it'll take him at least 1 month, but with us it'll be much swifter. So even if during the war we cannot handle these things at the level of organization, if we lack call to act, when you need to do things urgently, decisions need to be taken no matter what. So this is a disastrous situation, and it's so embarrassing to talk about these things. So I'm not just talking about business, not about acquisitions to be made, but about something that is lifesaver. Very proper, simplified, streamlined procedures and proper understanding concerning how things need to be done, and this is especially about the level of organization. Thank you very much indeed. I just must speak about Nova Poshta. This is my employer. And if we see what happened at the time of the full-scale invasion, we didn't put our operations on the stall, and I'm sure everyone had their own sustainability plans. It's a must-have for everyone. So probably that's something that needs to be done at the governmental level, so that in situations A, B, and C, you know how to act. So these manuals have to be there, and you need to act by those books. I know, Inga, that your company, MasterCard, also runs a great number of different training courses in order to raise competencies of entrepreneurs. And I know that MasterCard is keenly interested in making sure that all of the businesses make transactions via you. So can you tell us how you're going about that, and as well as about your vision? What can a businessman do if they lack experience, no hands-on experience or practice from first hands? How to approach policy writing, action plan writing, business plan, anti-crisis responses? From your perspective, how does that have to be done? How to teach people?
Our latest survey shows that 1 in every 6 entrepreneurs has started their business in the latest years of large-scale war. So that's part of the Ukrainian DNA. How many have closed their business? We didn't have that data, but it's okay, rating and anti-rating. So depending on the courage, but so 66% told us that they don't have any experience of entrepreneurial activity. When it's a small store, it's okay, but if you want to scale up, you only have to have knowledge. So as I said, payment technologies is one story, and here we fully facilitate that together with financial industry. But all the other programs, training, grants, it also helps. By the way, we talked about grants today. 27% of entrepreneurs use either state or international grants. It's another indicator. So people will use it. I agree that it doesn't resolve fully the question of funding. The loans should be there, but 27% using grants is a great indicator. As for the latest survey, I will share some figures. 56% of entrepreneurs either already work with other markets or are planning to enter foreign markets. So that's what Alexandra said. So that means this big dream emerged, a strategy of expansion. People reach other markets. So they export their service or their goods to the other markets, and we see what the entrepreneurs show. It's Poland, Germany, Lithuania, and Italy. So that's what we saw in the response. So the efforts are clear. MasterCards cannot be the one who fully solves the problem of training, but together with the banking industry, administrative economy, administrative digital transformation, we launch different programs in order to support, train, financially train. And I think it works. Why? What do you train? It can be, and Mitro said that you can fill out the application. I think the state has done this. So after state number 3, you lose your temper and just leave it because bureaucracy. But we have DIA. It's a great tool. Yeah, so you're fantasizing because I don't know. So do you have any practical things that people can learn and just do it? Yeah, everything about payment instruments, and over the last 2 years, 20% of users have started using cashless. So MasterCard for sure can train that together with the banking industry, how to do it. Secondly, what also we train them is to how to use artificial intelligence. We didn't talk about it today, but I want to say that we see some results. 21% within our study said that they started using the AI tools. Of course, it's for marketing mostly and communication with customers. So does it simplify their process, or just don't want to draw the save on people? I think it's both, because you cannot even split between two, because if you make it, your process is better, then you drive the cost down. So AI is already there. Our entrepreneurs are using it. Everything regarding the standard tools like marketing and communication, with the AI or without AI, we also support. We have training programs, and please don't forget that we, with the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we open an advisory center where you can have turnkey solutions, how to register your business, how to pay taxes, how to use cashless, how to go online. So there are online web portal and offline as advisory centers, because if you have questions, we have places in the bank where you can consult about everything, financial services, how they can be provided to you, how you can be assisted in loans. So, Dmitro, coming back to you. You said what was done, like overview, but that's not enough, of course, considering the exhaustion, the difficulties, the challenges, because people are running out of optimism. People are running out of, the drive that they had in 22, 23. What are you planning as a state to do to simplify this process of production, localization, regulations? So what are the plans for the subsequent steps by the end of this year? Like, can we expect some other things that make our life easier? Well, first I would like to say, from forum to forum, we have different connotations. We no longer say what we need or we don't need, we say what's not enough. Well, it's a serious step forward, because that means we understand that we need to produce, we need production, because production is survival. Last year we said that Ukraine is a commodity-based country. This year we have grown. We're exporting high value added. Yeah, it's about getting more mature, more adult. Both our friends and our enemies are blocking commodity export for us from different sides. And that leads us to grow up. Like a British Prime Minister said, we don't have eternal enemies or friends, we only have national interests. So in these discussions, we start to understand what's our national interest. We need to learn production. Short-term plans, by the end of the year, it's obvious that we need to retain the amount of state-owned support programs, industrial development that we have now. Why is it important? Because using the industrial park example, we see that trust is a very important thing, that it takes long to build, but you can lose it quickly. So people believe the state has done the steps, delivered on the promise, people invested money. So business people build factories, investing money. That's because there's trust between investors, the communities, and the state. Continuation of programs is an important element of this trust. So people have invested in production of components. They want to understand that next year the program will continue. So they built another factory in a different part of the country to diversify. They have to understand that it's not going to disappear. Will not go to Romania and Czech Republic. So short-term task to retain the amount of state-supported programs, industrial parks, agricultural equipment, compensation 50% for Ukrainian-produced machine building equipment, vehicles, energy equipment, supporting investments. Maybe something else we'll see. There's not enough money, but it's very important that not all donor funds would be used for running costs, but so 20 years ago we worked on the communication market. We know each other for so many years. Why you're not communicating that proactively? Because you have to look specifically. There's no information. So optimism of society is shaped from the newsreel. Why there is no such thing in the news? It's a good question. It dates back to what I said before. In industrial parks, if I would be speaking only for 3 years, that would be nothing. But with the deputies, with Viktor Holosuk, who started industrial parks, we were talking to people who invest money in infrastructure or factories. We've traveled all over the country. We talked to the biggest city mayors, communities, investors. We talked to gas supply company, etc. We matchmaking them. We say, you do this, you do that. You get more tax, you get more operational costs. So we work with those who actually need to deliver that. Now that they've done it, there are factories, there are industrial parks with infrastructure, with buildings. Now I will be telling them for wider public, because we can show it. While we cannot show anything, nobody will believe us. So we work with people who do it professionally. They understood the concept. They started cooperating. Another important thing, in our work in industrial parks, we managed to explain to the mayors that a factory that they will have is their profits, their revenues. And so they started looking at investing in their own community as a way to increase revenues into their budget. And at that time, the mayor turns from hunter to invest nanny. I cannot explain this to the mayor from a TV screen. I can only explain it personally, and it worked. So all the programs that we do First, we communicate them to the target audience. If we have agricultural machine building program, so we have producers, vendors who have to believe that they have to increase capacity. And on the other hand, there are agricultural companies who should understand that Ukrainian sprinkler is maybe better than John Deere. So we work with them. So they're effective. As soon as we see the results that we can show for larger public, well, sprinkler is a sprinkler. Not many people need it. They need to use TikTok. Right. So as soon as it's mass results, we'll start. So how many parks, industrial parks, are now in Ukraine? Well, statistics are not much use, but it's just interesting. 10 years ago, there was 0. There are about 90. That's important. Through the vibe, we're using, each community understands that they have to urgently create industrial park, whereas the parks that would be working, that's the indicator. You know, they built 25 of them, but how many are working? And the dynamic is important. Ruslan, you wanted to add something? Well, it's a great question, and I would... So Alexander said a nice thing about organizing, effective organization process. As to communication, simple example. Have you calculated how many forums dedicated to exports happen in over a year? Quite a lot. Some 2 per month. A small example. On average, the national stand that we're building costs 120,000 euro. There are bigger, 300,000. So I took a 1 million USAD, converted it into national stands. And now, after the successful national stands, CEOs in Agrotechnic in Hanover, Agromech in Denmark, personal so in the next years, the contracts, we have them, and even donors don't need to support me. But I know that the forums that happened in Ukraine took 5 times more money from donors. They're communicating why they're everywhere. I was the editor of business newspaper. I know what communication is. I've worked there for 8 years to popularize protecting Ukrainian businesses. Now, in terms of popularization, 16 stands, only 2 ambassadors visited. International ministers come to those stands, but Ukrainian ambassadors, no. The minister, we say to the minister, please invite your ambassadors. It's important. So it's time for solutions and actions. So effective solutions. If you can talk all you want, but if you have a Hallhofer, the biggest trawling producer, and if they look at TransAuto, how can this be 40% difference in price, the same functions? So don't go into the market. I will. So it's victory, but then it turns out that our state, for some reason, for this type of product, introduced the same conditions as for commodity: 180 days, returning foreign currency. But a dealer in Hanover says, in a year, I need 100 units shipped all over Europe, and the government decides to increase by 270. 4 months, the solution is standing still between the National Bank and the ministers. And if you look at the number of exports that is caused, it's miserable. The state doesn't even risk the losses. So that's a small amount. 4 months or 5 months. So you come back to the low efficacy of organization in the government. Yeah, the same question. If you look at who's hanging in the Ministry of Economy on the number of letters, yeah, the foreign currency control. These are the biggest Ukrainian players. I've been dealing with this all the time. The cycle of processing documents is very long because they used to work with the grain traders, and everybody's hanging in the queue, in the backlog. We keep talking, and they just put fingers to each other, National Bank or Ministry of Economy, and it's not resolved. Although it's a problem that is not a problem at all. They get together, decide, and do it. because they work with grain traders with big cycle of processing and documentation, like machine. We're talking about huge companies that create value added, but create for them the quick conditions, because fines are colossal. Krukowski wagon building received a fine last year. So yeah, it's a big challenge where the bureaucracy stands in the way in elementary things, and everybody keeps asking them, and there's no explanation of why they don't do it. I mean, publicly, I want to ask the National Bank, who's present somewhere here, you know, friends, you got to start working. 4 months now, after the government voted to make 270 days for machine building. Just do it. There are no reasons not to do it. Everybody understands that machine building you can't sell in 20 days. You can't. It's against the logic of this business. So don't ignore it. Just there's nothing to discuss. There's nothing to analyze. It's been hanging in the air, and just do it. National Bank, I hope you hear us. Please, yeah, we'll go to their Facebook page and write comments, because they do respond to that. You know, the best discussion starts when the moderator is not necessary anymore. Thank you for that. Sergey, when we met and talked about these topics, you touched upon an important thing, which is big things. As Metro said, it's important to stay on course, to have sustainable rules. Longer period of time, and we hear it from the changes to understand the values. What's important for us? What are strategic priorities? You said that it's not the government has to do it; it's the businesses have to do it. So how should this process be organized? Who has to be in this process? So first of all, that's the right time to look at the strategic situation and analyze it, because the initiatives are good and everything, but we live in an economy. We have limited resources, and we need to choose where to invest. So when we talk about investing in the economy, it's a great thing, but how, where, what do you invest? Some people say processing should be increased, effective agro. Others say that's not effective because it's a very competitive market and too little value added, but we have a huge potential of agricultural sector. So you can stimulate sprinkling, etc., irrigation. So we have 579 program, but who knows or who has seen an analysis of how effective this program? We have used some 15 billion hryvnias of budget, but what did it give? And there's no such analytics. And plus we have the clash of different positions when there's a competition of ideas. By the way, in the world there's this institution or rule that politicians put these ideas for discussion. There are think tanks, organizations who have to fund, and they are funded by governments, private investors. Why? To increase the level of trust, to have more understanding, choosing the strategy, the focus of investments, how effective these investments, how transparent those things. And so in the US, 3,000 think tanks officially registered. In London, more than 200. In Ukraine, we also have about 100 or more think tanks, but there's still no experience to discuss these ideas. So national cashback, increasing taxes, it should go through this civilized cycle of analysis, how effective in public speaking. You don't pass the law without saying to anyone that you do it. So the state has to be ready for discussion, has to be open. And businesses, well, maybe we need to fund and support these institutions that will be professionally doing this analysis, these assessments, so that we have more awareness and perception. So now it's the time for that. And all those conversations will be much more useful if we understand what specifically we expect to get and what do we get in the end. And there are independent experts who evaluate that. Right? We took a lot of time. It was an interesting discussion. So we discussed that there's still no renaissance, but there's a powerful movement that creates great production and helps. Thanks to Dmitro, I've learned that it works already and how it works. Thank you for telling us about cooperation, and hopefully you learned some useful things for yourself. I see organizers are throwing a lot of shade at me. Just one question, okay? You say, and I will repeat. I'm Vladimir Bashlik, Union of Industry Entrepreneurs. You talked a lot about the signs of normalization. You know, the normalization in Ukraine is strange. The IMF predicts in 10 years 4% growth. So we catching up without catching up. Certificates 60% National Bank. That is a competitor of normal economy. So question to everyone, very short one. If instantly National Bank will decrease the interest rates for certificates to 8%, what's your attitude? I cannot give the floor to everyone, just Sergey, quickly, because you for sure know more than I. So short version, the interest rates corresponds to certain certain objective. 16% for certificates doesn't exist, 13%. And even the bonds have gone down. But if you take the system in general, it came to more or less equilibrium. 10% expected inflation, 13 interest rates. And there is devaluation, but it's on the same level, which is basically shows that the real interest rate becomes much low. And I think by now, the situation is more or less stabilized and predictable. Thank you so much, dear friends. We can't take any more questions, but we stay here. You can approach to any speaker after we make a group photo and ask your question. Thank you so much, everyone.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to see familiar faces. My name is Alexey Filatov. I'm a senior partner at ECHO legal company, and today our conversation is the relations between the authorities and business, transformation of business-government relations, how that is evolving. First off, I would like to remark by saying that the issues that we are going to discuss today are no new in any way, and as long as businesses and entrepreneurial activities have been here, as long as that we have had various kinds of questions in terms of taxation, regulators, burden and pushing on the business, the impact of the economic policy on governmental policy making. But during the war, all of them can be exacerbated so much more. And there are lots of mutual recriminations, both for the business and for the government, in terms of new challenges that they have to tackle. And nowadays, and today, we have an opportunity to discuss all of that with our venerable panelists, who I would like to introduce to you. First, Danila Getmantsev, head of the Parliament Committee on Finance, Taxation and Customs Policy. Roman Vashchuk, business ombudsman in Ukraine for as long as 3 years right now, and prior to that he was the ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of Canada to Ukraine, someone who was able to observe the situations unfolding in our country from outside, at least from the late 1980s. Igor Mazepa, the CEO and founder of one of the largest private companies, Concord Capital Company. It caters to a variety of different sectors of economy. Alexei Banyuk, head of the Criminal Law Policies and Investments Protection Department of the Office of the Prosecutor General. Mikhailo Polyakov, Deputy General Director of Phyllis Morris Ukraine, one of the biggest taxpayers in Ukraine. So please give your round of applause to today's panelists. Mr. Romana, I think the first question will probably go to you, because according to your capacity, you have every chance to conduct analysis, collect thoughts and insights from the representatives of the real economy sector, from whom we will hear today. Nevertheless, what is your analysis? And how is your communication with businesses going? What conclusions does that offer to you with reference to some of the most topical and hottest topics that persist in the business and government relations? Thank you very much indeed. You know, in my journeys around Ukraine, latest ones have been to the western areas of Ukraine. So I have figured out that it's more popular to speak right now to speak about two types of Ukraine. And again, I can see two Ukraines. I can see Andrei Lihach here in social networks. He has recently spoken about the fact that there are two Ukraines existing alongside each other. And as business has told us about that in Ternopil and other regions of Ukraine, there are local authorities, local governments, local administrations that offer support to local businessmen. As opposed to that, there are also fiscal and law enforcement bloc, which from their perspective works not in favor, but to their detriment. And this bloc is trying to collect all of the necessary resources for the state budget for the country to continue waging this war. But the way they are doing that, unfortunately, is not compliant with the expectations of business in Ukraine. And I don't think that that complies with the external partners of Ukraine either. You know, the Business Ombudsman in Ukraine is an independent body because right from the very outset, it gained grant support via EBRD. However, nowadays, it's so surprising for us to hear that I am a kind of a grant eater, a grant consumer, together with DPS and DMS, perhaps to a certain extent with the Prosecutor General's office. If you look at the structure of the budget of Ukraine, to a large extent, a great share of the Ukrainian officers keep eating up a lot of money, the money which is offered by the taxpayers of Japan, the United States, etc. So can we interpret the Ukrainian business the way that it's supposed to be interpreted? We had a great number of explosive arguments concerning invoices and way bills, etc. So Something that we have been observing this year is the decline both in the number of companies and the ratio of these companies. The question arises with all of these checks and inspections, and all of these checks are so labor intensive, and corporate culture unfortunately hasn't evolved, and something needs to be done about that. So part of the solution to that is the white glove business setting up, and we in the Business Ombudsman Office of Ukraine next week are going to hear it from the DBS to understand what that should look like. But basically the presumption of goodwill should refer first of all to all of you, without you having to submit to a particular configuration or categorization. And to wrap it up, talking generally about the profile of complaints that we tend to get. It's true, in multiple areas, just like Mr. Ligac mentioned, that these issues have already gone digital and along different procedures, and the regulators have to deal with that. 75% of our complaints are to do with fiscal and law enforcement complaints. And here we have some representatives of these areas, and they will explain it to you why this is the case, and perhaps maybe why in the future it's going to be different, and what steps are being undertaken in order to resolve and tackle this issue. Thank you. Mr. Danila, you as a representative of the government, of the legislature in this panel, clearly you are a representative of the Parliament of Ukraine. However, in this panel you will have to comment on behalf of the executive authorities likewise. So, considering what we have just heard from Mr. Roman, what do you think are the practical steps that the government is planning today and is ready to take in real-life terms in order to answer some of the real problems that businesses speak about? Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Greetings to all. Thank you for this opportunity, for having me here during this discussion. Look, you started with a particular metaphor about two Ukraines, and I'm fully supportive of that. However, it strikes me that we are talking along slightly different other kinds of oppositions and off-stands, something that Mr. Roman has spoken about, something which is being imposed and forced on Ukraine during 30 years of its independence, the opposition between the government and business. There's nothing like it. I mean, it's mythical and it's completely imposed. In fact, there is an opposition between the black business and shadow business and irresponsible government officials. Businesses that try to avoid, that get their margins basically by not paying taxes in full. So this off-stand between the healthy Ukraine and the Ukraine which is supposed to get right is essential. And this is the confrontation where we, as the state, definitely side with the white business, responsible business. I'm in communications with so many business representatives, and I'm sure that the people present here will confirm that. They just call me on my telephone and we talk about whatever issues they may have. Shadow business, tax evasion, this is something that in the first place recoils on the business itself, and second of all, it recoils on the budgetary revenues, which 100% of which now goes to the army needs and wants. To ensure this principle of the rule of law, which everyone seems to bang on and on about rather than ensure that. So ensuring this principle of the rule of law in all of the public-private relations is the safeguard and the pledge of equitable system, which is to ensure a level playing field for everyone, So that's something that we we are busy dealing with. I am personally busy dealing with. I've been doing that since 2020, not basing on different kinds of policies, but making sure that the law is the same for everyone, fixing the gaps, loopholes, and all of the clashes and conflicts that might foster these conflicts, making sure that those that evade tax payment is definitely supposed to do that, pocketing and trying to line up their pockets with the money that they underpaid to the budget. So this is something that we are trying to get right. Things that haven't been right during the previous 30 years. So everything that my peer has just mentioned, and the system of blocking SM Core and the whole system of administering tax payments, auditing, inspections, and checks, something that has been reinstated and something which is being done on the risk-based approach. Nevertheless, they are being conducted no matter what the businesses are. There are no perfect businesses, and our system is no perfect. It does not exist in some kind of a vacuum. It's part of the government machinery with all of its flaws, typical of it. So SM Core may be in some way be disliked by some. However, given the fact that due to this tool, we have managed to cover and fix different kinds of systemic schemes and scams in our country that have persisted here for years and years. And now many cannot count on VAT payment evasion as their cutting edge. The fact that something that we have managed to do in 2024, that we have managed to raise 74% more in terms of VAT this year as opposed to the previous year, that we have already accumulated 67 billion this year, and I suppose that by the end of this year it'll be 100 billion. So it's an addition to making sure that businesses get out of shadow. So this is our joint victory, common victory, and in this struggle, I would very much like all of us to join our lines of efforts and not consider our relations as an off-stand or a confrontation, but rather our joint efforts for the sake of our common victory. Thank you, Mr. Danilo. It's hard to disagree with you when you speak about a level playing field, about the rule of law. Along with that, businesses quite often complain, saying the government declares a lot of good intentions, and unfortunately that just remains on paper. And one of the most debatable initiatives over the last years, the so-called White Business Club, also evokes a lot of dubious responses. So wouldn't you think that the mechanism offered within this club in a certain way segregates between businesses into good and bad, gray and white, and in order to obtain a certain adequate treatment of this business by the state, the business is supposed to prove that it is white, it needs to be registered properly, referred to a proper register. So don't you think that here the presumption of innocence is being violated? And how is it going to work in practice if we want to argue the level playing field? Look, here we can discuss whatever mechanisms that may be offered by the government if we first get to read about how these mechanisms will be exploited. Referring a company to a list of the members of this club, well, probably not a club, but rather a list of the enterprises of the high level of adherence to taxation legislation is done automatically based on several criteria, even regardless of the goodwill of the companies themselves. Such companies may be willing not get publicized concerning themselves being included on this list, but they will be automatically included on the list because they will be paying taxes higher than on average, and the average salary during the previous quarters is supposed to be higher than the average within their sector, and they're not supposed to have any Russian-owned assets and some other criteria, etc. So this automatic referring a company without any participation of the human in this algorithm? Secondly, are we supposed to identify the companies which, according to their external characteristics, are better than the same enterprises which work in the same comparable conditions, but are paying less than the average per the sector? I'm sure, yes, it's true, it's so. I suppose that we do have to acknowledge those who, according to all of the external characteristics, pay their taxes in goodwill. Moreover, this is the direct interest of the government. We need to pay less attention to tax control and oversight to such taxpayers as opposed to tax control that needs to be paid in greater detail to those companies who pay salaries or pay taxes which are significantly less than their opponents, their rivals or competitors. So I think this will be the correct implementation of the risk-oriented approach that has been so much talked about, which unfortunately has never been realized in practice. And the white club business is one of the first steps in this pathway. Unfortunately, it's a very small step to take, not even a major or a main one to implement the risk-implemented approach. Exercised to taxpayers in the context of the reform which is being unfolded in the tax service. This is electronic audit, electronic excise duty to be paid, excise marks, and electronic accounts well, basically, this is all to do with the digitalization of declarations in order to eliminate the human element in the taxation oversight and control which we crave to achieve and try not to pay just lip service to that. This excludes discrimination or segregation, in my view, because any enterprise, any company, from my perspective, based in Ukraine, having taken their decision about the necessity about being included in this white glove list, can easily do that without any restrictions imposed. No discrimination by race, color of skin, gender, etc. Thank you, Mr. Danilo. I think that the Ukrainian business is sincerely hopeful that this will definitely be working the way that you are describing it. Along with that, we are seeing that it is the white business that gets to complain most, that while the business that may be identified by another color gets to implement various schemes under the umbrella of the law enforcement agents, white businesses, along with that, are punishable for some formal violations and infringements. And quite often they are speaking about the fact that isn't it time to revert to practices that are in place in other developed countries, covered by the principle of first consultation, when the controlling bodies, fiscal bodies first identify the mistakes or possible mistakes committed by businesses and ask to help to rectify these mistakes, and only then do they revert to sanctioning when the economic entity does not eradicate these mistakes. Is this the principle which is being planned to be implemented in Ukraine? Yes, this is the exact principle to be implemented within this club of white business. And the list of these enterprises will be adequately approached by the tax inspection, tax service. There will definitely be first consultations conducted with the taxpayer, enabling the company to rectify this error or mistake. But if it's not a mistake, then the company will be allowed to go and press their charges via the court. But ways to avoid paying taxes may vary. And if we have an enterprise with a great deal of history, with good tax-paying history, with good payroll, higher than on average via region or sector, then indeed this method of work needs to prevail. It needs to take sway when we speak about working with such companies. On the other hand, if a legal entity begins to accumulate a particular credit when they begin to sell their products with cash, and then in a couple of days they begin to use this money in the real sector as a loan, so do we have to engage in consultations with such businesses? Definitely not. I think that Syncor will immediately have to refer such companies to risky ones in order to prevent such schemes with regard to loans and their implementation in the market. So depending on how professional this tax control is going to be, this would heavily identify how wide good faith businesses will be treated and the treatment of the companies that steal revenues from budget. Okay, thank you. Mihailo, you're a representative of the real business, something that you can also count on being referred to the white club business, given the corporate practices, standards, the amounts of taxes which Philip Morris pays to the budget of Ukraine. Can you kindly tell us, considering these amounts of taxes, is your company, Philip Morris, satisfied as an international investor with the services and policies being provided and implemented by the government of Ukraine in the economy sector nowadays? Thank you for your question. I am forced to recognize that Philip Morris, and not only us, but other companies, have to stand up for our right to obtain the services which we are eligible to by the law. This is confirmed by practice because within the framework of the American Chamber of Commerce, we keep raising the same issue. The issues persist, the same ones that are not supposed to be raised at the level of the chamber. Talking about our company in particular, during our operations in Ukraine, we have already invested $750 billion in Ukraine. And this year, we have already invested $30 million in the construction of a new factory in Lviv. There are some cases when we are engaged in heated debates with the government authorities, where they have different kinds of claims to argue against us. And this is really nothing to argue about. And unfortunately, form prevails over the essence, over the content. And in our industry, it's of critical importance to counteract illegal sales that Mr. Danila has already alluded to. We are witnessing a situation when, on the one hand, we need to counteract illegal producers. And G7, for example, G7 countries complain about such illegal producers bitterly. They know that we have quite a few of them here in Ukraine. And when we take a situation where law enforcers work on these cases may be initiated. Of course, these companies may be suspended from operations, but they still remain in the same whereabouts. Whereas if we focus on Poland, a recent case in question, an illegal company was identified in 6 hours, and then in several hours after that, it was completely destroyed. It was razed to the ground. So this is a drastic reality. And every time when we come with an appeal for a greater involvement of law enforcers in this process, we get to hear the representatives of other businesses whose computer equipment is withdrawn and their activities are immediately paralyzed. So on the one hand, the businesses are appealing with putting an end to different violations, and the whole international community is in agreement with the impossibility to still engage in such violations. Like the International Monetary Fund has recently addressed one of these issues, and they asked us about the state of play in the situation. And we had to confess that although for a short time there was a termination of illicit production of tobacco goods, right now, unfortunately, there is the reinstatement of the negative conduct and behavior and illicit production. So how happy are we with the services that the state has to offer? As I have said, every single time we have to prove our right for being eligible to obtain these services. Every time we appeal with the government, for example, to counteract illicit production of different smuggling things. In the American chamber, there is a solid excisable task force group on a permanent basis. Even in the parliament, there is a specially designated group that has been set up. Once again, this has been done because businesses have come and claimed their right for that, and they pursue their charges. And together with the international community, with the and other embassies. Only when they begin to put their efforts together can we see that some things begin to move. Because we only unfortunately see that the government is not willing to dispense of the duties that it's supposed to dispense of. And we would like to just produce and sell our products, but not in a certain way, sometimes supplement or replace some functions of the government when we begin to look for the producers of illicit production and prove to the state that this phenomenon still pervades. Thank you, Mihaila. On behalf of the international investor, from the international investor, let us move on to the national investor, Igor. You invest in different things like financial services, IT, all the way to production, construction materials, natural resources, etc. So your portfolio is diverse. Do you see the general picture of a kind, the cross-industrial picture that will allow you to conclude about the root cause of the main problems that unfortunately are as a dividing wall between the Ukrainian business and the government? Thank you very much for having me here. It's a great pleasure. Yes, of course, I get to see that. And I'm fully cognizant of what Mr. Getmansev has to say. Of course, the country is at war, and this is a naturally good thing. The government needs a lot more taxes to be able to withstand the enemy more efficiently. In such a country, of course, you need the law enforcers to be stronger, more powerful, to exert their authority, to command their authority, to enforce the decisions taken by the political authorities in the country. Because when you find yourself at the hot stage of the hot war, the hottest war during the latest century, that's the way it should be. Decisions need to be enforced just like that. However,
but what I keep noticing now, the enforcement and the tax authority, tax police, have been very effective in the first months and years, where they had to quickly find Russian assets or target Medvedchuk or something else. They found it, they located, they dealt with it, but then themselves headed the corruption. So what happened with all those companies that were confiscated from Russians? What happened to businesses that was removed from Medvedchuk? Nothing. They were not privatized, they were not sold. Just other people went there and just took all those financial assets. Then when we talk about white businesses, they have to compete with this black business. And that's unfortunately, in Dobrobut, the operational margin is the smallest one because we pay all the salaries, whereas the other market, the black market, is not doing that. Tobacco industry, the same. Fuel industry, the same. Don't we see how much do we pay for 1 liter or 1 pack of cigarettes? Everybody knows, the whole country knows, but it's just for years there's no progress in there. Why? Because the same police officers, the prosecutors, and they just captured the flag, and just the beneficiaries changed, and that's it. But the illegality, the criminality of it didn't stop. So raise your hand, those who believe that you have at once, over the last 3 years, have faced the unfair pressure on your business. Because I was imprisoned for a while. I have nothing to do with that, just randomly, because Alex called me, Mazeppa, you sat in the prison, where you were in prison, so tell them how it was. So what I want to say that, well, it's understandable that in the state of war, the role of state is going to grow and dominate, but honestly, everything has its limits. And the latest discussion with businesses, when there was an idea to raise taxes, because we don't have revenues in the budget. Well, for sure, I know we don't have anything to put in the budget, but the other thing is the fairness. Where is this whole illegal tobacco producers, dozens of other industries illegal? There's a lot of money there. You don't need to have war with the entrepreneurs again. You don't have to create confrontation. Nobody wants this confrontation. Everybody wants to be creative and have a great time. And the state doesn't want to help you. So, Danilo, could you say, will the state look for other sources of filling the budget other than collecting taxes and redistributing those streams that have a lot of corruption and go to some other pockets, the budget other than the customs or some other corrupt offices? What else? What specifically are you planning to do? So first thing, I agree with what you said, that de-shadowing of economy, that's what I started from, is the source to get budget revenues. But when we talk about specific numbers, then the situation is, well, that's what we see. The de-shadowing of the economy as of October now, we have the 67 billion from tax authority. That's an average of up to 10% from general revenues per year. 67 billion. That money didn't fall from the sky. It's a result of each of these industries that we mentioned working well. If we talk about Mikhailo and the tobacco, it's the result of minus 10% of black market. We used to have 25, now it's 14.5, thanks to us stopping these companies, these gray producers in May. In September, they restarted, they resumed. And that's the clash. I personally was working a lot to put some order in this market. Mikhailo knows about it. So that's the clash that we've seen in 2022 when we closed Zhovtovod, the big company, which was a legal tobacco producer. And we also will win in this effort as well. But unfortunately, what was created for 30 years, you cannot win it in one day. There are no such recipes. If you speak about specific markets and resources that gave us the opportunity to collect 100 billion additional to the budget, like vodka and spirits, from January till August this year, provided additional legal sales plus 29%. Does it mean that people started drinking more? Or we had additional territories to sell or markets? What happened? That's what the shadowing. Because we removed licenses from almost half of these illegal companies. And so putting them out of the shadow, the vodka market. So let's take fuel. So 17 licenses were revoked. Thanks to working with this market, 5 times increased per liter. So there's a big chain that helped us do that. Half of all these gas stations, their licenses were removed. People heard it, they paid taxes, and they came out of the shadow as most of the market. And so we have year to year, to 23 to 24, we have plus 41% tax revenues, plus 41%. And so if we talk about VAT, then plus 74%. VAT year to year. So if we talk about electronics, there are companies that comes to us for a committee meeting. We hear their plea, and they say, yeah, big network, big chains, you know them. They say, yeah, we work in the shadow. We are not legally existing. There's no such company. There's only 300 small companies connected with one software. That's how we work, they say. But give us the roadmap, we'll look at it, and we'll step by step go out of the shadow. What is the roadmap that you need? What roadmap your competitors need? They keep working white, like Comfy, Foxtrot. They sell the same electronics, but they sell white. What are the roadmap you need? But young people, healthy, they seriously tell us that that's how they work. You can't do anything. And the tax authority, every day, standing on those, because they keep working. And they say that they have the right to work in the shadow for 2 months now. And that's the clash, you know. So what I mean is, it's a big work, it's a huge work in order to bring out of the shadow the big businesses that are now working in the shadow. And I understand the Comfy company, who, and even Philip Morris, who tells our state, do it as a must-have. Give us the equal conditions of work, economic activity. If Kyivstar and Vodafone and Data Group pays VAT on a fixed internet broadband, why alongside with them there should be some other companies, big companies, with 300,000 and more subscribers who work through shell companies? What kind of state you are if you can't have some order on this market in the wartime? And so I share this demand, and I'm doing everything that it happens in specific areas, specific industries, specific examples. I just don't want to take too much of your time for that. But we keep working on salaries, specific areas, discussions, convincing the companies. If they don't hear us, then, of course, we do inspections. So I personally believe that an inspection is the least effective method of tax control. Because if SM Core blocks a tax declaration, everything's recorded. You'll know what and when, and you can find the guilty party. If they so it's a problem, and you don't want to do these inspections. We don't want them. But considering that the state has to deliver the principle of rule of law for everyone, we're going to do that, and we're doing that. Right, thank you. We'll hope that it's going to be result-oriented and positive. We understand that everything's changing. Death and taxes. Other than tax questions, Mr. Vishuk will correct me if I'm wrong, but with the number of complaints that the business ombudsman received, the biggest complaint is up to 60% is about cooperation with tax authority, whereas 15% is cooperation with law enforcement, investigations, prosecution, etc. And now it's a question to Alexei Banyuk. So reform of law enforcement are happening, and we keep reading reports about their results, but there are more and more of these complaints, and there are more and more of such questions. So, as Mark Twain said, there's lies, there's utter lies, and there's statistics. But even the statistics that we can hear from general prosecutor, so 77% cases that initiated against businesses, it doesn't reach court. And Mazepa's audit, they had result that 20% of these proceedings that of our bad business based on this audit were closed. So has anybody been held liable that 20% of cases were ungrounded, unreasonable? So what are the practical lessons that the General Prosecutor Office draws from this analysis? Thank you, Alexei, for the question. It's a wide range of problems. We had a focus group that there is pressure and we have to do something about it. There's still pressure. And have the reforms really been conducted? Maybe the reforms have not yet been completed. So for the first time, Ukraine has a detailed plan of reform of prosecution and law enforcement. So maybe that will be the answer. I still have a hope that this plan, thanks to its Euro-integration nature, will be implemented while we will be working on that. What transformation will law enforcement will have while these reforms are not being done and not implemented? For most of you, this will be a question: what will the business do? Suffer all this time? So in our office, we respond ad hoc to the problems arising. In Poland, you can wait for an entire year for your request on the criminal proceeding, but so prosecutors and investigators will tell you why and what they're doing. So it's important for decision making. Because if we look at the data, do we have the 100,000 cases against business, or is it more an objective number? And thanks to these cases, we managed to speed up. Now there's a council and entrepreneurship issues. There are famous people within it. Monobank also, Artem Bordachuk. Thanks to their support, that's why the dashboard appeared. It's a dashboard of businesses available at the website of General Prosecutor. So this data have been verified. So but the information that you have, what is behind it? What are the articles? Really, these cases were the fault of businesses. So we did the maximum wide opportunity to collect data from the register. So in the dashboard, you can see the cases that are related to business. That's why we applied this wide approach. Or in general, the same kind of cases that are not for the business's fault. In this dashboard, there's a monthly updates, and you can see the dynamic and the cases that are related to business. Some are not related to business. So wherever 6,000 on average, the same articles, general criminal articles, about 100,000. And you can see the dynamics. So I was engaged in designing the strategic documents and the reform of law enforcement, how they will transform. The first strategic priority. The law enforcement will not be a muscle organ, but a brain organ. And Danila mentioned risk-oriented approaches. That's what they will be doing. The new law that will be designed soon. Managed analytics. Risk-oriented approaches. And our international partners and experts will be in this process. Next, the criminal policy cannot happen and be built on ad hoc wishes. Why is this case of such high priority? Because everything should be hierarchically designed or systemically. Decisions that the parliament passes, then the government trickles down to regional level. Like in KIEF, for instance, what are the crimes the most prominent in KIEF? For the first time in history, we do crime survey, which will answer this question. What questions Kievites would like the law enforcers to resolve? Next, the process. I think the businesses are interested so that the process, or at least there are tools that the civilized countries have, like diversion measures, transactions, when there's an agreement, and then the proceedings can just stop. Next, KPI. What do you think? What indicators of efficacy should be used to measure law enforcement, like good or bad? But the plan shows that time and money should be there, and the length of the proceedings, so that the taxpayers, each of you are taxpayers, so they know how specifically a specific proceeding cost our taxpayers, and is it worth for certain categories to spend money if the progress will be incomparable. Next, complex digital transformation. We're already started developing electronic criminal proceedings. If it starts working, imagine the level of transparency of criminal justice work. So everything will be transparent, and same about statistics, and that will allow us to save up to 70% of resources. Different assessments show that. And the latest block is very important. It's about integrity and accountability. So both business associations are engaged in controlling and accountability, and civil society. And of course, the implementation level of the state, the Institute of Integrity, which will allow to check each law enforcer by this criteria. Yeah, we understand that the reforms are ongoing, but we still don't see that those results. The Office of General Prosecutor and the prosecution in general has the most important issue to control the investigation bodies and how adequate they are, how much integrity they have, while they have so much power. Formally, informally, during the war, they have even more power. And we see practices where, let's take preliminary detention, where the damage is X, whereas the collateral that the prosecutor asked is X multiplied by 10 or 100 or some other amount. Or when a prosecutor comes to an investigative judge to ask to arrest the funds or the goods, and he says that this is evidence that can be destroyed, they have to be arrested before they are destroyed. Although everybody understands that it's only records on banking accounts or register of the goods. So does the prosecutor and the Office of General Prosecution use anything that while the reforms are ongoing, at least these absurd initiatives don't happen? And is anyone responsible when these absurd initiatives are implemented? Well, there are two things here. Of course, we're not just talking to business. In my unit, there are real prosecutors, and I am now requalifying for some time from lawyers to prosecutors. But if we see a problem, we require proceeding initiated, and after we look into it, we recommend sometimes to close. And we have some cases like that. Or we stop the investigation and prosecution terminated. As for assessment of prosecutors' practice, we have some cases where there was obviously that it is the arrest of the property disappeared, and such prosecutors have been charged. As for more complex cases, there must be a system of assessment of prosecutors' work. And it's been designed already, but it has to be implemented. So we have to start using it. And in order for the system to effectively work, we have designed the standard of protecting investments, and it is the standard that we designed together with the business associations, and Roman was there. This is a standard that will also be a certain orienteer and indicator, so that in the cases that you described, if there is a deviation of a prosecutor from some behavior or some unfounded action, so and the standard will be applied autonomously, because quite often you can see that you can protect yourselves. I have the court decision. This arrest is legal. So that's the standard that will show us how founded is these proceedings are. All right, thank you, Alexei. I would like to ask Roman to comment, and then I would ask Igor also to comment. Right, we have some structured dialogue here with the general prosecution, with the previous general prosecutor. And in April, he basically legitimately stole half of my topics and points, that we have to be honest, that we have to start from fair administration, that is based on presumption of goodwill, etc., etc. All of that is good, and but even in the prosecution, it's not everywhere, and it's not implemented by investigators. So this reform has to expedite this process, but we see, and we work regularly with the prosecution, and we see that once the proceedings are started, it's hard to close them. There's fear, maybe there's corruption, and we don't see any prospect, but we have to keep interrogating everyone for 6 months, then the expertise, then everything. So they keep drinking blood, while in obvious cases that don't have any malicious intent, they're not terminated. So I know that there's a wish from general prosecutor to somehow control it. So we have to stronger move in that direction, because, for instance, there was a closure of those cases that they reported, that the dashboard shows. On the other hand, such bodies as WEB, we are incredible, but we doubled the number of cases initiated in our category. So there are KPIs, there are motives that not only are for rationalization, not for a limitation of corrupt practices, but for like industry-wide, or to make a benefit for one agency, that they are free to instigate cases that never reach court. and it's about Philip Morris and other companies. The fact that in Ukraine, a criminal case is a form of a dialogue of between the state and business, that's what the international companies don't understand. They believe that a criminal case is a terrible thing. And then, I know there are Ukrainian managers here who think whether I should call the headquarters or not. How do I explain this? And even when already, by shared effort, they managed to close the case, the criminal case, or the reputational damage for Ukraine, investment damage for Ukraine is already done, and you can't roll it back. So you have to think three times before you do something, before you launch a mechanism like that, like specific Ukrainian criminal case. Okay, thank you, Roman. Igor, the case that you encountered, it probably was the most screaming case in business environment over the whole time of existing businesses in Ukraine. What are the conclusions that you can draw out of this case in the context of relations between business and the state?
Overall, I wanted to thank, and I didn't want to mess up with this case. But since you're offering this question to me, okay, let me speak my mind. I suppose that it's not only in this hall, but everywhere. People will be supportive of me, and they were supportive of me when I was in prison, not just because we were on special terms, friends, mates, because every businessman was able to see themselves in my capacity when I was imprisoned. The only difference was that when they get to be the next one to turn up in prison, whether it was a matter of 2 months, 2 years, or 2 weeks. This is why I suppose it was such a high-profile case, such a loud, vociferous case. And I'm very much thank you for being here today rather than there in prison. With you, it's much better to be rather than there with the prison inmates. Jokes aside, Mr. Banyuk, I have been listening to you, and I caught myself thinking, you know, once I had a night dream, and I was imagining myself writing some kind of a study paper, and I was operating the same kind of things, the honesty and honor of the prosecutor, because I used to study to be a prosecutor myself. And I wrote, it doesn't have to do with anything that we are faced with in our workstations when we get to walk in the streets. So let me put it this way. Everything that you say, Mr. Banyuk, has no bearing and nothing in common, no bearing on and nothing in common with what we have to be faced with every day. You're speaking about your fantastic work. A lot of my mates reached out to you 1.5 years ago concerning different kinds of cases where a lot of violations were committed. And what? You're so overly busy. Do you help the businesses? Are you going to help businesses? When are you going to get to us? I don't mean as an inmate or a prisoner, but just to have a kind talk. Why should I go to you? You connected me to a case of 10 years ago. It wasn't I, just for all fairness. No, I mean you, prosecutors. You wanted a collateral which was 100 times more than some kind of a figure that you imagined yourself and let your fancies fly. You know, you, without any kind of an investigative judgment, apprehended me, burst into my office, and it was illicitly done, and you want me to go to your office? You see, you need to help us to restore justice in this country. But with this proceeding initiated against you, we will definitely look into it and make clean breast of it. Wait, it's 9-10 months into the case. My child has been born since then. I begot a child, and you never came up to, you never got time to find and talk to us. You see, this substantially aggravates the condition and the state of things. Well, I didn't want to overburden you with my case. Alexei has questioned me, so let me put it this way. My case is going to expire at the end of this year. The prosecutor and the State Investigation Bureau, they were supposed to bring something to court Alosha, help me, according to the latest reading of the code. So I'm sitting and thinking they will definitely have no additional material to bring to court, yeah? So they will have to stop this case to fold it due to just some code of honor, the honor and dignity of your shoulder straps. You've been referring to that. Well, we simply have some common experience of cooperating with each other. It's very difficult to close a particular criminal case. You see, and I am sitting and waiting. I want these guys to take my case to court for me to become an accused rather than a victim in this case, you see, and everyone will get to see all of the foolishness that you have to demonstrate as a result of this criminal case. By the way, Mr. Vashchuk said that it's about the invitation to a dialogue. I was never even interviewed. They simply apprehended me and put me behind the bars, that's all. So I'm sitting and waiting. It's been a year. At the end of November, it will be exactly a year. And they cannot do the latter or the former, you see? So they have already reached out for international legal aid to international banks, to international institutions that I have stolen from the forest, from the woods, from the lakes. I don't know who was I stealing from. So they will still be looking for my money 1 year from now and 1.5 years from now. But I have so many different plans. I go to the banks and they say, Mazepa, you're a great guy, but there's still this criminal proceeding hovering above your head. And I say, well, what can I do? We are ready to make some concessions for you. We cannot even issue you with a loan. So what am I supposed to do next 10 years, Mr. Banyuk? But I have already told you about our mechanism. We are run and guided by ad hoc mechanisms. I don't trust any single of your words. If you're just an external observer, it means that you like the situation. Imagine how the situation will be resolved. You know, it will be following, going on. And in fact, dear friends, it's a matter of great importance for us. It's also a massive challenge for us. We will definitely see it through, both in this proceeding and in many other proceedings. I can see a lot of claimants in the presence in this room. It's not funny at all, Mr. Banyuk. It's just funny for the people who are not concerned with these criminal cases. But it's good that people are reaching out to us because it definitely helps us to reinstate justice, restore justice, because trust us, this is our amplitude at the time. For the time being, we work as prosecutors, but we can also shape a particular alternative position. And this is something that you should exploit while the reforms mentioned here today haven't taken place. And I'm sure that they will take place and will run through. Thank you. We can see that the dialogue between the government and the business is being intensified. It's just so pity that the means of this dialogue is the criminal proceedings, according to Mr. Vashchuk. Of course, we would like it to be running along the lines of more constructive nature. Unfortunately, we have already exhausted our time. Something that I would like us to do right now is to take a couple of questions from our audience, and I'm sure that there are some. Therefore, dear ladies and gentlemen, if anyone is willing to ask any questions to our panelists, now is the right time to do so. Thank you. Good afternoon. Maria Poltrak, Interfax Ukraine. A small preface. We have seen that a special council has been established at the Office of Ukraine about engaging in the dialogue concerning taxation. A draft bill has also been created, but the council has already approved of this draft bill. So is there some kind of progress concerning the dialogue between the business and the government? And Mr. Danilo, when will this draft law be signed into effect? I think it's the question to go to you, Mr. Danilo. I cannot speak in exact terms about when the president will sign this into effect, and I'm not going to speak instead of him, but I'm under the impression that the law will be signed into effect. But when? Once again, I don't have a specific answer to that. Concerning the engagement in the dialogue, definitely the dialogue is underway concerning any draft law that goes through our committee, concerning every draft law that has emerged since 2019. Not a single person is there who could claim or state that within our committee we worked not transparently. We discuss all of the legal initiatives, introducing and inviting governmental authorities, businesses, everyone willing to do so, and we strike different compromises during our committee discussions. Given the position of different entities of legal initiative, and in this case it was the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine that initiated this draft law. So everyone involved, by the way, even the members of this council, because I'm also in touch with them, both personally and publicly, their opinion was heard. We got it on board. However, the dialogue, you understand, it's a two-way traffic, and it's something that probably you have to meet each other halfway in order to make a decision and approve of this decision, including both positive and negative things. And we always take on board the best of the worst, but most sorely needed, and the least harmful of all of those proposed. So it was approved, as I have said, in the Parliament of Ukraine, in the General Assembly of the Parliament, and it has been submitted for the President to be, for it to be signed into effect. Thank you. Any more questions? Good afternoon to all of the participants. My question goes to Mr. Alexei Banyuk. Can you kindly tell us who to go to when there is a judgment of the European Court of Human Rights about the excessive term of imprisonment, not even imprisonment, but apprehension, being kept in custody? By the way, you probably must have seen this man. I mean, Mr. Mazepa must have seen him. So this was something that was supposed to be on a temporary base, and it keeps being extended and extended. Every single time prosecutor's office doesn't have anything to add. The collateral was also excessive. It was exorbitant. So who should we go to? On the 5th of September, we received the judgment, the court judgment of the European Court of Human Rights, but nothing, unfortunately, is being done. I don't know who you're talking about, Mr. Volodymyr. In the prison, you can find a lot of very nice people and characters. Well, if this is a business case, you definitely have to address me. Can I talk to you after this panel? Thank you very much indeed. Okay, let's hear it from the other part of our audience if there are any questions. I saw a hand raised. Igor Tinny is my name. You know, from time to time, every once in a while, people side with different parties. They side with dark, and then they side with light. And Mr. Banyuk used to be a defense lawyer. Now he's a prosecutor. A case in question. So from time to time, for interviews, we have different people coming. I have recently had an interview with the people who hold in different technical positions. They work as lawyers at different law enforcement agencies and prosecutorial bodies. And Mr. Danilo Getmantsev has said to us that it's wrong to have another salary which is issued to people in envelopes. But all of these people are issued with their payments in envelopes. But when these people get employed, they're usually asked, how much money were you paid? I said, $900 officially plus $300 unofficially. So my question is, how are you incentivizing businesses to pay taxes if on a daily basis we can see unpurposeful application and utilization of our money? Can you raise your hands if you needed 1,000 hryvnias being distributed by the president right now? You see? Can you explain it to us, whether we need the third or the fourth block of the Kharkiv thermal power plant to be added? So can you incentivize us and explain it to us? Why do we have to want to pay more taxes when every day we can see so much mismanagement? This is question one. And the second one that follows up on that. For many years, we have been engaged in a discussion. Isn't it worth shifting the emphasis from checking whether people are paying taxes rather than saying we are a lot of white businesses acting in good faith. Rather than that, rather than inspecting us, why should you not inspect consumption area? The people that buy Rolls Royces, Bentleys as physical entities, we begin to check on that there probably. You will be able to see lots of employees of the Prosecutor General's office and the Security Service of Ukraine. So this is the response to you. This is the question which is of greatest interest for a lot of Kiev residents in terms of criminal proceedings, the level of the standard of life of the people who are involved with tech services, with law enforcement agencies. Can you provide your comment on that? Alas, I understand that this has been just a proposal offered concerning indirect means of tax methods of control and checking on everyone, right? Let's not engage in additional discussion, shall we? You have asked me a question. Now let me produce an answer. So you suggest that we have to introduce indirect methods, that is to say, the control over expenses and general declaration. I'm fully supportive of your proposal, surprising as it may be. I offer it to you as a publicly exposed person to make a public statement on that. We even can do it both together and lobby this decision via the Parliament of Ukraine. I couldn't agree more with what you have just articulated. Concerning the envelope shoved salaries at the Bureau of Economic Safety and Security, well, I've never heard about it, but if it's still the case, well, it's very easy to tackle such an issue. At the tech service, it's done very clearly and very quickly. If illicit, unsolicited money is required from some official, and if this is whistleblowed about, this tax officer immediately has to go for a lie detector. I used to be very far away from that, but the technologies that they have to employ right now, even the professional that engaged in these things, that will immediately be able to see if the person is lying or not. And if the lie detector immediately identifies the answers to be false, then the specific decisions are taken about the employment career of such an officer. So my point is, when we speak in slogans, mottos, different kinds of accusations are thrown left, right, and the center, saying that all of the tax inspectors are corrupt, graft takers, all of men are assholes, etc. And then the statement itself is already fallacious because it's too general. However, when you begin to look into specific cases, begin to sort out specific details, then it begins to figure out that not all of the entrepreneurs are evaders. These generalizations have nothing to do with the reality, not in the slightest. So if we want to get some things changed and strike this truth, we have to look into specific cases, look into specific details, because every problem has a particular name. Even your case in question discussed today, it also has a particular surname attached to it. So if Igor's rights were violated and it was established, but there is no career decision taken about the specific prosecutor involved in this case, then the whole activity of the Prosecutor General's office is a hoax. It's something that is absolutely not needed. So behind each of such violations, there needs to be a particular decision to follow. However, these violations always begin and they stem from a particular name. When, people call me on my phone, and the predominant majority of the people here probably know my telephone number because I've made it public. So if people send me the details of a specific case with a specific title, name of the company, and details of that, this is something that we begin to deal with in terms of the parliamentary oversight and scrutiny. Believe me, this is done in a very reliable manner. And this allows us to eradicate any kinds of mistakes, errors, or wrong intentions. But let me get back to what I started with. Once again, this is our common cause to bring law and order. This depends on each and every one of us. And if business and society takes this posture of an onlooker, no Getmantsev, I am just one and alone, will be able to help you. Your help is sorely needed. Mr. Getmantsev, I have two names to say. Mr. Sukhachov, the one who's in charge of the State Investigation Bureau, and Mr. Kostin, who's in charge of the Prosecutor General's office. Okay, come to me and give me the details. The organizers have told me that our time is completely out. So let us thank our distinguished panelists who have participated in our discussion today. I also thank the audience. Goodbye. On to one of other more important topics, which is of great concern for everyone in Ukraine, because Ukraine's defense tech industrial complex is one of the industries which is highly impactful for the development of hostilities and capability of the Ukrainian armed forces to defend itself and repel the enemy to where this enemy has come. Our panel discussion, this meeting, will be comprised of two parts, because the issue of Ukraine's tech development cannot be discussed without talking to the government authorities first, which is to be followed by the whole industry representatives, people who represent both investors and producers, and we will delve deeper into commercial things and the avenues of its development. So first, I would like to introduce my interlocutor, Herman Smetanin, Minister of Strategic Industry of Ukraine. He has a great deal of experience. Herman, throughout all of his professional life, you have been working in the industrial defense complex. You used to be the chief designer, chief engineer, and you were in charge of a lot of very famous Ukrainian enterprises like Lviv armor vehicle, tank, Kharkiv tank enterprise, and the whole Ukroboronprom, as we know it. So for us to launch this discussion, what is your attitude, German, concerning the status quo in defense tech nowadays? Has anything changed during the time of war? Thank you, Dmitro, for your question. Defense tech nowadays is one of the highest priority industries for Ukraine to develop, and we have a lot of requests from the military concerning innovation. So this is one of the priorities for our ministry, as well as many enterprises working in the territory of Ukraine. Across the full border of Ukraine, defense tech is something which is the purview of a lot of companies, more than 300 companies. Some of them are owned by the government, others are privately owned. So as a ministry, we cooperate with these defense tech companies in order to develop, first of all, the technologies that will enable to save the lives of our military personnel. And secondly, we try to make sure that the human factor is also excluded to the best of our ability. So these are the two things that our dev tech companies are targeting right now. If we're not mentioning the technologies that they're using to pursue the development of dev tech technologies, whether it be weapon systems or air defense systems, etc. Nowadays, you know, all of the companies are evolving pretty quickly. Over the last year alone, our companies have produced more than 1 million FPV drones, as was expected, as the Ministry of Defense set them as a goal. And nowadays, for the next year, we have a capability to produce 4.5 million of FPV drones. So this is quadrupled, right, in capacity to produce. Yes, this year we have grown fourfold. There are some restrictions concerning some funding with reference to our national producers. Their capabilities are somewhat exceed the budget of Ukraine concerning the procurements that can be made from these companies. So the government is working on that. The Office of the President is also targeting them. Everyone involved in that is seeking every way of opportunities to find and attract foreign investments and engage the financial tools and instruments that our banking sector has to offer in order to make sure that our industrial capacities can contribute as they can to the production of the so much wanted goods. So we hope that there will be produced more than 15,000 different kinds of robots or robotic systems that are surface controlled. So DevTech this year alone as an industry has grown considerably. And for that, I would like to thank all of the producers involved who, under such challenging circumstances, when restrictions are placed on the capital, human capital in particular, time for the growth of this industry, have still attained such a significant result for the country.
So if we talk about interaction between the state, because before the start of the war, the main dominant on Ukrainian industry was state-owned companies. During the war, we have now many Ukrainian private enterprises. How was the balance between the state and to private, the dynamics in Ukraine? So currently, if we talk about DevTech, as I said before, there are 300 companies in this industry. Currently in Ukraine, there are more than 800 producers of armaments and military tech. As for the state companies, it's about 12% in general number of companies, but it doesn't reflect the amount of the products designed by state and private companies. So there's a huge dynamic, right? Yeah, the creation of new companies, initiation of new businesses in Ukraine over the last time was rapidly increasing. So if we talk about the benefits of Ukrainian Miltech, because there are many areas where Ukraine showed a lot of innovation, new solutions, new approaches. So what are the areas of Miltech that you see where we are better than foreign analogies? Now that when we talk with our foreign partners, of course, those investors, the companies that coming to Ukraine, first time they look at DevTech, because this industry is growing the most, and the fastest, and also has the biggest potential in terms of growth in the future, in terms of future revenues. So if we talk about certain areas, like industry, like armored vehicles, of course, from experience, we know that our feedback between Ukrainian military, it shows that there are some areas for investors who are coming to Ukraine. They see Ukrainian designs that are much stronger in terms of electronic warfare, because we're learning as we go. The speed of electronic warfare development is so fast that people come to us to learn. Some things that other people learn from us. Yeah, lessons learned is our super strength that our vendors have when they talk to our military. If this year, last year was the year of UAVs, FPV drones, deep strike, so we as a country have shown strong results in terms of increased tactical capabilities, and we see a significant influx and growth of our land robot complexes. Next year, I think, will be the year of these systems. And now there are even examples where foreign companies invest in parts of the businesses of these companies that produce land robot systems, robotic systems. So this is some of the biggest areas where foreign investors keep investing and want to keep investing into Ukrainian production. Right, so let's proceed to the ministry. You've recently been appointed. What are the priorities for the next year? There are a lot of priorities. We are the Ministry of Strategic Industries of Ukraine, but there's one priority for now. It's providing the armed forces of Ukraine with the armaments, with the best tactical characteristics in the short term. So the priority for the next year and for this year is to provide to our defense forces the best armaments. So what do? We communicate with our vendors. As you know, this week we adopted the provision on preferential loans for our defense industry. Now we can get loans for 5% interest rate, as much as 500 million hryvnias, to procure equipment, to change production lines, to change processes, to upgrade those processes and hardware to produce more, faster, and cheaper. So you can get 5% annual 100 million hryvnias for your running, for your current capital, if you need for running costs. The main accent when we help the vendors is that it is for defense forces. So do you have a KPI for the ministry to increase Ukrainian-produced Miltech and the general volume of armaments that the Ukrainian armed forces get? At the moment, the production capacity is 1.3 trillion hryvnias. Unfortunately, the budgets of Ukraine are fully covered. They cannot cover this. So first area is we need to give work to those capacities that are free, that are available in Ukraine. Secondly, we still don't produce some things enough to provide to our defense forces. So give them job and growing into areas that we still underinvested. You mentioned financial incentives for the industry. It's clear for many industries, it's important. For many companies, the big challenge is capital investments, expanding production, placing facilities in well-protected areas. So you mentioned to create incentives for capital investments and preferential loan conditions for state-owned contracts. Do you plan anything? Because that's been discussed. Banks keep talking about it, but I would like to hear from you. 100 million hryvnias, 5% annual interest rate, 3 years. These 100 million you can use for running costs, for capex, or for advance payments for materials, spare parts to produce Miltech. So partially it can be covered by preferential loans, but banks, as far as I know, have enough liquidity, but they give it for other percentage, for other interest rates, of course. So there is capacity to have preferential treatment, but only for defense companies that produce armaments with existing contracts with defense forces or charity funds that procure materials for military units. So then you have to, you can be eligible for these loans. So as a vendor of Miltech, I'm thankful for that because your ministry has lobbied that. And the profitability back in 22 is thing to be that we have to catch up with. So you have headed the Ukraine Defense Miltech Ukroboronprom. What are you proud of, and what would you like to improve? Of the previous year, we had doubled our production volumes for the vendors. It's clear what has to be done to increase production volumes. It's a lot of work, and I'm proud of that, of this result, and it's our entire team achievement. Thanks to that, we managed to be within top 50 biggest armament producers in the world. We didn't have such results before, but we see that that this year we're growing, and we'll hope that we'll see this dynamic this year. There was anti-corruption reform, the anti-corruption strategy was implemented, and it is continuously being implemented, and I think that is the biggest achievements for anti-corruption initiatives. We still have to complete the corporatization transformation so that we unite all the companies into a group of companies and put them into shareholder company. So that will complete the process of transformation. Yeah, so that's what we had to do faster, maybe, but it's still ongoing. Right, thank you. So we will transition to the panel discussion from the industry. But I have one more question to Herman. There will be investors in the next panel discussion. And so let's imagine you have $100 million. Where would you invest this money into Ukrainian defense tech? Well, although you did mention that it's Ukrainian, there are many investors coming to Ukraine asking where we should invest, but they invest abroad. It's important to create here companies to grow capability in Ukraine so that its Ukrainian defense companies have capability to produce armaments. If I'd say missiles and drones and then up and go, is that too epic? No. There are people looking at it in the audience because they understand if that is interesting for investors, not only the ministry, but you personally, because you have to understand, again, Herman works in the industry in a systemic way. I can speak for myself. I joined the industry during the war. Herman works, and so systemic people, when they talk about investments, they have to listen. So now, one of the most priority is defense, air defense. It's very attractive because you see the Russians hurl shaheeds against us. We have to protect us. We have to increase our air defense. The partners help us, and there are many DevTech companies working in that area. And it's very attractive in Ukraine, and also our long-range weapons. That's one of the priorities as well, to get stronger. Okay, thank you, Herman. Thank you for what you're doing and for supporting Ukrainian industry. And now we proceed to the second part. Now I will be joined here by panelists. Please. So let me tell you about the people participating in this discussion. Marcel Otoyon is a partner and founder of investment fund Freedom Fund. Liba Shepelovich, founder of charity fund Dignitas. Denis Hurak, co-founder of MITS Capital. Katerina Mikhalko, executive director of Technological Forces of Ukraine. And Natalia Kushnevska, head of the Ukrainian cluster of defense technologies, Brave One. Thank you. So we have here representatives of investors, representatives of Ukrainian businesses who are producing weapons for armed forces of Ukraine. And I'd like to continue to follow up on the previous discussion, because I have to say that at the beginning, because in terms of diversity, imagine DevTech, where we're 50-50. It's a great achievement because, as far as I understand, we have headsets. Please, technicians.
Раз, два, три, я перекладаю.
On English. Testing, testing. Now you should be able to hear the interpreter. Testing, testing. Can you hear the interpreter now? Okay, thank you. So let's now, at the beginning, I want to ask all the panelists the first question. What is the status at the moment in Ukrainian defense tech? A similar story that we had for the state. Now we would like to hear from the businesses and investors. So let's start from you, Katerina. So it's a sort of blitz. And also have it a 10 score. By a score of 10, how do you assess it? The situation now. I would say 5 out of 10 because I have mixed feelings. On one hand, we have powerful private sector that is dominating on the world arms market. American giants come to Ukraine to research our experience and asking the companies how come they have such great technologies in robotics, etc. On the other hand, there are some inconsistencies of public authorities and regulation, that there is not enough money to cover all the production needs. At the same time, closed international market that we don't export. And there are no market conditions for contracting, and it all creates a situation where we have a huge potential, but some regulatory limitations. So 5 out of 10. Okay, so regulatory limitations, many capabilities, and export is closed. So Otto.
I just need to mention this. І я українською, спочатку українською, да. Отто, він має великий досвід безпосередньо співпраці з нашими.
So Otto has a cooperation of working with our international partners in Miltech. He used to build. Otto was participating in building innovative ventures for Bundeswehr. He is a former owner of Unicorn, a company that was assessed at more than $1 billion, and he sold it, and it was used in defense tech.
That's why I want to ask you as an investor. How do you see the Ukrainians' defense tech take into account your experience in defense tech investments?
First of all, I have to say I have absolutely no idea what he said because this thing is not working. So.
Oh.
I hope it's true. So maybe I would like to start maybe by not addressing the defense tech here, but my fellow investors.
Okay.
Because I think there are some fundamental mistakes that we as an industry are making. And the first 3 ones are very easy ones. The first one is investors come spoiled by the fintech world, come into defense and say, well, why don't you have any recurring revenues? Where's your SaaS model? Yeah? And clearly they have not understood public sector, right, spending. Secondly, they come and say, oh, what happens when hostilities end, right? Then the market is dead. Well, I think they have not understood the geopolitical situation, right? Even if the hostilities end, and I hope that will happen soon, this country will have a very hostile neighbor for a long time. So, and the third one is, oh, we prefer software, we don't like hardware. Well, I'm sorry, military is a lot about hardware. And then they come with dual use. And I can tell you there's a good reason and a bad reason for dual use. The good reason is, and you're a dual use entrepreneur yourself, is that public sector is not an easy customer, and the military is certainly not an easy customer. And if you can compensate with revenues in other sectors, then that may be good economically. But then there is a bad reason for dual use, and that's the excuse not to tackle the elephant in the room. Right, and that's something we observe a lot in Western Europe, where we shy away. We call it dual use just because it sounds nicer, and that I think is completely off. And
I just want to, because I want to dwell on the investments a bit later in the discussion. But for now, you're already working and investing in Ukraine, right?
Yes.
How you assess investment attractiveness of the defense tech in Ukraine as an investor on the scale from 1 to 10. 10 is super.
Well, we invested in something like 12 companies this year in Ukraine, so
wow.
That's we find it very attractive. then on the other hand, it's never black and white, right? There are some advantages, then there are some risks, right? And so I think there's a tremendous opportunity. We always like to say Ukraine is the new Israel, but in XXL. Okay. So there's a tremendous opportunity for the economy, just like Herman said, but there's still a lot of homework to be done to get to that level. So, you know, we can dive into that. I think there are several points here, and I hope that investors can contribute a little bit to making that happen. And to, you know, understand the VC game and things like that.
I agree. And the score? What's your mark for the industry? What do you say? It's 5, 6, 10. We got the industry mark 5 from the industry.
6.
Okay, great. Thanks. Denise.
Dennis. So I have some personal relations with the panelists. Dennis worked in Ukроборонпром. Besides, he is the founder of a well-known company that we all read about. It's called Atom. It's a 3D printing of human parts, of human body parts. He constantly travels between New York and Kiev, and now he's an investor in DevTech. So Dennis, a similar question to you. What do you think about DevTech in Ukraine? You're an investor. You invest and your assessment. Well, thank you. I'll start with the assessment. I think it's not 10, but 11. Why? Because we will make the first in the world swarm of drones, and we will win the war. And that will be our strategic advantage. Well, like the nuclear. And we will, that's an absolute reality. Our decentralized system, we will use it as a benefit, not a shortcoming. So all these problems are solvable. They will be resolved and we will win this war. Right, so 11 out of 10. Great. Good. So Natalia Kushnerska, she's the main driver that makes impossible possible, because Brave One is the biggest Ukrainian seed fund that keeps investing in Ukrainian startups. Natalia will give us the numbers now. Constantly over the whole large-scale invasion, and the driver of creating Brave One and promotion of Brave One, achieving great results, that's her credit. So Natalia, we've seen here systemic venture investors, but you represent seed fund, which basically sows the seeds. So your assessment of Ukrainian DevTech industry, is that the institution that gives the opportunity for many startups to get the funding they need, and otherwise they can't? Well, first of all, thank you, Dennis, for a positive assessment, because we have no shortage of pessimism, and we need optimism at some point. So if we talk about defense innovation, I think Ukraine, at the moment, I would mark it as 10, because the speed of innovations that appear, that get codified and get contracted and appear at the battlefield is something that Ukraine can be proud of. If these procedures all over the world, they last for 3-5 years. In Ukraine, we see that 6 months ago there was 0. In 6 months, there's 3 to 4 solutions that are working, that are tested, that are codified, and they're contracted. The first test batches are already contracted by the state, and it's a win. It's a great win. I love numbers and figures. Like today on the platform Brave One, there are more than 3,000 different solutions. And at the beginning, we had 0 codified systems. Now, over a year, there are more than 30 of them. Most of them have state contracts. We plan that next year, the number of robots on the front line will be several orders higher compared to this year. Just as well, capture drones, we know Orlan problem, we know Shahid problem. Again, There are solutions. 6 months ago, we didn't have them. Now we do have them. They are codified, and they are on the front line. And in all the spheres like that, and the swarm of drones, and Ukrainian Mavic, and the fiber optic drones, and super great number of innovations. And Ukraine is the driver of them, and a quick one, an effective one. So my assessment is 10 out of 10. Right, thank you. So we have here a real battle situation on the stem. We are being jammed, not spoofed, but jammed. So everyone who has problems with the headsets, could you sit here at the sit? I think we figure out what's the jamming area. Really, it's a thing. So a couple of words about Luba. She's the founder of Dignitas Charity Fund. And I think everybody knows the Dignitas. All the military that are using FPV drones, they use it every day. So she's living between the US, Ukraine, the front line, and all the donors that keep helping and funding Dignitas. And she is the founder of the biggest fund that provides humanitarian support to Ukraine, which is the Razum Foundation. So your assessment, because you talk to the front line, it's the assessment of Ukrainian DevTech. What's your assessment? Support? Right, I figured out the technology because I'm from the tech fund. You know, when you presented that this is a panel discussion of investors, first I thought, well, investors? And then I realized we are a charity fund, but in fact we were the first buyers. When investors did not believe in the market, we were buying raw, half-baked products, and by doing so, invested into startups and early business by mid and end of 2022, when there was no industry yet. So it was garage-based companies, you know, were just a couple of more or less stable companies. And those that we know about now, it was just a couple of engineers in a garage, and they were, you know, makeshift drones. So we started buying back then. So we came over, we looked at, they have some production, at least some production, we checked that they do, and then the big companies that everybody knows about, like TAF Drones, Saviri, Vataha, we were their first buyers. Thank you, great. And now my assessment, I would probably be less optimistic than my colleagues, and as Mitro said, because I'm a frequent visitor frontline, I will have a triple assessment. If we talk about DevTech on conferences and forums, that's 10 out of 10. We're great. We're doing great. We can be proud of how we show it. It looks great, exciting. If we now look at the training centers and testing grounds, 6 to 7 out of 10. Not bad, but the front line, 3 out of 10. Right, what's the main challenge? Why do we have 3 out of 10 closer to the front line? I think it's because the vendors are too far away from the front line. There are part of the vendors that are working close to the training centers and testing fields, and they can test their technology. They're doing better. And there's a small number of vendors that are working directly close to the front line, whose engineers sit in Konstantinovka, and they can very quickly adapt their solutions, change their solutions. Because right now, we have this constant arms race, the technology race. We implemented a solution. In 2 days, the enemy finds a remedy against it. So it's quick frontline laboratory to experiment, find new solutions, and those vendors that are present in the battle units, they have great workable solutions. Those who sit in Kiev and Kharkiv, in Vinnytsia, they theoretically provide workable solutions. We would fly over Bukovel, it works there, but it may not work over the front line. where it's a completely different situation. So between 3 and 10, we're somewhere in between, right? Depending on where geographically you are located.
Well, it's not down to the company itself, but the manufacturing facility. You see, they manufacture in Lviv, but they have engineers being based right next to the front line. As soon as the military tell them that something is malfunctions, the engineer sends it very far away. But the closer you are to your end consumer, the more successful it works. And I think this works for any kind of a sector. And in the defense sector, this is of utmost importance because we're talking not just about defense, but about the technologies that are saving people's lives. So we can talk about having a solid 10 on the front line only when the enemy is repulsed beyond our border. Thank you. Now I would like us to get back to Katerina Mikhalko. She's a representative of the Technology Forces of Ukraine. This is Association of Ukrainian Producers of Contemporary Arms, established during the full-scale invasion. Katya, additionally, is one of the best drone pilots. She knows all about the models and all of the models themselves of these drones and UAVs and UASs. You also know very well GR, how this happens between the government and the producers in the defense sector. So, getting back to you. In Kiev, Luba said it was 6 and 7, but you are a representative of industry and you are just giving it a score of 5. So your assessment of the technological development of companies, why are the companies not so present on the content line, and how is the government helping them, or is the government not helping them? I'm giving them a score of 5 with a great hope in Ukraine, because if we recognize the problem, then there are very high chances of resolving these problems, and I'm very much hopeful that we do have the platform right now to vocalize the issues that the producers come up against. And recently in the technological forces, we have had a poll about whether or not they are willing to relocate abroad. 85% of the companies in the defense sector have either relocated or are planning to do so in the nearest future. All of these companies are very patriotic in their stance. No matter where they operate, they will definitely work towards procurements necessary for the armed forces of Ukraine. But why are they seeking relocation if they want to supply the Ukrainian army? Because there are international markets, and it is possible to strike joint stock companies with huge international Western companies, because the Western markets, capital markets, are available to them. And when the Ukrainian budget sags, it's possible for them to offset that at the expense of other markets and to make the samples of these arms cheaper for the Ukrainian army. And it's very important for us to make these samples cheaper so that we can procure more for the army. The companies which are part of the technological force of Ukraine, they work in close collaboration with the front. We have 40 of them, and they work officially on contract base. We have some companies that emerged after 2022, but they very successfully provide the front line with a lot of samples of armaments. We also have Boeing company recently joining us, also working here in Ukraine. All of them see the space where the government regulation can be improved, ameliorated for them in the first place to be willing to stay in Ukraine. And the indicator is very simple. As soon as we can see that a number of companies entering Ukraine and its market, not just for the sake of setting up a representative office, but to build their manufacturing facilities, bringing their R&D teams to Ukraine. So this will be scoring closer to 10. But nowadays it's just happening on and off, not in practical terms. Crossing the border is taking place in the opposite direction, which means that the government regulation is imperfect. So the state regulation makes us take away from the point of 10 that we are seeking to gain. International investors are discouraged So this is the discount that takes place at the expense of heavy regulation. Along with that, since the beginning of the war, regulation has become so much easier. Can you comment on that? This transformation that has taken place since 2022 and is ongoing in the regulation space. I know that a lot of those present here in the audience are representatives of businesses or investors, just for us to imagine how much we have been changed during these years of war. I will make some kind of a promotion. Yesterday, a book was presented that describes the full pathway of a Ukrainian producer, all the way from ideation and from the ideation all the way to providing the armed forces with the necessary weapons on the contractual base. I would like to offer my praises to the government authorities because back in 2022 there was very important deregulation introduced that enabled the steep rise in the number of drones produced. And the leader in this process was the Ministry of Digital Transformation. We thank them very much indeed. Brave One became the brave brainchild of that initiative, which is so important for the companies that begin to engage in the developments in defense tech. However, there is still an appreciable gap for the companies that have become sustainable, who want to grow, but because as soon as they begin to mass produce, when they have successfully implemented dozens of state-owned contracts, they are faced with an issue of steep growth, not only within Ukraine, but wanting to go beyond and wanting to strike partnerships with international partners. Therefore, in Ukraine, there is a very good space for the beginners all the way to the medium size. But as soon as the company becomes powerful, there is no space for growth, unfortunately. And in this respect, government regulation needs to be improved. It needs to be more foreseeable. Long-term contracts need to be implemented, and the state needs to be taught how to control and run expensive developments. So we used to have this mechanism in place. However, it was done away with. It's not suitable for the private sector, and new mechanism needs to be developed in order to provide for such expensive developments. But when we speak about these capabilities and making them a possibility for the Ukrainian manufacturers, one of the main arguments that we hear from the government authorities is Ukrainian need for the armed forces are never met fully. So how can we send our arms abroad? How can we export it? How are we going to explain it to our partners? So what is the position of the Ukrainian defense tech? Of course, in meeting the needs of the armed forces is the primary goal for such companies. Our state budget is much limited, which unfortunately is not going to grow more. We need to source money, and part of the government is busy dealing with that. Nevertheless, we always understand the budget will always be smaller than the needs of the army. And of course, there's a question, what can be done about that? The policies that we have in place, unfortunately, incentivize the companies to leave Ukraine. And there's a great threat that the companies will all leave in Ukraine. So how can we make sure that the arms produced are made cheaper? And the answer is controlled exports of arms. If we begin to open up to that, it doesn't mean that we begin to sell armaments everywhere, right, left, and the center. No, nevertheless, even if we didn't have the war on our hands, it would be impossible because the international arms traffic is controlled by the State Service of Export Control. So the position of this sector is let us open up this sector for the production that the government is not able to procure, or for the production which the Ukrainian armed forces don't need, and send that to the countries that Ukraine has signed security agreements with, the countries which are part of Ramstein, and then it will be secure for the front line and for everyone. It will be exported in a controlled way, only the samples that the country cannot procure. So the industry has a plan. And is the government supportive of this position nowadays? Is this dialogue still ongoing? The dialogue is ongoing, and we thank the President for paying attention to it, and he has come up with a statement saying that the Ministry of Defense right now is developing a statement. We are in close cooperation with the Ministry of Defense. This dialogue is also ongoing with the Ministry of Economy. We are so grateful that the government recognizes its problem. They hear us, the Parliament, the Committee of Economy is also involved in this, but still there isn't an elaborated solution that we can see, so it's still underway. But once this controlled export opens up, when it opens up, I don't know. It's still up to the government. Thank you. Hopefully, the solution will come up sooner than later, rather than later. Denise. I would like us to speak about investment. Because we have heard the stance of the Ukrainian companies. Some of them consider the possibilities of leaving Ukraine. This is also to do with IP in Ukraine, IP abroad. You have a great deal of experience of working with intellectual property in Ukraine in different capacities. So why do you invest in Ukraine specifically? Why, as we spoke about it with you, why do you insist that the IP should be here? What are your arguments in favor of that? Okay, thank you for the question. We don't think that this is an issue. First of all, Ukraine is a member of the WTO. After all, we have also signed multiple agreements within the WTO, and we have been trying to integrate with the EU for 15 years. Yes, the legal system is no good, but let us take it a level higher. Let me make a few prior statements. Basically, we have no issues to keep our IPs in Kiev, Ukraine. Why not? Because when we need to get permissions for exports, any companies, it's much easier for them to procure these permits here in Ukraine rather than in the United States, for example. Yeah, it goes without saying. Receiving a court judgment abroad, if a holding company is based abroad, recognizing it in Ukraine is much easier than getting a court judgment in Ukraine. So this is another way to circumvent this issue. So the structuring is very easy. 100% in foreign company will be a transitor of all of the funds to be spent here in Ukraine. Patriotism is kept and everyone is happy. No problem whatsoever. So only thing is to look into the details and issues and go to professionals, lawyers, and any law company in Ukraine is very savvy about that. Spreading some rumors concerning the security service of Ukraine will come and they will twist your arms. No, this is wrong. Businesses can work perfectly legally in Ukraine, comply with the law, and that's all right because corruption works both ways. Whoever offers illicit gain is also at fault, right? Another comment, conceptually thinking. Whatever happens with IP for startups worldwide, the registration of patents makes no sense whatsoever. AI has been writing their patents for 10 years, and all of the patent attorneys, they actualize different patent databases, and they try to change the words to make sure that other words are used in patents. You don't have to register them at all. That's all. So when we speak about time to market, why is it that you invest in Ukraine? What are the criteria that you determine for yourselves? We have heard that a lot is being done via Brave One. Ukrainian companies are growing. So what are your criteria in terms of investments? Because we have also spoken about the state. What are your anticipations of the state? Or do you have none? We have very adequate anticipations of the state. All those involved in the business who do with this in a relevant way, Katerina in particular, and other organizations of the kind, lobbyists in this regard, they are enough in number. And I'm sure all of these things will get resolved. Maybe I'm very much optimistic. Unless they get resolved, then we will lose the war. Sorry, we have to do something about them. So what are the criteria then? Well, we are investing in drone components primarily. Why? Because the military campaign of the future, it's where you have the swarms of drones made in Ukraine, controlled like a computer game. And in Ukraine, it's possible to set up such a company with $100 million provisionally. We haven't counted that, not with 150 billion, for instance. Yeah, so some have raised 6 to 7 billion. $54 billion were raised by different startup companies in IT sector last year alone in the US. But Ukraine can also make this history a reality cheaply, much more cheaply, because historically we are an R&D's and Research and Development Center for the Soviet Army. And this is a great advantage for NATO companies, because right now China is the leader in this regard. Those who fail to understand that in the West, unfortunately, they are backward. Our guys have come to realize that. Some are still thinking, and this probably relates to how the West has been developing over the last 30 years, but still there are a lot who think that just because there is a printing press, they can continue printing money, and so they will win a new geopolitical war. No, it's impossible, because China controls all of the world resources. If China controls Ukraine, they will win it. But this is a major challenge for the Ukrainian industry, because a big chunk of the Ukrainian industry also utilizes component parts produced in China. Yes, but we are also investing into component parts made in Ukraine, which are just as high in quality, like Western ones or American ones. Do you feel any competition as a startup? Well, there's a slight bit of rivalry present. Well, how can I put it into words and put it softly? Well, just like in any other market, it's being shaped. However, this is more like a process for the sake of a process, not a process for the sake of a result. The result is winning in this game, and the process is earning the money. Everyone will earn a lot, but do we have a lot of companies coming to Ukraine? Do you see a lot of VCs coming to Ukraine? A lot of VCs are coming here. A lot of Ukrainian businesses have made their personal independent investments. Why are these companies needed? Because they bring their own expertise. Pipeline needs to be shaped. Of course, we want to support adequate people, but this is not done on a consistent basis. So the way we see it, it needs to be structurized in order not to waste the valuable time. This is a classical thing, you know, of innovations. Thank you. Otto.
I hope you follow the conversation this time. Okay, great. I want to kind of flee away from what Dennis was mentioning, and how you take into account that Dennis is biased. He's been here, he grew up here, he started business, he traveled between US and Ukraine, so he's biased. You're non-biased. I mean, you're German, okay? But it's interesting, because the level of innovation in our discussion of your in-depth knowledge of the military technology and your in-depth knowledge of the VC industry. Do you see a lot of VCs coming? Do you echo what Dennis was saying, that there is VCs coming and interested in Ukraine? And how you assess the opportunities in Ukraine from very strict, the way that you mentioned, VC attitude of the West?
Probably Natalia would be much better suited to answer the question how many VCs are coming. I'm very selfish looking at our startups and not so much at the other VCs, so I cannot say too much about that. I would say that I haven't seen the blue blood of venture capital entering Ukraine yet. Let's put it that way. There are some pioneers coming, but we haven't seen the big ones. On your second part of the question, so I think there's something very important to understand. Not every business is suited for venture capital. Venture capital is a very specific type of financing. And Ukraine, in my opinion, needs a lot of companies, also a lot of manufacturing, like ammunition manufacturing, weapons manufacturing, etc. These kind of businesses will be less suited for venture capital. So venture capital is a very specific beast. And by the way, I was more entrepreneur in my life than venture capitalist. It's no fun to deal with venture capitalists. No fun at all.
Я бачу, що Денис підтримує.
Everybody's nodding here.
He's nodding.
No, venture capital is no fun. So I would say there's something very, very important to understand. it's not enough to have a product market fit for your user. It's also important to think about your startup having a product market fit in the capital markets. Because venture capital is also not as smart as you may think. They think very much in herds, right? And they have these boxes, and you need to fit into the boxes. And so if you don't fit into the boxes, you simply don't have product market fit. And I'll give you a very simple example. Venture capital invests in teams. In Ukraine, we see a lot of solo entrepreneurs, or we see semi-teams. So there's one solo entrepreneur and he gave 2 employees 5%, right? That's not a team. So these are things to think about. And right now, I think this works because it's a bit of a gold rush situation. So a lot of things get funded that otherwise in Western Europe, USA would not get funded. And so if we want to mature this industry, if we want to give a bigger growth in future, I think this is something to bear in mind, and maybe it has to do a lot with educating people, etc. And coming back to the discussion we had, I think it has to do also with internationalization. See, there's a military way to think about this problem of going international or not. In the military, we have one very big dilemma, and it has to do with training. Do I send my best men and women to the front to fight the enemy, or do I send them to train the troops coming later? I need supplies, right? I need replenishment of troops. So where do I find the balance between trading for the next generation of fighters and fighting right now? And that's a little bit like the internationalization question. If Ukrainian startups don't go international at all, they will not be in competition with international product standards, with international also leadership skill standards and corporate culture standards, etc. And I think there's a risk of being in a bubble and thinking we're all great, but kind of missing the point that God or nature or whoever distributed intelligence equally around the planet. And by the way, I'm not German, I'm an international homeless. I'm French, German, Estonian, Italian, American. And I can tell you there is great talent everywhere the same way. And if we lose connection to that, we're missing out on something. I believe very much in diversity. And so,
which actually represents the fund that you have. You have a very diverse team.
Very international, and so I think this is all part of the question: how do we mature? How do we develop a growth mindset in the sense of Carol Dweck, growth mindset to be really excellent, etc. And of course, I understand the dilemma of prioritizing the short term for the long term. That's a very difficult one.
But your criteria, I interrupted you at the beginning, the criteria of the VC, that's very often my experience. VCs coming here, and they try to apply to the military a similar approach as to the fintech industry or other industry. For the military companies that are present in this room, what's your advice, how to react to this?
From a startup, how the startup should react? Look for better VCs. I mean, I created a defense tech startup over 25 years ago, right? So, I had the same problems. And you will just knock on 100 doors until you find someone who understands the industry a little bit better. I will also tell you, of course, take the money that you can and run with it. Yeah, be smart about it. Yeah, but because smart money is a bit of an overstretched word. If you have all the money in the world, you can buy a lot of smart, right? But if they force you even to think about something that doesn't make sense, don't do it. But I think the startups don't even get into that luxurious problem because investors will turn them down just because they don't do dual use or because they have no answer on like the question, what happens if hostilities stop? And I think this is on our part of the West to educate our investors. I think Europe, Western Europe, needs to get their act together and create real defense tech startups, not fiddling around with this dual-use nonsense. And so, you know, it's the startups here are in for nothing in that, right? It's our problem. And
what is competitive strengths from your perspective?
Sorry,
what is competitive strengths of Ukrainian startups in which you are investing? What's give 3 highlights because of the time.
When you asked me earlier and I said 6, this is 6 compared to the international standard. Compared to the circumstances of Ukraine, it's 100. Because the resilience, the motivation, the sense of teaming, the willingness to survive is so phenomenal. And we all know that motivation is the #1 success factor, right? And so this is a big thing. If we take it down on another level, I think what you mentioned earlier, this closeness to the user. Look, what's happening here right now, if you look at it from an economic point of view, digital transformation has reached the defense sector. Work with the user, short iterations and cycles, quick learning. All this is no different in the automotive industry, in the fintech industry, in every other industry. And this is happening here, and this is a phenomenal chance. And if you look at it for the economic perspective of Ukraine, I think the moment we understand this is in reality about digital transformation of the defense tech sector, Ukraine has a chance to be that driver. Because all these incumbent industry players are far too slow, far too slow.
Thank you. Люб, хотів би...
Now I would like to hear from you, Luba, because you feel it best of what Ukrainian army needs most badly, what kind of technology they need, because it's the last question on this panel. I would like us to speak about the future, the technologies which are needed today to ensure the future. Natalia, you can also start thinking about it. So what are the technologies that we want to have a sneak peek into and to provide technological support as well as investments in, like seed fund? What kind of new technologies and priorities that they need to prioritize? What does the army need? I will probably change the question, and I will speak about what it is that the Ukrainian nation needs rather than the army first. I liked your question asking Herman about where he would invest his $100 million. No, this will be right at the very end. No, I would like to answer it right now, because I got myself thinking, not in some kind of groundbreaking technologies. If I had $100 million right now, it's worth investing in the production of S-300. C-300. I think the people who live in Ukraine know it firsthand. It's not a top secret for you concerning what is happening to our air defense systems. Our sky is open. It's unshielded. And the sufficient number of these missiles of C-300 type would definitely cover this gap. We don't have any missile launching pads. We don't have enough facilities and opportunities to manufacture these missiles. We haven't been bombarded with, shelled with these missiles, but we know what Russia is up to. And those who could right now repeat the production of C-300 would definitely have no problem selling this missile. The government would buy all of it. Our partners would also buy that from us in order to help us, in order to shield their sky. After that, we can speak about whatever kinds of manufacturing. Okay, missile manufacturing, got that. All right, shielding the sky. All of all of the 100% should go there. Yes, and then with our revenues, we can go into something else, because unless our sky is shielded, what else can we talk about? We don't know how we will live through this winter, which is upcoming. These topics which are becoming so popular, AI technologies, targeting things, swarm technologies. Well, talking about what the front and near the front territories need. These are anti-drone means. In May, we went together with you to a big military exhibition, CONSEC, where there was a lot of armored vehicles presented. I went to all of the producers of these armored vehicles and I said, what do you have on electronic warfare? And they shook their hands like saying, we don't have that. So your vehicle will live just 15 minutes on the contact line. How much is it? 3-5 million. You'd better invest in in electronic warfare means, because without that, EW means is just like a death casket for the personnel, something which is supposed to prevent death. Otherwise, it just gravitates death to the people. Right now, fiber optical driven drones are right now a big problem. Our producers last year, they were laughing about that, but you can see that the Russians are using that and very successfully, because these are the drones that cannot be affected by electronic warfare means. Yes, it speaks fun. I mean, it looks funny. There's a hose attached or a wire attached to an FPV drone. It looks laughable, however, it's so deadly. Different kinds of producers try to work with different kinds of radiation to disuse them, disable them. But once again, EW is one of the most sorely needed things.
No car on the front line will survive 2 hours if they don't have electronic warfare defense. So it's, and also autonomous drones, autonomous decision-making drones that are also not jammed, so anti-jam defense. And also even further down the line, a complex system that are comprised of land part and drones and decision-making. So because now it's just separate units, they're not with each other, they're interfering with each other sometimes. So we have this situational awareness system, fortunately, Delta. It's now being used. And they don't no longer try to block it, but we don't have the planning system, the battle planning system. And this is where artificial intelligence could, wargaming, operations planning, scenario planning. So that's something that would help us a lot to save a lot of lives. Not to go into operations with people and making mistakes, but play for software scenarios. Look at and find the optimal model. And in any case, remember that time is very limited. Time is not on our side. And right now, front needs 30,000 mobilized people every month. 30,000. It's open numbers. To keep the with the losses, keep up with the losses, the wounded, the killed, 30,000 per month. You can calculate how long your businesses may hold if your workers will get conscripted left and right. I don't support what Katya said, that business is now moving abroad because it's more convenient. Yeah, it's more convenient to make money, but we will lose the country. So maybe it's not the best time to make money. I support what Dennis said. All the resources, the monetary, non-monetary, should be invested in fighting off the aggressor. And if we succeed in that, believe me, we will all be billionaires soon, because the experience that we get on this war, the technologies that we're developing, we will make a ton of money on that. But we need to drive the adversary away. We can't talk about plans now, about exports, making money, if we have less than 10 kilometers Zaporizhia. We have artillery reaching Zaporizhia now. Next big battle is Dnipro. And all the a huge number of tech companies are now in Dnipro. There are already bombs falling in Dnipro. So economic forum, we should talk about the economy of war, and then only about business senses, investments, etc. So that is coming when we win. So Natalia, I would like to get back to the question of looking into the future. because seed funds invest in new companies, designing new technologies. What new technologies would you say, and considering what Luba said, regarding the needs for current security and defense, where Brave One is looking at, and what are you investing into or seeding? First of all, thank you, Luba. If we don't find so in terms of public cluster, now the state creates a lot of conditions to develop our sectors to support the defense, and we've heard from Herman, and we see it regarding the volumes and emergence of new technologies, new companies, that the number of new technologies in Ukraine is growing quickly. And again, on one hand, what Katarins are saying, companies want to move abroad, but let's not forget that the marginality of 25%, it's only in Ukraine. You don't have anywhere in the world 25% margin for procurement, and it's for Ukrainian companies to be able to scale up, produce more, and create more R&D. So it's a big benefit. So the big state orders, they focus on Ukrainian companies, and so it's going to be benefits for Ukrainian companies. And our economic and human front have to be developed in Ukraine and grown in Ukraine. Second message in terms of investments and competition. Let me tell you that a year ago, nobody from international partners were ready, other than some first angel investors. Nobody would look at Ukraine as a country where you would invest in defense tech. It's highly risky, it's dual use, doesn't work. So now, in our portfolio, Brave One, there are more than 130 investors with from more than 30 countries of the world. It's obvious that 80% are angel investors and private investors, but we see growth. What competition you could see last year? Last year, Ukrainian defense tech reached $10 million. This year, by the end of the year, it's up to $50 million attracted by Ukrainian defense tech. And we see a lot of prospects to grow. Another important story that we should not forget, that's what Luba said. I fully agree, but I see that from our side, talking to the market, there's still most companies are on the front line. They do talk with end users, because if they don't do that, their innovations and their technologies will quickly stop being effective and nobody buys them. And they can't invest in R&D anymore. Another challenge that there is a rapid change of technologies, and often when we talk about long-term contracts, then there's a huge risk here that the technology that will be procured today in the contract of shipment in 2 years, it's going to be obsolete. It's not going to be effective anymore on the battlefield. So it's important for the technologies to actually work. So we're now developing the format of how we could do this so-called flexible contracts, where you could add frequencies or introduce changes quickly, so that the vendors are provided with contracts, that they get to plan their capacity to grow it. But on the other hand, that these technologies actually work in the front line. Because the problem, why is it doesn't work on the front line? Because that period from signing an agreement to shipping to the front line, that's 4 months. And the situation in the front line changes quickly. Yeah, and nobody does the test runs in the industry between the moment where you wanted to change the frequencies on FPV drone and the moment when these new frequencies can be procured. It's also a number of months. I'm just echoing what you said. So when you go further into discussion, it's a different area in the front line. Somewhere it works, somewhere it doesn't. So our state does do a lot. We're changing a lot. We still lagging behind in many ways, and we're far from ideal. So as we said, we are Israel XSL, no? Yeah, but in any case, we're moving in that direction, and our strength now is what Otto said. He's right. It's motivation. And motivation is to change, motivation to get engaged, motivation not to just purely make money, but actually winning, because let's be honest, there's still no victory, and there's a huge risk to lose everything. And so the more we invest, the more we work, I agree with what Luba said, technologies, automation is obviously the only way for robots to fight, not people. That's the priority right now, right? Yeah. So if we talk about priorities, yes, automation, that's how it is. Obviously missiles, obviously anti-Shahed, anti-bombs, anti-FPV drones. So countering the enemy tactics, air defense that will allow us to protect our territories. From what we didn't say is airborne drones, laser technologies, microwave technologies. That's what the smart armaments, so to say. That's something, and of course the artificial intelligence. Now artificial intelligence already is actively integrated into different solutions, like there are drones with AI, there are land robots with AI, and obviously the drone swarm as a multi-domain operation that will allow us to automatically and autonomously have a robot war in multi-domain. So that's our area and our way where we will be soon, I think. There's no other way. Organizers allowed us to overrun a little bit for 5 minutes. So I have a little blitz where we have $100 million. You all have $100 million to invest. Luba shared where she would invest. Now let's start with Otto. Where would you invest $100 million in Ukraine?
Just limit, no agriculture investment. This is another panel.
We invest in asymmetric, AI-powered technologies at scale. Okay. Asymmetric warfare.
Thank you. Наталя? $100 мільйонів інвестуємо в дефтек.
В лазерні технології.
Laser tech. Laser tech, precision warfare, right. Dennis. I would be more conservative. When there's a golden fever, you should sell shovels. So, cotton and miscanthus, that's agricultural producers. So agro is still important, right? Yeah. Because everybody invested in AI, no reason to. Invest into gunpowder, new novel gunpowder, explosives. I've already invested S300. Next 100 million, I would invest into communication. We're very much dependent on Starlinks from one same vendor. There are several too expensive, and we need to have some parallel ones. Something cheaper than Radio Nora, but as stable as it. That's what we need in this war and basically in the world. That's what dual uses. Katya? I would invest in company Technological Forces of Ukraine because I think it's important not what to do, but how to do it. We check all the companies for contract management and integrity. And so it's important for the audience to know that a revenue goes to R&D. If the company doesn't have the reinvestment, there's no new designs. And I support about the gunpowder and explosives. And we need to liberalize the market of explosives. Some of the companies that work in Ukraine, but there's no legislation for investment in this because that's more risky than dual use. Right, thank you. So we have investment in asymmetrical warfare, AI, we have missiles, we have gunpowder. We even have 2 investors into gunpowder. All right, thank you. So I'd like to take 2 questions from the audience, if you have. Please raise your hands if you have them. No questions. Clear. Thank you so much, everyone, because defense tech requires quiet conversations sometimes. So keep them up. Thank you for this panel discussion, and thanks to our armed forces.